finally finish watching the recording. So, though it was funny because after I booped out of the channel, um, that was when I guess I was left there or something
At the end,
at
yeah, I
the
moved you
end.
into AFK when we all left. Yeah.
Yeah. So it was just like 6 hours of me just being an AFK. Right at the
Power
end.
moves, bitch.
And I was like looking at it. It was just like this all like the sound is all literally the same. Maybe like a few like notches here and there. But I was just like, I'll just delete all
Ambient noise.
that
Yeah.
because
It was
I left
probably
it.
just picking up like interference or something.
Yeah, because I left it. I left it on recording. I didn't stream. I just left it recording throughout the entirety of the night until I got home.
That's what we figured when we looked afterwards and saw that you never actually like started the stream. We figured that you kind of had it like scheduled, but you still had to push the button to start it, and you just opted instead to just record. And
Yeah, but it was funny because when my parents were looking over the grandkids, um, my dad and Riker, the oldest, wanted to watch The Incredible Hulk, the movie, but apparently it just kept buffering every now and then, and and my dad thought it was because of OBS, but I was just like, no, I was only recording, I wasn't streaming, so that wouldn't have affected um, the movie,
yeah, the
and yeah,
input.
but and
Well,
plus I'm
either
also on
way,
VPN, so right there.
we finished up our last batch of upgrades and enhancements in Eriabor. You guys spent, I think it was like 4.5 days total. Ended up there. I think aside from artifacts and upgrades, that was pretty much what last session amounted to. Yeah, it was mostly just the preparation of heading up here to go and deal finally with your old friend, Robert. Through Elturel, you were able to secure some horses through the guild hall and headed east directly from there in an effort to get to Scornoble, where you had learned that Robert was putting up shop. That's where he'd kind of moved his little camp of friends. Heading out along the road, you charged east for a while, and it was until the second day's travel that you noticed or you saw the first effigy, the first, I don't know what to call them. Robert's little projects. Like,
Statue slash victim.
Crucifixions.
yeah, the first ones, you inspected them, finding them to be of a higher kind of class than you were expecting. The ones you had seen near Eriabor had been mostly bandits, people who had been down on their luck and had turned to those routes, taking advantage of others. So they all had that kind of like rough-hewn, tough skin, weathered faces. They just looked like they'd had a rough go of it, and then they met Robert. Um, these ones looked a lot better off, just well taken care of. They weren't like super nice like the nobility you were seeing in Baldur's Gate, but they were, at least like upper middle class-ish. And they were still, just like the others, staked and sacrificed. You learned that it seemed as though the act of pinning them to these stakes was the killing blow, that they were alive when they were staked up here and died therein.
That's not depressing.
You also learned that the
It's fine.
the world seemed to be thin. Nobody in particular could sense this.
Thinning.
Yeah, it was like a ephemeral nature of the world around. As you got closer and closer to these effigies, like you were stepping more and more towards another world or another plane. Like they were getting closer and closer. Arturia becoming overwhelmed with this sense of cannot get words tonight. Imposing evil all around her.
Very
You
bad.
continued on horseback, riding down the road, seeing these effigies about every mile or so. So every 3 or 4 minutes, coming across one. At the end of the day's travels, actually no, it wasn't the end of the day's travels. Probably about midday's travels. You were riding down the same road, and you could see one of them in the distance, and nobody in Arturia. You could sense this presence around you, this kind of evil. You slowed down and started to take a look, and as you looked over to your left, Arturia, I know you noticed the bone devil that was peeking his head out from behind the bush over here to the left, and as it kind of creeped its head out around, nobody looked in the distance and could see some sort of fiery flick of a tail or something in the distance behind this tree. And that was where we ended it. So, unless anybody I feel like I'm missing stuff. Like, there's always stuff I feel like I'm forgetting, and then it'll come to me later, like afterwards, I'll be like, oh yeah. But as you have slowed down to a light trot at this point, your horses are still moving, and you guys have control of your horses. I went through this week and gave you each control of your specific horse token, so you can move them, and you all should have the riding horse character sheet in your library. You are all responsible for your horses. They will move on your initiative.
Oh,
They share your
God.
movement. They have no
No thanks.
actions or attacks. They just have their movement, and they can dash if needs be.
Oh boy, they have 13 hit points.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
That's why I wanted to
They
give
weren't
them to you guys, so you
expecting-
could
They
understand.
weren't expecting those back, were they?
No, they
That's
honestly, if you had asked, they would have been like, "Just do what you need to do. Horses can be
We can make
replaced."
more.
Yeah, they can make more.
That's basically been our like thought process when it comes to horses this entire campaign.
Yeah.
We've tried super hard not to get them killed, but we have not been especially successful.
Nah.
Haslin has saved at least half as many as you guys have condemned in rescuing them from the wilds around the Greenfields. He's brought in quite a few horses to Gretus' stables because that's what he wanted to do when
There we
he
go.
retired from the
He's
party.
the-
So he's out there maintaining some semblance of balance.
He's
Good.
balancing us, yeah.
The only good thing is they have 60 feet of movement.
They do. So as you guys slow down, Arturia sees this bone devil to the left. Rose, your horse, I remember that was what the rolls
Is
were
not
for.
doing.
Yours
not-
was starting
not
to
doing
get
so hot.
spooked by the presence of this imposing evil around you. I'm going to need everyone to go ahead and roll initiative as the bone devil is going to attempt to strike out at you as you are running past. And I need to change it from a simple chill background to
Oh,
something
I'm
not-
what? Why are you at GM?
I didn't click.
Oh,
That's
I
why.
did, but because I clicked, I offset myself.
no.
I love it's doing the
There we go.
thing again where you roll a dice and then it gives you a different number.
I'm gonna be honest. I have not had that on pretty much since the start. I don't know. It started off for me, so every time you guys get hyper worried about how the dice roll goes, I'm so confused.
Yeah, my computer doesn't handle it particularly well, so I just turn it off. Or Chrome didn't handle it very well, so I don't really have the dice rolls.
I had
just use
them on
the
for
number that
like
comes up.
me, Aurora, and Kyle, I think.
My initiative 17. I forgot to click my token.
Okay, I got you. I got you. You right.
My plus 10 initiative is worthless.
It's like every time like all your stats can literally be like near 20, but you would
And I'll
always
still
roll
roll
below
a 1
10.
or 2.
Right.
What happened to
Oh.
the
I know, the
initiative
initiative-
tracker?
Oh no, I made it go
Come back.
away. Hold on.
Bring it back.
We gotta
Okay.
reroll.
You wish.
Bone Devil, you bitch, join us.
Horn of initiative.
No, you're not gonna get the NPCs on your team. Let's see, where's my other one? I need to do. We'll do yours.
I feel like Horn of
And
Initiative wouldn't even
I
help
would
our
have
initiative.
Well, I mean, it would have. Problem was, the session ended with the start of it, so I didn't think I could actually blow it for this particular fight.
Okay.
But I do have it, and I didn't forget. But we kind of tripped into these guys at the end of last session, so I didn't think I would actually be able to blow it.
Nah, I get that.
That's fair.
Plus, doesn't
Alright.
it only have one charge a day?
Yeah, it can be used once a day.
Yeah, so,
So we'll probably hang on to until we actually get to the big boy. Yeah.
All right. Well, I rolled absolute garbage on the enemies. So, Rose, the whole party is leading us off before they get to go. What would you like to do?
Oh boy. Okay. Guess
Oh,
try to get my horse to stop being an asshole.
Roll me animal handling.
Are these footprints?
Hey, cut it off.
Yes.
Cut it out.
They're like giant claw marks, probably by the Bone Devil or, some other.
Oh, Robert.
Okay.
Oh my god.
You
Off to a great start.
see your friends around you
Right.
start to pull back, look at each other, assessing the situation. You reach down and you stroke the side of your horse's neck and just give it a shh. And it calms down.
Cut it out.
Yeah. I'll say that was your bonus action. Anything you want to do with your movement or action? The horse is under your control. Feel free to name them if you want to devastate yourselves, but
Ugh. No,
Nah.
no.
Good.
I already have a hard enough time trying to get my familiar alive.
I know.
You can
Did you
always summon
know
your
that your
familiar.
owl doesn't provoke attacks of opportunity when it flies by an enemy? Because I didn't know that until last night when Kill used an owl companion to give himself advantage.
Specifically because it can walk away without starting fights, as long as it's
Yeah.
flying.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I'm gonna keep that open.
Could that have been my action so that I can use my bonus action to summon my shock rope?
Sure, absolutely.
I'm just gonna use. Yeah, I'm just gonna use the single charge for the base.
Okay.
On laughing so that I can cast bless.
All right. So the single charge base level, that would be first level blast, right?
Yes. For yeah. So I think I can get
3?
yes.
Three people.
So I will do myself, nobody, and Eidos.
Okay. 3 of you are blessed.
Hallelujah. Wait, that's not right.
Which one are you
And
using?
then
That
I will attack this guy.
Okay.
Bliss, chakram, smiley face.
Yup.
Just add in emotes.
The Bane one is the chakram frowny face, right?
Yep.
25 does hit, yes. Alright, 11 radiant damage against that one. Immunities, okay. It is not weak to it, but it is also not resistant to it, so it takes the full brunt of the damage as you soothe your horse, reach to your hip, casting the laughing face chakram into the air, this kind of gentle light soothing down across you, nobody, and Eidos. You flick your wrist and it flies across, out through the Bone Devil and back to you, carving across its chest. It at least knows somebody's angry at it and has noticed it. Anything else you want to do? Any movement?
I'm gonna move kind of over here a little bit.
Okay,
Come on, horse.
gotcha.
Stay.
All right. And Arturia, you are next.
Told the dead, get him.
That is unfortunately a natural 20 on its wisdom save.
Oh.
Fuck!
Any movement bonus action?
Try to go over here.
Alright. Let's see. Yeah, I'd say Rose and Arturia, as you both
Oh no.
being on the top of the initiative here, cast your spells and move your horses away from where the Bone Devil is. You turn your head to see where you're going and can see a large snake-like
No.
winged creature emerge from behind the trees here and grab a spear, hiding behind the tree just off the
What
road.
is that? I don't like it.
Does it say anything? Does it say some spooky shit at us?
It is actually, let's see, it's probably speaking to you in Infernal, and you're hearing it all in your mind. This kind of like burning, seething.
Nope, don't got it.
I'd say back in Infernal, dude, chill.
Yeah, man.
The mistress does not want you to reach the champion.
That's too bad.
That
Buddy.
sucks
We
for
just want
you.
to talk to him. We just want to talk to him.
We just want to talk to him.
Action surge,
Okay.
and I'm attacking the bone guy.
All right.
All right. So how many times do I gotta roll? Because I get triple advantage. Oh my god, it's gonna be so many rolls.
No.
Two. So that's 2 attacks. Okay, 2 more. Well, 3 more. 1, 2, 3.
Hey, there you go.
And
There's a
well,
crit.
they're already all crits. They're already all crits because of my assassinate feature.
No, it's only the first one for your assassinate,
Action surge.
isn't it?
I think once you hit something, it's
Any creature that
but I'm
hasn't
not
taken a turn in
sure.
combat. In addition, any hit you score against a creature that is surprised
Is
critical-
not
wait,
surprised.
That's surprised. You have advantage. Okay, so I just have the advantage.
You have advantage. You definitely have advantage, but it is not surprised.
You have advantage with attack rolls, creature. Yeah. Okay, yes.
Okay. All of those hit. All 4 hit.
Alright, so. Sneak attack on. I didn't put sneak attack on the crit. Oh well. Turn off sneak attack. So many numbers.
Yeah, I'm getting a calculator up preemptively here. 3
I want to say my next character, I'm not giving the elven accuracy because it's such a
8,000.
pain.
I love elven accuracy. Here, if you type this, I'm gonna put a period before it. You can do /R.
You made a macro for
3d20.
Yeah, you made a macro
H1
for Cray.
plus whatever your attack modifier is, 13. So if you type that without the period, it'll roll the 3 dice, pick the highest, add your modifier, and give you the result.
What is the
Oh, that's
KH?
great. I'm gonna copy paste that.
Highest. So 3d20, keep highest 1 plus 13. And 13 is your modifier. So that's what I did
Hell
for
yeah.
Cray. Made things a lot easier.
I
Yeah,
am definitely
right?
keeping that. Thank you so much.
6. Hold on. That was 6 rolls of damage instead of 4. Because it was 4 attacks instead of.
2,
You are correct, so
3,
take out
4.
2 of them.
I'll take the last one and the one before the crit, because the crit one had its own damage rolled. Okay.
See, it's so hard to keep track of like which one did I click, which one haven't I clicked.
Yeah, I know. All
Just
right.
click them all.
Let me. God.
Which one I did.
All right. 22 plus 26 plus 27 plus 27 plus 3. Okay, he had 131 hit points left. You dealt 135 points of damage.
Hell yeah.
So as the chakram flies out around you, carves through it, you instinctively draw 4 arrows straight from the quiver. They kind of like stream out in these 4 rivulets, almost like bending water, like how that you can do that with a magnet. and then snap into shape, and in one draw of your bow, you release all 4. One through its head and just like in a straight line down its body, and it just flies back and dies. Before it hits the ground, like as it's roaring from the pain, the world rips open and it flies through a portal into a fiery hellscape and is just gone.
Yay.
Very good. Now I can move away. Yeah, sure. Horse, move away.
Go away.
Okay.
Let's hope there's nothing else in the trees.
He didn't even get a turn.
Well.
All right.
And you still rolled lower than everybody else for the other guy.
I know. Eidos, it is your turn.
Okay, I'm just gonna. Can I scooch my horse like right here and still be able to hit the guy?
Yeah. You're kind of close to the tree, fighting it around the tree, but it's also large. It had kind of coiled itself up and hidden. Actually, I thought it was snake-like because of those legs, but those might actually just be legs. No, those are just legs. It had just sort of wrapped itself up
So he's
and
just a
hidden
normal
inside of
demon.
its wings, and then as Rose and Arturia came around the corner, it like stood up and sprawled out. So you can definitely hit it from.
Okay, then I'm just gonna take 2 swings at it.
23.
Yeah, 23 hits. Thunder and necrotic.
I feel like necrotic is a resistant.
Well,
Nope.
I might be
necrotic just happens independently. It's just an extra bonus because
Yeah.
literally everything I do now because I got a life drinker, it's just gonna happen. So.
He is not resistant to any of that damage, so he
Ew.
takes the full brunt of it as you move your horse up around the tree and strike out with the Fate Render. 22 also hits. Once through its wing, you carve this webbed wing apart, striking out again for another.
It just stays at 13.
Okay.
I was just seeing if I could better it.
Another 39 points of damage. That definitely seemed like he didn't like it. Anything else you want to do?
Nope, that's my turn. Because I don't want to
Alright.
walk away and potentially risk getting the horse murdered.
Alrighty. Aerith, it is your turn.
Do I have line of sight with him from here?
Yes, you
Okay.
can. Now that he's kind of emerged from behind the tree, you can see him.
I'm going to take out the crystal, and
Okay.
I'm gonna give it a try and fire.
Okay, so you see, as Aerith has been working this past week or so, this half a week on his project, and it has stymied him something fierce, and you've seen him scratching his head and ripping out pages of not his celestial workbook, but other workbooks, and finally he has something to show for it. He has created what looks almost like a lotus blossom petal. Kind of has like a egg shape to it, and in the center you can see the Arcana Doctrina, his starlight artifact that had been bestowed to him, kind of in this middle of this like egg-like shell contraption with runes glowing and floating gently above his left hand. And go ahead and make your attack roll.
Oh, I'm so nervous.
Nuke him.
Woo!
22 hits.
Sweet.
4 damage.
That okay? And yeah, okay. That is the minimum damage, unfortunately.
Yeah, that is.
You see him like hold it out in front of him, and you've seen the magical bolts of energy that Ken can create out of Vidofnir, and you've seen the ones that Asdaya could also fire, and this is very similar. It is a bolt of pure force that just out of the egg-like contraption past Rose and into the horned devil. It slams into him and he reels back. It doesn't look like it made it through his skin, but he definitely felt the impact, and you would be able to use your extra attack with it.
Would I be able to use any of the blade cantrips, like Radiant Blade or Booming Blade? Or just a normal, like, Firebolt?
I don't think, yeah, Firebolt you could do it through it,
Okay.
but I don't think you'll need to keep working.
Yeah. I'll just Firebolt.
You know what?
Nope, doesn't
You know
work
what
from
I
the spell
found
list.
out about Boom and Blade that, like, has no bearing on any of us, but the requirements to cast it Literally anybody can do it.
Yeah, it's
If
just
you,
a melee
if you can
trick.
learn it, you just need a weapon that's worth at
Right.
least 1 silver. Like,
You could literally just use a dagger and just be like shank, booming
Yeah.
blade.
There's a
if
spoon and
if you have some way to pick up a spell, literally anybody can. It's so dope.
as your Arcana Sagita fires the first bolt, you turn it, it kind of rotates around, the firebolt soars out, hits the Horned Devil right in the middle of his forehead, and just fizzles away, and he just sort of grins at you. He seems to be immune to fire damage.
Damn it.
Womp.
All right.
I'll just slightly move back a bit.
Okay. Now it
Keep
is
my
finally
deal
his
stands.
turn. Emerging from behind the trees that nobody had seen earlier,
Son of a
a
bitch, it's fucking...
large knight atop a flaming
No.
steed. I mostly
Did
just
we
didn't
take
want
that
you
horse?
guys to see everything last week.
I'm getting
We got-
PTSD. I'm getting PTSD from
If we,
Curse
if, we
Strahd.
go just, if we go just for the rider, can we take the horse?
Try.
I feel like
Let's
Edo
see.
should because he's immune to fire.
Yes. It's
The guy's just gonna hear Ian. Oh, hey, thanks for bringing me my new mount. In Infernal.
let's see. He'll kind of just step out on the horse into the middle of the road and look at all of you, and you'll hear him reply in Infernal, "I think your mount will feed mine." And I need everybody to make me a charisma saving throw.
Yeah, I'm gonna be
Why?
honest. I'm pretty sure our mounts are like pretty
So
safe
bad.
to say they're gonna be Dunyan rings after this fight. But
Can everyone also please make me a charisma
Ew.
saving
Ow!
throw
Fuck.
Horses!
for your horses?
Yep, no. Why? Oh,
Also, you
God,
can
they have
add it-
-2s?
You can add a D4 for me, Eidos, and nobody.
I don't think a D4 is gonna help me.
Horses have a -2 charisma save.
And I rolled a
so
nat 20.
Yeah.
You did. They just can't save.
yeah,
No,
mine's a 3, so I don't think I'm gonna even bother rolling the D4 for the horse. I think he's just gonna get startled and spooked and
Are we literally just losing the horses right off the bat?
Aerith and
Probably.
Nobody, you are both frightened.
God
of
damn it.
The Narzagon.
Lovely.
So he can do that.
Yeah, like the DC was like 20.
Yeah, it's DC 20.
Aha.
That's a good call. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So that was 30 feet of the horse's movement. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He could technically... Yeah, he can't quite get all the way there, but yeah, he can. He's going to get to right here with the rest of the running charge, and he's going to make 2 lance attacks, 3 lance attacks against Gloria.
2 lance attacks.
Not the
3
ponies.
lance attacks.
Not the
3
horsies.
Hellfire lance attacks.
4 lance attacks.
So as he kind of steps out into the road, he bellows out in this growling infernal that Eidos understands, kicks his spurs into the horse. The Nightmare charges forward at full speed, and as he gets close to Arteria, he strikes out with this flurry of lance strikes. 22 to hit?
Yeah.
They all hit then.
Oh no.
You take 25 points of damage from the first attack,
Oh,
34 points of damage from the second attack.
oh my god.
Okay.
And 24 for the third attack. So a
Stop.
total of 83 points of damage from bam, bam, bam. And I need you to give me a strength saving throw or be knocked off your horse.
Give us your goddamn horse.
Don't be stingy.
Maintain- You take the first 2 blows, and the third blow almost knocks you off, and as you kind of fall back, you grab the horn of the saddle and pull yourself up. The shield on your arm. Well, no, you don't have a shield. You just have the big maul. Your maul in your hand, Soul Shatter, ready to return the favor from the Narzagon. But that is his turn. Next is gonna be the Horned Devil. who will just sort of slither over here, and then he's going to make an
Slitheronning.
attack against
Did he?
Mhm.
If he just moved, Booming
Booming
Blade just
Blade.
went off.
Oh, that's right, Booming Blade. Okay, I forgot about Booming Blade, because I forgot that it's always in there. He would not.
He's just like vibrating and he's scared.
Yeah, he would know that he's definitely Booming Bladed. Oh, actually, he's a devil. Let's see. 12 intelligence. That's a natural 1. Seeing the Narzagon, he will take. Go ahead, roll me
He's
the
like,
Booming
I'm
Blade
good.
damage because he. That was it. I was like, if I roll a
3d8.
1, then he's just gonna take it. Yeah.
Alrighty.
As he slithers and looks at you, and then he'll make his 2 fork attacks. And one with his tail.
Question mark?
Always got a question.
16 hit Eodos?
No, 16 does not.
Does a 20 hit Eodos?
No, it does not.
Hey.
All 3 of his attacks miss. He
Great.
strikes out
Hey.
once with
Well, that's much
the
better.
fork, and you twist, and it glances off of your armor, just barely not making it through. You don't feel the impact, and as the second strike from the fork comes out, you twist out of the way entirely and miss. You see the tail coming and raise your arm, and part of the armor that you had added are these like forearm greaves that help give you a little bit more protection. You manage to deflect his tail attack with your own arm. No attack lands. Rose,
All right.
it is your turn.
You love to hear that?
Okay, hold on a minute. Just gonna like kind of turn the I can see over these my own
Yeah,
my own
you
people.
can see past your friendlies.
I kind of just like look over Yudo's shoulders. Just hey, okay, hold on, stop, hold on. And I'm gonna use my bonus action to do unsettling words on the rider,
Okay.
Hell
and
yeah,
then
get
I'm
on.
going to try to put him in the bottle.
We're taking that horse. That nightmare will be ours.
Right?
It will be
Hang on,
Eodos's.
no thanks.
Alright, so it's a
So
DC
he's a-
17 wisdom save with minus D10.
Minus a d10, which is
He has advantage on saving throws against spell effects and other
So
magical
minus
effects. So he does
3.
make this with advantage. Alright. This is just too funny to not.
To not
He
put
has
to
no
public.
saving throw proficiency. Let me make sure I'm not missing anything else here.
I was gonna mind sliver him on my turn.
It's me.
get in there.
Get in the bottle.
Get in the
You
bottle.
move your horse, and it is like it does not want to go. Like it just
Yeah.
wants to run. And you're like, no, come on, hold on.
Hold
And
on.
you kind of nudge it over,
Second.
and you speak your unsettling words out at the Narzagon. Open the iron flask, and there's this like weird sucking sound in the air. There's almost looks like the air is heated up between you and him. Like there's invisible fire burning between you, and then he just spaghettifies into the fucking iron flask. Go ahead and add a Narzagon to the flasks.
Oh, yeah.
He's
Alrighty.
now in there, and man,
No longer
That-
afraid. Let's go.
Oh yeah, does the fear end?
Because he's not in our line of sight.
He's not in
Yeah.
the line of sight.
We're okay. Oh,
The horses
okay.
are not afraid because they were afraid of him, and he's
Okay,
out
I
of
wasn't
line
sure
of
if
sight.
they were afraid of him or the horse.
No. It was his terrifying command. The horse was just
yeah.
a mount, so it just moved.
Oh god, I'm scared of the
Damn
horse
it,
now.
guy.
Are you
Yeah.
that surprised?
I mean, I honestly, when I prepped this and the entire last week that I had to think about this, I did not consider the iron flask at all.
Dang,
All right.
that was my first idea.
Okay.
I was gonna do this dude, but he got like halfway Shrek'd in one turn, so I was just like, alright, never mind.
Okay. Neat. Anything else with you, Rose?
I'll just like go up right next to Enos, just like, alright, horse is yours.
Have at it.
Hell yeah.
As Arturia, as you were reeling back with Soul Shatter, ready to return the blow in whatever way you deemed adequate in that moment, your target spaghettifies away in front of you, and it just disappears. The nightmare is still there, and you still have the Horn Devil behind you. It is your turn. What would you like to do?
Well, shit. First of all,
80-something points of damage in the first round.
83.
Understandable. Understandable.
Yikes.
That's 17.
Physician, heal thyself.
Yeah, right.
17.
yeah.
You were in the lead. I'm sorry. You're also like one of the tankiest, so you could
Yeah,
you could
I was
actually
gonna
endure
say,
it.
If anyone was to get hit with that, unfortunately, like, thankfully it was you.
Oh my god.
Fuck that.
Anything else you want to do on your turn? You cast your healing word. Anything bonus action or movement?
Cure wounds.
Cure wounds, thank you.
Well, I just did cure wounds, so.
Yeah.
Do you
No.
have a bonus action?
That's not another spell slot.
And
That's right.
nobody. You had been momentarily overcome with. Oh wait, no. Yeah, with this terrifying sensation, and then now it's gone. The target of your fear gone. All that remains is the nightmare and the Horned Devil on the other side of the tree. What would you like to do?
I cannot see the devil on the other side of the tree, sadly.
No, I don't think so. I think it's probably obscured enough to not be
With
visible between everything.
Rose and Eodos plus 2 horses, and then the tree.
Right.
If I was here... Oh wait, can you see that? Probably not. If I was behind Aerith, could I see him?
Yeah, you can see that.
Okay, let's move there then.
Alright,
Horse has
yeah.
been cut off in half.
Not the horse.
And then I shall do 2 attacks.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Both those hit.
Would sneak attack trigger because they're within range of an ally or no?
Yes. Okay, do a sneak attack.
Just double checking. Put that on the crit, because I remember this time.
Okay.
Turn off sneak attack.
Here I was gonna try my Stygia again. Stygia.
68 total. Got it. Okay. You maneuver your horse around behind Aerith, drawing your 2 arrows. Fire them out. The first one through the chest of the devil. He reels back, looking between you and Eodos and seeing the Narsicon disappear. Man, yeah, it's not going their way.
End my turn.
All right, Eodos, anything on you? What would you like to do?
Go get that horse.
You
Yeah.
have to be prepared for Robert.
Well, this thing is not dead yet, so I gotta swing on him first. We gotta try to deal with that, because...
Attack of opportunity.
Yeah.
15 does not hit. You swing out.
You do have the 1d4. Maybe it'll work.
You could, right?
Yeah,
you have
I'm
the
gonna
D4 for,
bank.
for
I'm gonna bank
blast.
I'm gonna bank a charge on the second one though. I'll roll a d4 to try to bump that 15 up.
18.
18?
Hey, it hits.
Okay. Cool. And that works because that was also the first one, which is the one Boom Blade is on.
Hell yeah. 40. You strike out, and as you see it twisting out of the way, that gentle kind of uplifting feeling in the back of your mind from Rose's bless guiding it, you twist the blade just ever so slightly to the left, cutting into it, and with the activation of your magic, this pulse of thunderous and necrotic damage, it reels back, and a doorway to hell is opened, and it is sent packing.
Woo.
Alright, cool. Now, I'm gonna scoot on over. Because I killed it Can I use that last action to try to talk to the nightmare to get it to chill?
Let's see.
Does it? Is it a devil? Is it also able to understand infernal? Can I try to like, hey, cool
Be an animal
You're mine now.
handling check.
it?
You can certainly try.
You speak out to it
1d4.
and as you do
That
that.
also
No,
count?
It's for attacks or saves. And
Oh,
Okay,
attacks.
never mind. I
Um,
try to help.
As you ride up to it, its rider being displaced, it's kind of like dug its hooves into the ground. And it's attempting to retreat away from the situation it's found itself in. You speak out to it, and there's a look of intelligence, of recognition in its eyes, and the eyes just sort of narrow at you, and it snorts, and these tiny little flames come out of its mouth, or nostrils. But you don't know what that might mean.
I'm sure it means it's fun.
Commune with it.
So
Aw.
snort.
Didn't mean to do that.
So just snort. And also, do little flames out. But that's my turn because I don't want to kill it.
Alrighty then. Okay, Aerith, it is your turn.
I'm gonna move over here, and I'm gonna hold. I'm gonna hold an Eldritch Blast, and I'm gonna wait and see if the horse becomes extremely hostile,
Okay.
Like a devil.
like a devil.
The horse kind of backs up just a couple steps and then lunges itself forward at Eodos. As it does that, are you doing anything, Aerith?
Yeah, I'll shoot.
Okay. Well, attack.
1, 2, 3.
Okay, those all hit.
I don't have Agonizer, do I?
Okay.
Devil's Sight, Eyes of the Runekeeper. No, I do not.
I don't think so. You see it kind of lunge forward. You strike out. Your Eldritch Blast hits into the side of it as it seemingly jumps into Eodos' horse and becomes ethereal and is no longer here because it can just leave the material plane at will.
I tried to help.
I know. I just wanted to bait you into hitting it because it was funny.
Bye.
Unfortunately, a 12 wasn't enough to convince it. It had to go home. It has an intelligence of 10, surprisingly. But
Okay,
as
my
it
demon
disappears,
or my
Yeah, we
My devil
got
guy can
we got a
resummon
homie. We got a homie in the flask that we could use against
Yeah.
Robert. So
and he can resummon his horse. So we'll do that later.
Also, my Eldritch Blast should not happen at a plus 12. I was using my intelligence, not my charisma.
oh, that's fine. You rolled well enough. All right. So as the nightmare jumps through Eodos' horse and disappears in a kind of shriek of whinnied terror from the horse, not knowing what the hell was going on, you all are left in this field, the dust kicked up around you from the quick movements of your mounts. They're still a little on edge, but they are responding to you and seem to be still in good spirits. How do you guys proceed?
how did mine react to a horse jumping into it in a way? It's teleported out.
Yeah, as it jumped, it kind of like started to try to run back, but not able to move fast enough. It pretty much just gave in to the fact that this thing was going to kill it, and when the
It accepted its fate.
disappeared, when the nightmare disappeared into that space, there was like a panicked freeze, and then it was just sort of like poop, poop, poop.
Okay, well, if it just gave in, then I'm officially gonna name mine Eeyore. He's just gonna be perpetually depressed from here on out.
Okay.
I love it.
An appropriate name. All right. Well, it is still mid-afternoon, and Robert still awaits in Scornoble. So
Can I check around to see if there are any more demonic creatures?
roll me an investigation check.
I'm good at those. Never mind.
You
I'm good at those.
Ugh.
So The problem is that you guys
I
have
feel
just
your
run
pain.
around here, so all the tracks are all mixed up. It looks like there's a small battle just occurred here, and you kind of look at it and go, those might be devil tracks, those could be hoof prints. Some devils have hooves, right? It's hard to tell. It's really hard to tell.
All right, I say we continue.
Arturia, are you okay?
No.
Do you want some help with healing?
You want some? Do you want a potion?
Oh yeah, there's potion. I forgot.
I have plenty, but thank you. And then she's gonna take 2 comments.
Okay, so 20 hit points back.
Haha, 69.
Can we take a second to like pool our knowledge real quick? Can we like do some sort of check to see what we do or don't know about devils as a whole to try to get an idea what we might run into?
Go ahead and roll me. Let's do a group religion check. So everybody roll me religion.
I have
Yeah,
religion. Oh god, I'm getting reminded of the that one.
Religion, the one thing everyone probably doesn't have any priority.
Could
Hey!
I
Guys!
possibly do history instead?
I will give Rose history. History works for Rose too.
Hell
Wow,
yeah.
look at that!
Okay.
Wait, why does the cleric
so-
have a +1? I'm not gonna question this. as one who played a druid who didn't have proficiency in animal
Yeah, you
handling
didn't
and
have
nature.
don't even with that.
I'm just gonna shut
Don't
up.
even with that.
I'm just gonna shut up.
Wait, if it makes you feel better, my druid in the Spelljammer, because he has a focus on animals and not nature, does not have nature, but he is really good with animals.
Okay,
So I'm kind of
okay.
the inverse of your guy. If that
Well, I
helps.
didn't have either. I
Look,
had
man,
survival.
I was trying to give you the benefit of the doubt here,
Right.
Aurora.
It's like a fighter.
Work with me.
Never,
Help
never.
me help you.
I don't need your help.
I am drawing little circles. That's not what I wanted to do. Okay. So, given that you all passed the check, so the whole party
Yay.
passed, which is really good. Okay, looking around, taking a moment, you guys have... The Narzagon is actually familiar to everybody who was in the Nether Mountains. So everybody except for Arturia, nobody. You fought one before. This was what... God, who did Robert's trial? This is what they put up against you as like a fight what you might become. Yeah, I
I think it was in Murr.
I think it was too, because he didn't really want to pull any punches. Narzagons are like, they're essentially generals in devilish armies. You also know that every creature you've encountered so far has been a devil, and no demons, so it doesn't seem like the devils are here holding off demons like sometimes happens. This is seemingly some sort of incursion of their kind into the material plane.
I wonder why.
Looking around, you see a myriad of different types of footprints, sizes and shapes, some of them small, some of them large. Most of them, Eodos, you are relatively familiar with. You see some that remind you of the Abishai that you had encountered in the Astral Sea in Tunaroth. You see others that, let's see, what is this? They look like they have these long grooves hanging behind them, almost like somebody was dragging a cape of long ropes behind them as they were walking. You see these large footprints that are maybe 6 feet, no, not 6 feet, like 3 feet long, that are just from this massive creature. They're deep and heavy, and the strides are indicating something large and massive. So what you can ascertain is it seems as though, given your knowledge of religion and stories, Zariel has gathered her forces and sent them here to assist Robert. They are hiding along the roads, and the information you had gathered during the short battle, they seem to be expecting you guys, and these ones at least, trying to stop you from getting to Robert. Yeah. Let's see. Anything else that I might add? It looks like the footprints here are fresh, as in they've come up within the last couple days, and it kind of lines up with what you've learned as far as when the sacrifices were made. That the prints, the tracks you're finding in the ground, mixed with the decay of the body and the signs of the wounds and stuff, the timing lines up.
Well, that's definitely not ideal.
Yeah.
That means
Gotta
God
find
knows
him.
what all's out there. Yeah. There's a lot of bad shit devils that we might end up running into, huh?
Should we just beeline to him and hope that killing him gets rid of all the rest of them?
It might, because he's, her agent.
Yeah.
I mean,
Maybe like moderate beeline. That way we can still be a little careful. Because if we had ran up and accidentally tripped that rider before you guys noticed the bone devil for us, we would have been fucked.
Yeah, so I say we beeline, but also keep our eyes out.
yeah.
Okay.
I mean, is it a good thing that Sperio's trying to stop us from getting to Robert?
I mean, yeah, that means she's worried we might be able to stop him and what she's doing, which is good to know that we have that sort of ability. But also, it's kind of a bad thing because, she's going to be sending devils up like this. Who knows what kind of devils are going to be there with him as his guard.
Find out, I guess.
All right. So you guys hit the road again. What is the riding order? Go ahead and you can just arrange yourselves on the road here.
Probably we put.
Don't put me in front.
Well, I mean,
I was gonna say, can we put nobody in front? He can see everything.
I was gonna say I have high perception. Maybe I can be in front. Plus, I run away very well, so.
Right, I know you're like the backliner, but you can also see shit. So maybe you go first.
Yeah.
And
I can run away.
As up to if he drinks another common potion.
Yeah, don't forget, we got a bunch of potions, so do not hesitate to top yourself up.
Yeah, and if you run out, you can ask any one of us.
That thing hit for 1d12 plus 7 piercing plus 3d10 fire damage. And had 3 of those attacks. You fought one before. You guys were lower level, and it was just him. It was just the Narzagon. So.
I mean, we do have the fire-resistant pellets.
Yeah. Last time we dealt with it by attacking the horse first to get rid of it.
Right. How long do your pellets last? Do we want to take those now?
They do not last that. Is it an hour? I thought it was like 10 or 15 minutes.
Okay, it was 10 minutes then, because I knew it was either 10 minutes or an hour or something like that. It was supposed to be for like one battle.
One fight.
Yeah. Okay.
Short encounter. Yeah.
Hang on to those then.
All right. So you get nobody in the leads that he can scout ahead for you, falling in line behind him. You hit the road going at a moderate gallop, trying to be able to keep your eyes on the horizon as you head east towards Scornoble. Nobody, can you roll me a perception check?
Okay.
How much is a full heal with graders? 20?
20. Yep.
Okay.
I'm gonna recharge my Arcana.
Okay.
I know I only took one shot, but I'm still gonna recharge it.
Just go ahead and get that back up to full.
Exactly.
All right. Alrighty.
It's like when you take one shot in a video game and you immediately.
I'm sometimes like that.
I do it all the time.
Really?
The only games I don't are like competitive games, and that's just because I know if I do it, it'll get killed. But like Resident Evil, I can fire a one shot of immediately.
I mean, I've gotten
might as
grabbed
well.
because of that, though, because I reload and I don't see the guy behind me and he just grabs me.
Okay. All right. Okay. So as you guys are riding along, throughout the majority of the day, it's just the same. It's every 3 or 4 minutes or so, you ride past. Actually, probably every 8 to 10 minutes, the speed you're going. You ride past one of these effigies. This sense of impending, just evil around you. This kind of like unsettlingness. There is no bird song in the trees. There is no sounds of wildlife off the roads. There is the occasional skitter of like something in the trees or in the bushes, but when you look, you see the edge of something chitinous hiding off of the road and like running into the bush just away from you. You continue on riding ahead. You up and down hills through the valleys towards Scornoble. And as you get to probably about an hour's out from Scornoble itself, you crest a hill. And as you come up to the top of the hill, you can see in the distance a large red figure, probably standing, let's see, how big is this thing? About 12 feet tall. Its body radiating heat and heating up the air around it, the earth in the street or in the path beneath it, crackling like red magma is boiling out from beneath its feet. It's holding a large mace in one hand.
Oh, God. I know what it is.
I'm scared.
And I'm going to need to get a battle map because I now have to throw this at you because you guys trivialized my first encounter.
This was
I mean-
no shit, this was the Can we get a group check just to see if we know things?
Yeah.
Wait, how
Because I
far
was
away
worried
is it?
to have one.
It is currently about 100 feet away from you. As you crest this hill, you see it, and you pull the reins on your horse, kind of pulling it to this sideways stop. Everybody, you see nobody crest the hill and immediately stop. So you stop your horses on the hill and are looking up at him like, what did you see? What did you see?
Big bread.
I'm gonna go ahead and just take a screenshot of this. Like I said, I need to get a map that will work.
Yeah, the further away I am, the better.
Surtur, is that you?
That's not a bad description. It's a
Oh,
whole.
lovely.
Oh, I don't like that.
Why?
I mean, with that group check, is it enough that one of us knows it to be able to explain to the others?
With our
It's like a
religion and
ball rub.
history.
Yeah, I'm curious. It's like, I would say Aerith and Eidos, you both would recognize this as a pit fiend.
Pit
The
fiend.
description.
Yeah, yeah. I knew it like out of
Yeah.
character. I was waiting for him to be mention a mace. I was like, fuck. Okay, all right.
Eidos, you know it through some instinctual like recognition, like the information was placed there in your mind as nobody goes, big red wings has a mace. There's this click in Eidos' mind of knowledge that he didn't even know was there that reveals itself as a pit fiend. Aerith, you recognize the description and make an educated guess based off of your research that this is probably a pit fiend, and it is time to proceed with the utmost caution. Let me see. Road battle map. Actually, I might have some here in the descriptions that I'm on.
I mean, depending on how far away we keep it, I can just keep shooting it till it reaches us.
I wasn't planning on using the pit fiend, but I had him as a contingency, and yeah, you guys put that guy in a bottle.
The second you were like, devils are coming through, I was almost positive you were gonna hit us with one, and I was super fucking
I knew
worried.
That just makes me want to trivialize this one too, like even more though.
Yeah.
Summon the guy out. Have him help us fight the pit fiend, and then when we
And
get
put
him
the-
on his
that one in
bed,
there.
put the pit fiend in. Yeah.
Go for it. Give me more chances to pass that save.
I mean, if we can just attack him from here as much as possible and have him not get close to us, I think that's good.
So I don't think I have to tell you guys, but just as a heads up, the thing's fire, so do not clump up.
Do we
You
want
mean
to
like
a
use
dragon?
resistant pellets on this?
You can look at this man and tell that he's fire, but like, just as a heads up, Pit Fiends fire. That's their whole thing. Don't treat this like a dragon and stay a little scattered.
So fire resistant pellet now, or save it for Robert?
Well, we'll start the initiative roll once I get.
So it's
your
noticed us
discretion, I
when we
suppose.
came up the hill.
Yeah, it's literally standing in the road like it was waiting for you guys to
Yeah.
crest the hill.
Yeah, that sounds about
And-
right.
And as you crested it, it was just sort of a how quickly does nobody see it in the distance?
But thankfully, we put the man up front, the guy with the best
Mhm.
perception.
Right?
Yeah, it was a good call.
That
That
was
was
the point.
definitely the best call.
We saw it well in advance. If we had tripped into that motherfucker the way we tripped
would've
into
been
those three, yeah.
Devastating.
Yeah.
They're not like the end all.
We reach Robert.
They are beefy as fuck and super dangerous, and I can only imagine how rough it would have been if we hadn't been aware that it was there.
They're nasty. These guys are CR20, so
Yeah.
they can be tough. They don't have like legendary actions or anything. They're not full bosses, so there are devils that are more powerful.
That's good.
Don't they attack like 3 or 4 times though? Like, it's
They
gonna
have-
be
yeah.
it's gonna be rough.
It is
We gotta be
full.
careful. We gotta kill it
cross
or
that
catch it.
We want to set an ambush at the top of the crest of the hill, and I keep shooting it, and then it lures him into a trap that you all hit him with. Trap
Run away!
3.0.
Run away! Run away! I mean, it's not a bad idea.
Yeah, it might come flying at us super fast, and then we don't even have to waste a lot of time.
I'm just gonna draw a map.
I didn't even think he could fly, yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
my boy got wings.
You got big wings, man.
Wings
Yeah,
that
I
are
thought it was
used
for
like a cloak.
decoration, you know.
No,
No, he can make it seem like a
Pit Fiends.
decoration.
Pit Fiends are serious. They're not like the end all be all, like I said, but they are no fucking joke.
I just
Literally,
read
the
a
only
brief
devils
history
more
about
powerful
it.
than pit fiends are the archdevils.
The fucking devil that Robert is contracted with.
Zariel.
Yee.
They're basically there to keep everyone else in check.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Uh,
I'm gonna.
So
And they're not afraid to use violence.
They prefer to use violence. They. It could be worse. We
It
could
could
have
be
ran up.
Zariel.
Yeah, it could have even been Robert.
Or Robert.
But it's not great.
Zariel himself comes in.
I mean, that would be impressive if Robert could get Zariel herself out here to assist him. That would.
It would be, because if she showed up, we could put her in the flask.
Oh god.
That would be pretty funny.
Put all your problems in a Pokeball.
Sure, I can.
No, you can't.
Yes, we
Deaths
can.
Deaths was able to banish all of our real problems. I think Rose can catch all of our actual problems.
It was just
Gotta catch
unfortunate
them all.
that Des couldn't use Banish during the final ritual, because that would have just screwed it up.
Right. It would've
Yeah,
it
that
would've
wouldn't
been
have
funny, though.
I mean,
Should've been like, panic!
divine intervention was
Yes, the
Honestly,
divine
better, though.
intervention was great.
it was harder than banish. So
Yeah.
I think we got it. I think we got the best of both worlds.
Yeah.
So nobody is in the lead,
Yep.
and I'm gonna have everyone else off on the side here because you're kind of behind where he is. And you can tell me who is directly behind nobody.
I kind of want to say either.
Probably me.
Yeah, I was gonna
Or
say either
probably
Artoria
Eidos.
or
Yeah.
Eidos.
I think us two would probably be the ones, normally that will be at the front.
Whoops. Oh,
Did I drag you guys while you were drawing?
I was doing something.
Oh, okay.
Trying to move myself around, and then suddenly it
It shifted.
changed to a new map. but I don't
Yeah,
think it fucked anything
there you
up.
So the crest of the hill that you guys have is like right here, where nobody is. It's downhill that way, downhill that way. Nobody. You come up to the crest, turn the side, and you can see in the distance, about 100 feet off, this pit fiend staring at you with the heat of the hells burning around it. And let me go ahead and clear the initiative tracker, leaving that one there. Cool. Okay. As you see it, I guess we just need everyone to go ahead and roll me initiative, as it has
Hey!
seen you as well. It rolled a 22.
Son
Oh,
of a
no.
bitch!
Oh man.
Oh no!
No,
Victoria!
don't get. I
Victoria!
don't want it to get closer to us.
Oh, I at least got a higher initiative than one of you. All right. So,
Remember what I said. Fucking scatter, because these horses are not gonna survive.
yeah, and off the road is more of what you were encountering before, where it's just intermittent, like bushes and trees, grass, and it's all this gradual hill, kind of to the bottom, like 3 squares of the map, and then it crests, and then it's all downhill to him, with it kind of just gentling out into a slope. But it's up to you how you guys proceed. Leading us off, Aerith, as nobody turns and describes it to you, you have this revelation. You and Eodos pretty much say at the same time, Pit Fiend. What do you do?
Oh god.
You're because let's see, it was Eodos, Arteria, so go ahead and add whatever nobody's at. 105, you're like 125, 130.
Oh, so we're like off
yeah,
the map.
you're behind nobody. The map isn't quite big enough.
I guess I will move over there.
Okay. This
Okay.
actually fixed for you guys. Sorry. I realized I can just do this because it's just a parchment.
And I guess I will. Oh god. I'm so scared. Actually, I will.
Happen, Aerith?
Right.
What's supposed to happen?
If I'm there,
Just throw a nuke at it. It will be fine.
I'm not. My only nuke is fireball. That's not a good idea.
No, what's the worst that could happen?
I'm sure he
I
hates
do have
fire,
lightning bolt.
right?
Grr.
I'm sure fire's not his whole thing.
Okay.
Definitely not.
Yeah, I mean,
I guess.
we believe in you, Aerith.
I'm scared.
Miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
I know. I just don't want to bring my horse in. But I don't want to, like, leave it alone, just have it get mauled by a demon.
Alright, we killed the pit fiend, everybody mounts up. We go, like, try to get our horses back. They're all
They're
torn
just-
in
They're
half.
gone.
They're just in a pile, in a dead pile of horses.
Right.
Okay, I'm going to move this way,
Okay.
dismount.
Okay. Run your horse over, jumping off of it. Uses half of your movement, so you still have half of your own movement. You can dismounting and mounting is kind of interesting. You can move the mount's entire movement, and then dismount for half your movement, and still have half of your movement.
Yeah.
It's
And then
I had
I'm
to
gonna
read all about mountain combat this week. It was fun.
I'm gonna bonus action blade song.
Okay.
Just imagine
I'm
how happy
100%
Aureus
gonna need
would have
that.
been if it could have been
Oh,
here for this.
oh, poor Aureus.
He
And
wanted,
then-
he wanted to mount so bad.
5, 10, 15.
All right, so you ride over, activating your blade song. You hop off the horse and run over the crest of the hill, just off to the side, approaching from a flanking angle. Anything for your action?
Uh,
That one. This is what's gonna be him.
Oh. Well, You know what? F it. I'm going to psychic lance it.
Okay.
Just gonna play. Ooh,
Get
good
'em.
damage. That should be a 20, not an 18.
Okay, good to know. Good to know. All right. Intelligence saving throw.
How good is its intelligence?
He got a 19. He manages
Fuck.
to resist, taking half damage.
Wait, he rolled a 19?
He rolled a 13. He got a 19.
Oh,
Well, his
that's a
save is
fail.
20.
My save is
Yeah.
20 for...
Oh, your save's 20. Right. Duh, I'm sorry. I saw the 18. My
Hell yeah, get him, Eric!
Okay. Let's see.
Also,
Hold on.
it's
He does have advantage.
incapacitated.
He has
Oh. No, fuck your
his
advantage.
second roll was worse. His second roll was
Okay.
worse.
Hell yeah, get him!
Yay.
Okay.
So it's
alright.
incapacitated until
There.
the start of my next turn?
Uh,
Yeah, the start of my next turn.
okay. So it is currently incapacitated.
Hell yeah.
I'm doing good work.
You did
Am I
it.
missing anything here? Damage resistances? No.
Also, I hope you guys see or watch either my stream or the video because you'll love what I have, what I finally figured out to add to my OBS.
Yeah.
Okay.
You becoming a VTuber?
I was able to get a model because of Hawk. Hawk hooked me up with a friend.
I was just taking a guess. Hell yeah, dude. Moving up in the world.
Yay.
Hell yeah.
All right. End of Aerith's turn. You hear the fiend that had just kind of been like waiting, just roar, and then this loud stomp as it falls back onto its hind leg and kind of stands there just wavering. Nobody, it is your turn. What would you like to do?
I would like to hit it. It hasn't gone yet, correct?
No.
Or
It
has?
has not. No. It
Perfect. I can try out this new thing. Gotta copy paste it.
Hell
Where'd I
yeah.
put it? Copy.
I just thought of something
Hey.
for a character. Ignore me. This one. As I have like
Oh,
3
no.
chromes open.
That's better.
okay. The 18 does not hit. The 27 does.
Nope, not campaigns.
Awesome.
Characters.
I'm just gonna roll
It's
this and then
this one.
click it.
Yeah, that's usually what I have to do too. All right, 25 points of damage. Got it.
There should be 2d6.
Oh yeah, your sneak attack. Oh, you.
Because I go before him, so
Okay, you have advantage. Right. Assassinate. Got it. Yes.
Yep.
I was like, there's something.
and then I want to move slightly into the tree line.
Okay, you pull your horse back over, or kind of behind the hill and off to the side. Rose, it is your turn. What you got for me?
Love God, just kill it.
I won't be mean. Unless you really want me to.
I,
Have a
however you
Pokeball
want
battle.
to
Nah.
This is a
I don't-
yes and group, not a no but. for better or for worse, we will fuck around and find out.
Amen.
I just. I don't want to have to deal with this in any capacity, so I just kind of want it to go away. So, just to help, I'm gonna cast another. Wait, how close are we? Shit.
We're pretty far.
Yeah. Just realized we're kind of far. We're very far away. Oh no. Okay.
Yeah, you're like 120 feet. You don't
But
even really.
don't forget, the
move
horse
right
has
now.
60 feet of movement, so you could run up if you need to. It's incapacitated until Eric's next turn.
Yay.
So,
Right.
So I can't do anything but move. That's still frightening though. Just have it stomp up to you. Just like,
No, these things.
I'm gonna get over here, but within at least 120 feet of this guy, which that should be fine.
Yeah, that's 120.
And just in case, I'm gonna try to slow him, just
Okay.
for when that wears off.
Alright. Wisdom save. He has advantage. Magical effects. That is a natural 20.
oh.
if he's not allowed to do that.
Right? Can do that.
Throw out the slow spell. You see it manifest, the kind of ephemeral nature of the magic dissipating into the air around, and it just seems to not affect the Pit Fiend.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and then just step back again then.
Okay. Eodos, it is your turn.
Well, guess I want to try to scatter a little bit. Are these just little like bushes and shrubs? Are they trees?
It's a mix. Most of them at this point are actually, yeah, those are all trees. These ones here are bushes just because they're smaller, but everything else, the bigger ones, are trees. I was just doodling.
Okay, then I'll probably follow Eric's idea. Get the horse a little bit out of the way. That way they're not as likely to get annihilated. Use my have my movement to hop off, and then I guess I'll dash to get up against this tree and get ready.
Okay. His turn. I wanted to make sure. Okay, can't take actions or reactions. It'll just fly into the air 40 feet.
Okay.
And then forward 20 feet. 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's just sort of floating in the air so it can see all of you. Arturia, as your friends have snapped into action and you're getting your horse under control and getting ready to act, you see it rise up over the crest of the hill. This kind of look of shaking confusion, its head moving back and forth like it's
Barely
trying
see my
to
thing.
focus and it can't. It is
I
now
like it.
your turn, Arturia. Okay, you gather up your holy energy and release your guiding bolt. It's radiant, kind of blackish for light bolt. Go ahead and roll me damage. It slams into him.
Make sure I'm doing this right. Yeah, okay.
Alright, 17. Let me make sure I'm not.
Stay the fuck down there.
Don't.
No.
It just laughs
Bull.
and growls and snarls and is incapacitated. Anything bonus action or movement?
You sound so happy about it.
No, it's fine.
Move my
He's
horse.
about to fuck her shit up.
Move your horse off to the side as well. And are you going to dismount?
Yes.
Alright,
I'm just not about right here, and then move up right here.
got it. You hop off your horse and run over the crest of the hill, bringing us back to the top of the round. Aerith.
Yes, I will. Chicken.
Your chicken.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. How far away are you, you bitch?
You bitch. Come down here and fight Aerith like a
What's
man.
my distance? Oh, it's 30. God damn it.
Right.
I guess I will. Too bad I couldn't use fucking. Whatchamacallit? Gravity magic.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be cool with it now, because I think we're definitely at the point where I'm not worried about the power scale so much anymore. So if you know the spell you want to use, I'd be cool with you using it.
I guess the only
Aerith,
one I can think of would be magnify gravity.
Aerith, amplify the gravity on my axe when I swing. I need you to do it.
Oh, yes.
I mean, if you have the spell, if you...
I mean, I never picked it up.
I know.
I'd have to find a spell scroll.
Yeah, or create the spell. I'm cool with Aerith creating Graviturgy. I'd be fine with that. If you want to
Next
make that
project,
his
next project,
endeavor,
next
yeah,
project.
exactly. Go for it. However you want to do. But nothing's off the table anymore. I know I started with that, but nothing's off the table anymore.
Yeah,
You know what?
let's
F it. I'm gonna lightning bolt this bitch.
Okay.
Get
Yes, and
him.
or we die.
Yeah, I've been slinging ideas at Cade here every so often during the week.
Oh,
It's
it's
a
not gonna.
20 on his deck save.
Son of. It still takes half.
It does. He does.
Yeah.
He doesn't have evasion.
Think you're on GM.
I'm
Hey!
burning all my
Never mind.
20s on
That was a
these
good
saves,
lightning
though.
bolt.
That was a good
Hell
lightning
yeah.
bolt.
Fire lightning bolt.
3
Damn,
6s,
Right?
3
18 points.
5s, and then a 1 and a
Yeah.
2. Jeez.
That was pretty dope.
As you continue to move up, you get within range, casting your lightning bolt spell. It crackles out from you. You see him look down at you, and just as he finally shakes his head and finally shakes off the incapacitation, he sees the lightning bolt coming and twists his body out of the way. The bolt crackling past him. It seems to hit him a little bit, but he did dodge the majority of it. Anything else you want to do?
No, I think that'll be it.
Okay. Nobody, it is your turn.
I'll keep sharpshooter on.
24 will hit.
Alright, I gotta take off sneak attack.
Yeah.
There we go.
Pew.
24
Hell
points
yeah.
of damage. Got it. Alright. Oop. Let's not. There we go.
Damn, and I can't back up, otherwise I'll lose line of sight of him.
He's actually in the
Well-
air now. You could back up probably another 20 or 30 feet. I'd say Rose, you can just see like the top of his head and his wings over the crest of the hill, based off of how
Okay.
it's not like a really steep rise, but where he was in like the blind of it as you came over that crest.
Gotcha. Yeah, definitely gonna back up a bit.
Okay. All right, Rose, it is your turn.
Oh boy. Yeah. Okay. I'm just gonna try one more time to slow him.
Okay.
Maybe I'll get lucky this time.
Wisdom save. That is a 27. I'm sorry.
No. You lucky?
Reach out again, and this time, now that he is no longer impeded, he looks at you, and as the spell comes close, his force of will dissipates the magic before it has a chance to manifest itself. Anything else you want to do?
Back up a little bit more.
Does that. He also has some spells. He's not going to do that yet. Eidos, it is your turn.
I just saw the fucking thing right here.
Yeah. There's definitely one. I was sitting here like, there should definitely be one right where he was standing.
Just like poking at it.
Alright, well. Guess I'll scooch on up, try to bounce up into, like, using this tree's cover a little bit.
Okay.
And all I can really do is, I guess I'll chuck some Eldritch Blast at him.
All right. Uh, 30 and 22 do hit, yeah.
And just ignore the, like, bonus stuff on top.
15, got it. That is right. You do have advantage on the first attack.
Ooh.
I guess it would have actually been nobody that had
Yeah, I
advantage.
just
Yeah.
realized.
Okay.
I'm glad he did it first, because if that was the case, I would not have attacked, because I would have hated to waste it on a little tiny Eldritch Blast.
Okay. Nobody. Your attack had advantage. So, the first attack does hit, but you also get another roll for it because you have Elven Accuracy. So give me another attack roll for the first attack. Just in case it hits a 20.
And you get to sneak it?
And you get to sneak attack it. Yes. All right. So
Aw.
it still does hit, but go ahead and roll me the sneak damage.
Yeah.
And then make me another attack roll for your second attack.
I'll take that extra 2d6 damage.
25 will also hit as it gets your second arrow to also strike him. So that is another.
I actually put snake
Yeah.
on that.
I'm like,
Oh, that was
much
unfortunate
better.
because that was a
That was
fire
too-
snake.
it was max sneak.
Max
But
sneak.
okay,
Yeah.
still another 28 points of damage over.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, that increased your damage by 35 points that round. So hell
I
yeah,
will take that.
good call, Ken. All right. So the Eldritch Blast hit, 15, got that knocked down. Okay, Eidos, anything else you want to do?
That's really all I got. I don't wanna. I wanna try to save stuff for when we hit to Robert, so I don't wanna mark it. So yeah, that's it.
Okay. He will. What does he want to do? Does he want to do
He wants to surrender and lead us to Robert.
that?
Yeah.
Now I know what he wants to do. I just don't know. Yeah, he'll kind of just like hold out one hand, and then with the twist of his left hand, he's gonna carve through the air. And as he does, it tears this hole into this burning, hellish landscape. And what looks like
No,
let's
thank
see, where do I have?
You can't have any friends. That's not
Character
okay.
art. He is going to use his summon fiend. It looks like a fiendishly beautiful woman in horned armor with large red wings steps through the portal, flying beside him and nods, and an Arrhenius has joined the battle.
Arrhenius?
Oh, she rolled so well in her initiative.
If we
Damn it.
No.
kill him, do they disappear?
You don't know.
Yep, that's about the answer I should have expected.
He flying will like look down at Eidos and 1, 2, 3, 4. Then he needs 8 to go down.
Oh god,
He
he's
will
close.
fly forward 20 feet and then he's just gonna kind of fall the other 40 with his movement and land on the ground like superhero landing. Just and look over at Eidos with a big devilish grin.
Uh-oh.
You just hear
that
Aerith
is-
say, I hear that's bad for your knees.
That is the Pit Fiend's turn. Arturia, it is your turn.
I'm trying to gauge how far that pit fiend is from me, but I can't do the thing.
I got you.
Is yeah, about 60 feet, yeah.
What do I have that? I know I got 60 feet.
Right.
Oh, got him both 120. To the face 60. Not giving him that. Do I risk that?
Risk it for the biscuit.
What's the worst that can happen?
Fuck it.
Okay. You hit him with a
Eagle
random
him.
enfeeblement. Make me a ranged attack roll.
That would be
It's actually your spell attack, so it should just be your
spell attack bonus is 12.
yeah. So that d20 plus 12.
D20 plus 12.
Hey.
24 will hit.
Yes.
It can make
Get 'em.
at the end of each of its turns. Okay, it makes a con save. So as you look out, you gather this enfeebling energy, this sapping, dark kind of just punishing strength into your fingers. And, release it into the pit fiend. It slams into his chest, and you see the magic kind of crackle through his skin, and it just like leans down and kind of. Anything else you want to do? Give it an enfeebled.
Get him,
Be
people.
weekend.
Wait, I hit him with a guiding bolt earlier. That counts as an attack that hits. So I got a charge for Soul Shatter, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Just wanted to double check. Okay.
This one
No.
is also an attack that hits because it's a ranged attack.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, get you a second charge.
As you
This
release
one's
the
on the
spear,
house.
you feel the power growing within Soul Shatter. It is now Arrhenius' turn. She
Aranya.
looks around and with this kind of like dismissing scorn, she will look at nobody and his bow and arrow. So cute. So cute. She's
I'm
gonna make all
behind.
three of her attacks against him.
Oh god.
God,
I feel like she just
does
pulls out a
hit
ginormous
you?
bow.
No, it doesn't.
She rolled a natural 1, a 12, and a 19.
Hey.
Hell
Cade,
yeah.
you're doing
Got the
great.
Small bow now.
As she releases 3 arrows,
I am the
Into-
archer.
right
To
past
be
you.
fair, I almost wanted her to hit me so I could shoot her back with it.
That's right, you can catch it. Oh. Unfortunately, no. None of them hit for both you and me. Okay,
Can I flip her off?
sure.
Meh.
It's always a free action.
Always.
Aerith,
Hell yeah.
it's your turn.
My turn. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. I feel like I'm too close.
Probably.
Man, you're getting ballsy.
Well, it's because you gave me the distance of 30, 90.
Yeah, you can make disadvantage rolls at between 30 and 90.
I don't
Go
want
for it.
disadvantage.
That's fine. It's a pistol, man.
Get you some sharpshooter.
Right?
Oh, that's another... Okay.
Another feat. Yeah.
Another feat that I have to train for.
I mean, I could probably help you with that feat.
You
I
can.
will
I
say,
have
Great Weapon
sharpshooter.
Master and Sharpshooter, those are big. Those are gonna take some points.
Okay.
Those are beefy feats.
They do a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna go for the guy. I'm gonna shoot him.
Okay.
You shoot the giant bouncer with a water gun.
16 does not hit.
Does not hit.
Aerith casts gun.
No, unfortunately, it slams into his body, but it leaves no impact and seems to just be.
I'm just gonna Eldritch Blast him then.
Okay.
1, 2, 3.
The 26-22 hit.
Okay.
Missing any. Starts its turn. Okay. Nobody has started their turn there. Okay.
No. Dirt.
God, okay.
No wait, that's the wrong one. This one. It didn't do it. Do it. Okay. That's my turn.
No. Okay.
What did it not do?
It didn't take off a charge.
Oh. Nobody. It is your turn.
Alright, I'm just gonna hope after we kill the pit fiend, the other one disappears. So, actually, you said he landed, so I no longer have line of sight, correct?
Yeah, you can't see him anymore, but you can still see her in the air.
Well, I'm just gonna hope she disappears. And nah, sharpshooter's too good.
19 hits.
Take off sneak attack.
What is that?
Furious texting
Somebody-
from Ken.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That was the weirdest sound I've ever heard.
It's because he has the setting where it vibrates when he uses the keypad. I used to
Yeah,
have
I
that
can-
setting.
I could run up and then run back.
Yeah, it's like a flanking attack. You ride the horse up to the crest of the hill, release your 2 arrows, and as you're watching them soar through the air and slam into the creature, you turn and ride your horse back down over the hill.
If I get nobody a horse, he's even more annoying to deal with.
Yeah. What do you think? A lot of archers had
Mongolians,
horses.
yeah.
Hell yeah, dude.
All right, Rose.
Get you that
Are they-
summon steed.
Right. Summon Fred again. Um, are they close enough together that like a 20-foot radius sphere would hit them, or no?
No, she's just out of that range because she's about 40 feet in the air, so they're about 60 feet apart right now.
Okay.
She got summoned right next to where he was flying, and he used all
Right.
his to land.
Okay. I'll just try to hit him then. Gonna. Distance. I can't get it like on myself. Am I within 120 feet of him?
Well, you unfortunately you can't see him.
Oh.
Yeah, because the hill is in the way. But you
He's
can
on
see
the
her.
ground.
She's about 130 feet away, 140 feet. But you're about as far away
Yeah,
as you can get
yeah,
on
like
this
this.
map.
This
So
is the top of that hill, so
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just gonna bring my horse back up then again. Uh,
Just try and
I think
let's just try and not let chicken become crispy chicken.
right.
I think I've resigned to Eeyore getting got at
Yeah.
some point.
Yeah,
His name is
it'll
Chicken.
be a sad time.
Okay. Now can I see him?
Yes, you can see him.
We're going to try to synaptic static him.
Okay.
Another intelligence.
Stop with the intelligence saves. No.
Oh no, dude.
It's another
The other ones were
19.
wisdom saves. This is
It's
a
another
mine's a
19.
20.
I know. Okay. You reach out, cast your spell. You see it. Most psychic spells don't have any like physical manifestation, just this kind of crackling in the air, and he reaches both giant hands up to his head as he
Kaboom!
roars forward.
29 psychic.
Yeah.
And he has a negative d6 to attack rolls and ability checks. for
Hell
the
yeah! So
minute.
we have him synaptic static and ray of enfeebled right now. So hopefully that
Hopefully
works
that
in our
helps.
favor.
Eidos, it is your turn.
Okay, well, I mean, I was just kind of mainly waiting for him to land. So bonus action, I'm gonna use one of my Tetsu charges because I got two of them.
Okay.
Pop that on. That way, I've got ranged, and now I have blur running.
Yeah, you do.
Get right here, and I'm gonna swing on him twice.
Okay. The 16 does not hit.
Alright, but that gives me a charge. So now, free action, he flips it into X mode.
Got it. You
And then,
strike
now that I
it.
got that, Great Weapon Master's coming off.
Got it. Strike out, and as he twists out of the way, you feel that tiny piece of fate coalesce in the fate render once more, and you twist the blade, the axe activating. You change your stance into that tighter, more controlled stance. 31 does hit, and strike out, carving through its chest. 28 points of damage.
Let's see. When I re-roll the damage with Savage Attacker, does it include the one from the X mode or just the 2d10?
It would include the extra from the axe.
Okay, let's see if it bumps up at all.
A little bit.
It definitely should, yeah.
5.
Because it was a 1, a 2, and a 3 initially, so it definitely went up.
Yeah. 2, 2, 3.
So it'd go up by.
So it went up by 5.
Yeah. Okay. I was gonna say
All
6.
right. A little bit extra damage on there. Alrighty. Anything else you want to do?
Oh, that was my bonus, and that's my actions.
Okay, let's see. Man. 20 feet high, one thing. It just doesn't really seem like that's going to be as threatening as it should be. However, oh boy. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out what a horribly powerful devil should be doing against you guys that could even be remotely threatening. Yeah, seeing nobody and Rose kind of cresting this hill and continuing to threaten him, Iedo's running in front of him. He looks down, attacking you with this problem in his head that's not a good idea. So instead, he's going to cast a fireball. So I need nobody and Rose to give me
Counterspell.
dexterity saving throws.
Nah.
Okay.
That's our boy. Get him.
It is. The Pit Fiend can innately cast. Yeah, it is just casting a spell. So yeah, okay. And
Get
counterspell
fucked.
at third level will do it. You see it gathering this
Hell
ball
yeah.
of fire into its hand and
Not
condensing it.
fit
You
in.
reach out, dispelling the magic out of its hand. It like roars, looking between Iedos and Aerith now. Back up at the Arinyas.
I'm just flipping
that
it
is
off.
gonna be-
I was so worried about the horses.
Yeah, yeah. That was why I got off because I know I would be fine, but that horse has 13 HP. If
I
he's a
know.
fireball,
That's
it was
gone.
like, yeah, this horse is dead for
Right.
sure.
Doesn't matter. He's gone.
I feel like you're gonna throw another Pit Fiend at us, be like, they're doing it. They just killed it so easy.
doing it wrong. You're supposed to do it right. No. Iedos, you will get an attack of opportunity as the spell dispelled from his hand. He crouches down and kicks into the air. He's going to fly 60 feet straight up into the air and try to get out of your range. That will hit him.
Okay.
All right, another
next.
40 points of damage.
Next project, I'm definitely gonna try and create magnify gravity.
There's a spray of dark, boiling blood across the street, across the road, as the Fate Render rips through his like Achilles tendon. But he does get about 60 feet in the air. He's about 20 higher than her now. And that is going to be his turn.
Hell yeah, Aerith. Hell.
As he's like in the air trying to get away from the melee of Iedos and the counter spells, and now he's clearly within sight of all of the ranged.
Hell yeah.
Arturia,
Alright,
what would you like to do?
Bottom of his turn, he has to make an int and con save.
That's true.
For
to
synaptic
shake the-
static
the
and enfeeblement.
Feeblement, yeah.
Int save
And I think
is
they're
a
both 20s.
18 on the int save.
Okay,
So-
And you
that's
said
save.
con.
Yes,
Yeah.
for enfeeblement.
Con is a 21.
Enfeeblement is
That
done.
might-
He drops
Beat
enfeeblement.
Ken's, yeah.
Yeah, so he's no longer feeling that lethargic impotence within his muscles, which has been keeping him from attacking and trying to use his magic instead because, you know, he doesn't want to hit with all that half. But okay, Arturia, it is your turn now.
You're also muted. If you didn't know.
Yeah, sorry. I want to move my vibrations. I'm gonna hold a sacred flame.
Okay,
If either one of those get within the attack range of sacred flame, I'm gonna hit them with it. It doesn't matter who.
okay. See, what is that is 60 feet. Okay, got it.
Oh, actually, hold up. Wait a minute.
Wait.
Alright, are you looking at the distance of Sacred Flame?
Yeah, because he's up 60 feet, so he's about 100 feet away from you. 90 feet,
Yeah,
maybe?
nah. All right, never mind.
You
Oh,
could...
yeah.
Pythagorean theorem, this shit.
Yeah, I mean,
I hate
see.
math, dude. Why does it keep rearing its ugly head?
Right?
root of the sum of the squares, 36.
We just need the golden ratio. That's all we need.
It's 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it's 2, 3, 4. I can't remember. It doesn't matter. If you moved your full movement, you could get within 60 feet of 100. No.
All right, there's-
Yeah. It'd be like 100 feet, but yeah, you could get closer. But either way, if either one comes within 60 feet of you, got it.
Correct.
Got it. All right. Her seeing this dispellation of magic and the two close range attackers will turn her attention down towards the small, colorful wizard,
Uh-oh.
Oh.
and she's going to make her 3 magic.
Dodge, Aerith, dodge.
Is that
You're good.
24?
You're blade singing, right?
I am.
Do you have anything that imposes disadvantage or anything like that?
Shit.
Is
No,
there
and I
enough
can't
trees?
shield.
Okay. First attack's a 24,
That hits.
second's a 15, and the third's a
Miss.
24. So
Yeah, so the 24's hit.
You have poison resistance due
I
to your
do.
new tattoo. So as the arrows
That's
hit into
good.
you, you feel this like pulse of poisonous lethargy. I also need you to give me a Constitution saving throw.
Against the
That's good.
poison.
Yes, against a poison.
Probably.
Oh,
Okay. The first arrow hits and you manage to resist it. You do take a total of 16 points of damage, and that's already been reduced.
16. Okay.
I need you to give me another con save because every arrow has
Fuck!
poison on it. Unfortunately, this one you don't save against. You are poisoned, which means you have disadvantage on all attack rolls and ability checks until
Probably.
you are targeted by a lesser restoration or similar magic.
I still have one poison-resistant pellet.
And you can
Put it on the tip of your arrow and shoot it into his mouth.
Eh,
I mean, it is just water.
yeah.
So wait, this poison doesn't wear off unless we heal it?
Yes, that is true.
Oh god.
So disadvantage on
That's
attack
less
rolls and ability checks.
Yes, you are poisoned. Yeah. And you took a total of 32 points of damage from her 2 arrows that hit.
So they were both 16?
They both dealt 16 damage, yeah.
Minus 16. Okay.
Alrighty. That will be her turn. She's going to kind of fly up another 20 feet to get onto the same level as the Pit Fiend, and just keeping everybody at range, because this seems like the smarter play right now. Aerith, it is your turn.
Yes.
Funny enough,
the green skull girl.
I actually have lesser restoration.
Well, that's good.
So I'm gonna use that on myself.
Okay. You
Never mind.
feel this poisonous sickness start welling within you. It's just making you want to throw up. So you cast your spell and wave the devilish
thanks.
poison from your body.
And then I guess I'll try and shoot the Pit Fiend.
Okay.
Would it still be at disadvantage because of the distance?
He is outside of your range, yes, so it is still disadvantage.
Just fly up there. Hop on your broom.
Yeah, right.
Right.
I mean, I'd have to pull it out first. Fuck!
No, you fire off, and this time as you fire it, there's this kind of like whirring sound, and then it sparks, and you wait for it to explode, but it doesn't. It just didn't fire.
Damn it.
It didn't
Alrighty.
explode though, so that's good.
Can I still take out my broom, or will that take like a bonus action?
What is the? Let me look at this. Speak its command word. I
What
will
is your
say
command word?
you can, but you wouldn't be able to wield your rapier, the Arcana Sagitta, and your broom. You'd have to put something away.
Damn it.
You need a hand, essentially.
Throw a third hand.
Mage hand!
Yeah, easy. Mage hand, use that hand to steady the broom for you. No, fixed. Problem solved.
I mean, if you want to use an action to cast Mage Hand, you can do that. I would let
I
that
already
happen. It
used
can handle
my-
up to 5 weight or 5 pounds. So.
Action anyway, so that'll be my turn.
All right, nobody. It is your turn.
Alright, he's back in the air, correct?
He
Yep.
is back in the air. Yes.
Alright.
He cannot find a safe place to fight. So.
Good. He doesn't
Yeah,
deserve a safe place.
nowhere is safe. We kind of covered a lot of bases.
28 hits. All right, 22 points of damage. He's definitely not looking great, which is definitely not what I was expecting, seeing how good you guys are all still doing. All
Hell yeah.
That's how we want it to remain.
I
Until
Teamwork,
we meet
dude.
Robert, in which case we're all gonna get one shot.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
I'm
That's
looking
what
at
we're all
Robert and
about.
going, maybe I undertuned it. Hold on.
The motherfucker has 2 action surges. He'll be fine.
All
Just
right.
double his HP. He'll be fine.
That's fine. Okay. You seeing the devil taken to the air, and at this point, feeling the battle turning into your favor, and it seeming to be on the ropes, you shoot out twice more at it. The first arrow missing, the second one slamming into it. It reels back again, kind of taken by the sheer force of that small impact. Anything else you want to do on your turn?
No, I still like where I am.
All right, Rose, it is your turn.
I wish I had had this idea before we're almost done, but I'm still gonna do it because it's funny.
Okay.
But Rose is just gonna reach down and pat Chicken on the neck. Just, all right, you see that guy? And I'm gonna point to the pit fiend. He's our enemy, okay? And
Oh,
I'll
no.
Chicken into a T-Rex.
Get him,
You
chicken.
know what?
Oh god.
Give me a persuasion roll from Rose as you pat your horse on the side of the neck. I just need a check to roll on. Okay, all right.
25.
You pat it on the neck, and there's like a kind of like stomp of what is my owner do? I will just go ahead and say that your horse acts on the initiative turn after you. Are you riding the T-Rex into battle?
I'm gonna sure try, yeah.
Roll me an athletics check for Rose, and then there is Tyrannosaurus Rose's token, as you are now. Well, we'll see how well mounted you are. You actually maintain your grip, and you guys
Hell
see
yeah.
as Rose holds onto the neck
Fucking
as it grows,
go.
they scramble onto that small ridge between their eyes. They're kind of just sitting there, and you hear them roar, "Let's fucking go!" You have. I'm gonna just go ahead and put this here on. I'm gonna give it an 18, so it goes in the right place in the tracker, and it is now the T-Rex's turn. What does your horse do?
I guess we go attack the pit fiend.
Tyrannosaurus chicken.
This is an amazing idea.
Over the hill, a T-Rex Chris is just on a warpath.
You have 50 feet, so let's see.
Can I reach him?
To there.
I would have
he
moved.
Is...
I would have moved him a little bit further forward if we can't reach.
Okay,
Then
so
on
you
my
use
turn.
the horse's movement. You know what? Just because it's hilarious, I'm gonna say that you're basically here, and he is up in the air. But the T-Rex is big enough. It'll have to jump up and bite. I'll say your bite attack will work for right now.
I love
and
this.
then we'll see how it goes. So as you run your horse up, riding on the top of its head, you basically gave it instruction and then the body and form to be able to do it. Go ahead and roll me your bite attack from T-Rose.
Oh,
15. It snaps at its feet and pulls its feet up in like, what the hell? And as it slams into the ground, the Tyrannosaurus chicken starts to pace, waiting for the devil to return.
Could I try one more time with the multi attack?
Yeah, go for it. Oh, I'll let you try one more.
Oh, worse.
oh.
That is unfortunate. But still, you are now atop a T-Rex. And Rose is actually pretty close because the T-Rex is what, like 20 feet? 25 feet? So you're only about 30 feet from the fiend at this point. Eodos. What would you like to do? I don't think I need to describe the scene. It's so self-explanatory.
It's just kind of like shoulders fate render, and he's just gonna, like, standing completely still. His posture doesn't change. He just lifts 30 feet into the air.
That's fair.
Because he's just gonna activate the wing boots so that he can still get in range of this man. I might have to, oh no, I got 20 feet. I can reach him.
He's about from there. He's about 50 feet from where you are. Because he's 60 feet up, you go 30 feet up, and he's about 15 feet away from you laterally.
Oh, I thought he was only 40 feet up.
Noodle,
No,
noodle,
he
noodle, noodle.
used his whole 60 feet of flight to just go straight up.
Yeah.
He was trying to get away. That's why the T-Rex.
Oh, that means I got 10 more feet. I guess I'll just use my free cast Misty Step to get up
Okay,
and cover that gap.
perfect. You drift up, and as you reach the apex of that drift, there's just a shimmer, and you appear wherever you want within range. You have more than enough room with the Misty Step, so I know you don't want to be right next to him.
I'm gonna be one tier higher than him, so that he's got a T-Rex coming in from the bottom and
Okay.
Hell yeah.
I will go ahead and say that since you Misty Stepped, you can kind of get to the opposite side and be flanking him through the three-dimensional verticality. So you can roll with advantage.
Three-dimensional
As he has a
flank.
T-Rex snapping at his feet and you snapping at his wings.
Alright.
Backhand. Turned your horse into a Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Did.
It is brilliant. Oh,
Oh my god.
Hell yeah.
roll me damage.
Get him.
Okay, 55 plus 28 is 83. Really? Hold on, I need to actually math that. 55 plus 28 is 83 points.
Hell yeah.
5
I want
plus
y'all to take a
20
guess as to how
plus
many hit points he has left.
Okay.
3.
Was it 83?
82.
It's 83 exactly.
It always happens like that. I love
So
it.
as you appear behind him, he turns, and Eodos, as he stares at you with a look of fury and a hint of panic. How do you want to do this?
I want to do a combo move with Chicken. I want to that downward swing. I want to slam it
Hell yeah.
the axe dead center in his back and drive him into Chicken's mouth.
Hell yeah. So as Chicken snaps up for the next bite, you wait for the mouth to open like a hungry hippo, slamming the blade into him. He gets blown back into the mouth. There's a snap and a bite and a burst of flame out of Chicken's mouth as he is sent back to the hells through a portal in a Tyrannosaurus Rex. And at the same moment, there is a roar of fury from the Arrhenius, and she is also unsummoned back.
Okay, good.
Cool.
That was a good
Okay.
gamble. That was definitely a smart gamble, because yeah, if the summoner dies, then they go back. And as Chicken lands and kind of coughs, there's like a little burst of smoke, and you guys are now out of initiative.
All right. How's everyone looking?
Pretty good, actually. I don't think I took any damage.
Yeah, gives you a thumbs up as he lowers, he's standing in the elevator, just slowly going towards the ground.
Was I the only one that I was actually hit?
Probably.
I think so.
Makes sense.
And that was from the summoner, not even
I know, that wasn't even from him.
or the
I
summoner,
think nobody
I
got
guess.
hit a little bit.
He had enough time to summon the Arrhenius, and he also tried to cast a fireball, and that didn't work.
Counterspell.
Oh, fuck that.
Counterspell.
I'm gonna take 2 common healing potions.
Okay.
Is that
The only
is
resource
a
I'm
common
out of is
10?
Yes.
Action
so-
surge.
And plus 20.
That's not bad.
Yeah, I'm down 1 tattoo charge, but I have a second one that I'm gonna save for when we actually get to Robert.
Anyone else short on
Wait.
charges?
And a minute of flight time on the way first, but 1 minute is not that much. But it's
Also
got
the
to be a
horn.
minute.
Do not forget the horn.
Yeah, when we get to Robert, that's gonna get long.
I mean,
Are we talking
this was
with him or
the...
just
Oh, God.
I mean, we're gonna try to talk to him, but
okay? I gotcha.
whether or not it works, completely different story.
All right,
Ow.
Rose,
Break
you
time.
gotta roll nat 20s on all of your
Persuasions.
persuasion.
Though I don't
I'm
know
a sure
if...
try.
if Rose would be the perfect person for
That is-
Robert
One
to
person
speak
who has the
to.
most
That is a very fair point.
Alright, I have Chicken as a T-Rex for the next hour. Can I please ride him as we continue along the path?
I don't see why not.
Please.
Go back and get my
So
horse.
no one else needs a short or long rest for their resources. Everyone's good.
Not really. I mean, we could take one, but it's another hour's worth of like.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I was
Sitting.
just. Yeah.
we don't know if
I
he'll
was just
just
making
like
sure
leave.
we're good to go.
I'm
Oh, yeah, no.
fine. I used
Yeah.
my only 4th level spell, but it's fine.
That's fine. I'm sure.
Does everyone have a healing pellet on them as well?
I have the fire one. I don't know if I have a healing one.
All right, I can give everyone a healing pellet.
So we have a fire and a healing pellet.
Yeah, the healing pellet gives you 5 HP and 5 temporary HP.
Okay.
Healing pellet. I don't really need the fire one, so I'll let somebody else have one of those if you have those, because, kind of built
You're
in.
already mean.
That comes factory standard with Eidos.
Yeah, just don't have 2 healing pellets at once, because then you'll throw up. You get 1 healing pellet.
I
Only
wanted to
one.
light the ridge on. He had wall of fire, and my plan was to light the ridge on fire.
Oh, God.
and create. But
Ooh.
like, man, my initiative rolls they're not doing me justice tonight.
Would I have been able to
Fuck
put
that,
out the
man.
wall of fire with my gourd?
Magical fire. I don't know, but yours is
Downpour?
magical water.
No, I don't think the current one would have put it out.
Dang, that'd been funny.
Eventually, it probably would be powerful enough, but where it's at right now, I wouldn't.
No, that's fine. I think it's just funny, if anything.
Yeah. But all right. Well, that was a CR20 devil that was pretty
Yeah.
trivialized,
Yay!
guys. That was good.
We were. I was really worried. We kind of when we use our brains for this stuff
We do a lot
instead
better.
of just throwing ourselves into a meat grinder, we're surprisingly effective.
It's good.
And I didn't even have to try to banish him first round.
No, you didn't. That's what I was expecting you to do. I thought you were just gonna
I
banish
thought
him.
about it.
I'm glad I incapacitated him.
That
Oh,
definitely
yeah.
helped.
Saves were not doing good. Like that was unfortunate.
I'm glad you counterspelled, dude, because
Oh,
I mean
my
the
goodness.
damage wouldn't have been too bad on like the
We would have
characters,
lost at least 3
but the horses,
I know.
that was.
Honestly-
as soon as he was like, "I'm gonna fireball," it was like, okay, he's just trying to fuck with our horse.
Yeah, that was exactly it. It was like his thought was, I can't stop them here, but I can slow them down.
I'm just
Me sideways.
I'm glad his summon didn't start shooting her horses, because that's what I thought she was gonna do.
God, she was just trying to keep him alive. Like she was just trying to protect him by shooting whoever was bothering. Oh,
I thought she was gonna go right for Aerith the whole time because
I know.
she watched him counterspell him right there. I
what?
was like, oh no, not our boy.
Not again.
Well,
I mean, if we lose 2 horses, I can polymorph one of you into a horse.
I mean, I have Broom of Flying, so I can
Can you
let someone
can you
borrow that.
polymorph me into a horse with arms?
Ugh.
You
mean a centaur?
No,
Yeah.
I don't. I mean a horse, but with arms.
like
That's-
arms in front of the front legs or arms in
Yeah,
addition?
think Machamp. You know how he's got that second set of shoulders on top of the first? Human arms
So
coming out of where the
it's
shoulders are.
On the front. Oh, that's so
Yeah,
frightening.
Would I? Unsure. Would I? I don't know.
I don't
either.
think polymorph can do that because I think it's just a transformation into one animal to another animal.
Yeah.
I want us to run into a store that's like horse body and head, but human arms and legs, and see how that works.
I don't want to make that. Oh no.
It's just like a regular horse body, but the buffest fucking legs you've ever seen to be able to hold that weight.
Ugh.
And it would
they're
have to
human
run
legs, so
different too.
yeah, they're all bent differently and weird. Anyway,
Just stomping about.
okay, well, you
It'd be like
guys,
a proto T-Rex because the human arms could be normal size, and it could just use the weight of its body, like and legs, to balance upright, just like a horse T-Rex. That's what I'm looking for.
Hate it.
no,
Such a
so it's a
terrible
horse
abomination.
torso and human leg and arms and a horse head, but it's bipedal.
Yeah.
Oh,
Can
no.
we move on?
Yeah. You guys discuss this while gathering up your horses. Rose, you probably ride your Tyrannosaurus for the next hour because you can.
I have an hour for Chicken to be a T-Rex, so
Yep.
he is going to be a T-Rex.
Heading down the road, you do pass more of Robert's gifts. These ones appearing older. Everybody roll me a perception check as you're running down. Also take either survival or investigation, whichever one you guys really want to do.
Could
Ooh,
I-
Actually,
Oh,
I
everyone's
actually
rolling
have
Could I-
survival.
As we pass the effigies
Son
on
of
the
a-
side of the road, could I
Ugh.
Chicken to like knock them over?
Tail.
I'm just gonna run into a corner and cry. That's the second nat one on investigation. What the fuck?
You're too busy like making sure all the pieces of the arrowhead that went in are out so that you're not poisoned. That's all.
Yeah. And I'm also recharging my Sagita.
Just pumping more arcane energy in there. Just like, no, don't run out of ammo. Okay, so the tail attack. You can destroy them because it's just a matter of time, really. However, with 13, the first few strikes that Chicken does is he slams the tail into it. There's this dark, shadowy barrier that kind of manifests around it. Good. Can you roll me the damage on the tail attacks? I just want to see
I
it.
don't like that.
It takes 2 or 3 successful hits to actually break the barrier where he has to swing, and there's about 1 in every 4 that just doesn't even seem to affect it, and the other ones, bam, bam. It takes about 30 seconds of him just slamming on it to actually destroy it. And when he finally does, there's this crack, a pulse of deeply corrupted energy that kind of washes over all of you, and as it snaps, you kind of feel, nobody especially would feel it, this reverberation through the skin of the world. You don't know whether it's strengthened or weakened, but
Good or bad.
like it's like dropping or pulling something out of water. There's that plunk as it is finally destroyed. So whether or not you take a minute at each one and destroy each one as you go is entirely up to you, because you're on a T-Rex. That's not a problem. But as you destroy the first one, that is how it plays out. And if you destroy another, they all follow that same path.
Probably. Maybe just
The
one. until we can
spellcaster
figure out.
player in me wants to say get rid of all of them.
Yeah, me too. But I know we also don't really have time for that right now.
Yeah.
Speed is of the essence.
So.
Is there
one for
another
now
one
until
in
we
the
try to think
distance?
that.
They are exactly 1 mile apart, precisely. Like at this point, you've passed enough of them, and Aerith is smart enough that you've kind of measured roughly. They are precisely 1 mile apart.
How far is 1 mile in Fate? Math.
5,280.
Damn it! I was hoping to shoot a spell at it, but never mind.
You can do that for the next one, I guess,
Pretty sure
when we get there.
Yeah.
Yes, 5,280. I was right.
You're so smart, Kate. I'm proud of you.
Hey, I fucked up time zone, so I have to have it. Gotta balance itself out somewhere.
I trusted you.
I trusted me. Anyway, yeah. So you destroy the one. You don't destroy any of the others.
Well, I honestly, I don't know if I have enough time with Chicken as a T-Rex to do another one. I don't know how fast we're going.
So riding the horses, full tilt.
Why?
You're
I heard.
going.
Oh, god damn it, Earth.
20 feet.
Reverse centaur.
It's like a reverse mermaid.
I was trying to find one because I typed in horse with human arms and legs, and with how wild the internet is, I assumed at least somebody had something for that, but apparently I was wrong.
Apparently not.
Well, you know the rules. Now that you have spoken it into existence, you have to create it. That's how it goes. You're
are you talking
currently
about? You're
traveling.
the
The horses
DM.
can go. The horses can go about 15 miles an hour. So you would pass about 15 of them in an
15 of
hour.
them.
You
Okay.
could, in that hour, theoretically destroy up to maybe 9 or 10 of them, but it would slow you down a little bit.
A lot.
Yeah.
I guess I would ask everybody else if they want me to do that or not, because I can.
I mean, if you want to.
I don't.
But we
I
are
mean,
kind
it
of
can't
pressed for time.
hurt, right?
Maybe get one or two. That way it doesn't slow us down too much, but also, you guys can sate that curiosity that maybe they need all of them.
Yeah. Now I'll
Because
just do the
it's
one
not a
for
bad
now. And
it's not a bad idea. At least one of them
we can
being
always
gone.
come back. I'll send a message to Hadrian after we're done with Robert and be like, "Hey, this is what happened. Is this a good thing? You probably don't know, but you want to send some people out to destroy them?"
It might be kind of hard. Can they turn horses into T-Rexes?
How are you with exorcisms, Hadrian?
Could Arturia like detect whether or not like the barrier between material and infernal like strengthened whenever Chicken destroyed that first cross?
Roll me an insight check for Arturia. Okay, all right. That's really good insight.
Hell yeah.
So since coming into the range of these weird effigies, there's been this ever-present sense of like foreboding, this evil kind of aura filling this area, almost like strands of rope along the road, just kind of like permeating it. And as you got away from the road, it lessened a little bit, but it was still there, like emanating out. As Chicken snaps this first one or breaks this first one, it feels as though one of those weird threads along the road snaps. It lessens the evil influence that you can sense. It doesn't seem as potent here, but it is still present. The 27, it feels like the way that it feels in your mind is like a string of Christmas lights, and I'll just use that to give you the analogy. It's kind of like this string of lights, and
So the ones afterwards go out too.
they haven't
Like
gone
Christmas lights.
out, but because they're still there. But as you look at it, there's this like light, dark, light, light, and so it's like it's stretching out. The other lights further down the line seem weaker. I'll say that as well.
Yeah, break a couple more.
Okay. Break as many as I can without slowing us down too much.
So you keep as good a pace as you can. You manage to roll me just give me a d20. There's no real good check for this. Just gonna
Roll to
roll
destroy a
d20s.
crucifixion with a T-Rex.
Okay. 14, that's good. You manage to crush out 8 more of them, so a total of 9. And as you do, Arturia, each stop, because it takes about a minute of you watching this horse named Chicken, that is a Tyrannosaurus Rex, smash into these things. And each time there's that kind of like weird egg-shaped barrier that manifests and cracks with that dark energy. There's that pulse of like over you, and you start to feel those threads snapping more and more. And with each concurrent one, the evil behind you gets weaker and weaker. And after about the sixth one, you don't really feel anything behind you. You can still feel it ahead of you, but it's almost like you've ridden out of or like the storm behind you has finally passed and has gone away, and it seems to be having a positive effect on the road. After the hour or so, a little less than an hour that you guys travel along the road, doing that as Chicken lays this final slam into the last effigy, it smashes into pieces. Unfortunately, the poor soul that had been strung up on it smashed apart and splattered as well.
They're
no.
dead.
It's unfortunate, but it is a
They're dead.
yeah, it's just a byproduct. Arturia probably says a short prayer if she feels it, and you move on. But Chicken turns back into a horse, and you are once again. I don't think polymorph takes your gear like wild shape, right?
I
I
think it.
think it does.
I think
Should.
polymorph forces it in. Like wild shape, you can choose
Yeah.
if something can wear it or not to keep it. I don't
It
think
doesn't say
polymorph
you
gives you
drop
that
all your
option.
gear.
Yeah, I think it automatically gets pulled into the shape, so it should still have all of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
The other ones
Okay, yeah,
wild
no.
shape,
drop your
yeah,
shit.
The gear
yeah,
mounts.
wild shape lets you know that if it can wear it, you can keep it out or drop it or choose to absorb it. So
wanted
the
to
fact
make
that it
The
Rose-
just
target's gear melds into the new form.
I wanted to
yeah.
make Rose ride bareback, but it's fine. I just wanted them to
No.
fail an animal handling check and get bucked from the horse and have to walk the last, half a mile. It's fine. He still has a saddle.
That's good.
Savage.
It is. All right, but no. The final one destroy, or I guess not the final one, but as this last one that you have time to is destroyed, you can actually see Scornoble, the smoke from it in the distance. It is starting to get dusk as the day is coming to a close, and you're starting to see the smoke from cook fires and homes. It looks to be probably about 30 miles off still. So you could either rest and go there tomorrow or keep going through tonight and get there by tomorrow. Or get there tonight, by like dinner time ish. Along the road, as you guys have been riding, the perception checks, survivals, those, you do notice that the footprints have continued, the weird, devilish tracks, but in this case, they're not leading directly away from the road, kind of in a, like, out into the world, but along the road, the way that you guys came. So they're heading away from Scornoble. All of the tracks that you're running into now seem to be going away from Scornoble, and you haven't really seen any devils or signs of anything along the roads. There's still no animals either, so it's still quiet, and the only thing you can really hear is the wind in the trees and the hoofbeats of your own horses and, sounds of your companions. But if you choose to push on tonight, you should be in Scornoble around 8:30, or you could, rest here and go there tomorrow morning. It's up to you guys.
And ask Robert if he wants to have some dinner with us.
I'm gonna have Feathers do some recon around the area.
Arturia is going to request. Arturia is going to vote rest because, out of character, I would like to change my spell list up a bit.
And I want action surge back.
I'm good with whatever the gang wants to do. That'll let me get both my charges for the tattoo and Missy step back.
I'm good with whatever.
So are we supposed to be meeting him at Scornoble? Where's he at in relation to Scornoble?
I mean, if we do sleep, I could send him a message and ask. Because then I could at least get my spell slots back.
So it sounds like we're gonna camp out the night and get there tomorrow. Then is that what everybody wants to do?
Yeah, we
Yeah.
couldn't see him.
I'll send him a message and ask if where we're meeting him and if he's cool for us to come tomorrow.
Okay. All right, give me 1 second. I'm trying to plan this out because, man, I didn't expect that zag. Okay. I mean,
Do you
like,
want-
go ahead.
I was gonna say, do you want to ask him if he knows that Zerial's trying to stop us from reaching him?
I can ask him whatever you guys want me to.
Yeah.
I guess.
I guess you guys just tell me what you guys want to do. Send the messages you want to send. I will
Yeah.
reply in kind.
Great.
I'm
I guess
just trying
first,
to figure out what to do next.
first I'm gonna use Hadrian's sending stone that I have to Emily.
Yep.
And send her this.
Hey.
Then I'll send Robert a message.
That's a good one.
Did you say, Ken?
I'm looking at the cleric spell list. Not so interesting.
Flame strike. No, I'm kidding.
Hey Robert, we noticed your decor along the roads. Looking great. Keep up the good work. Except not really. Cut that shit out.
Maybe stop.
Want to meet tomorrow? Have brunch?
Hey, can you stop killing people, please?
Please stop.
Just come back to the
stop.
good side.
Just don't.
Just be good.
Stop it. Get some help.
It's like I wanted to reply with a question, but she would know not to put a question in a sending.
I mean, she can use more spells if she wants, but
That'll work. Whatever. She will reply.
heck yeah. Sounds
And are
good.
you guys going to? You're going to use the mansion, yeah?
Yeah.
It's the safest thing.
It is.
Mhm.
We just want to talk.
Sure, talk.
Please, Robert, find your humanity.
Yes,
Man,
this undead skeleton.
already
You kept
Respond
claiming
to
that
that.
he was human.
He is human, just dead.
Exactly. Find
Are
your
you
human.
I mean, yeah, if you find a human remains, it's still a human. Just a dead one.
Are dead humans still humans if they are walking, talking skeletons?
Yes.
no.
Spooky
Technically.
skeleton. Dun, 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 dun.
Still wanted to give him a horn so he could do.
Toot, toot, toot.
It's one word too many, but that's
That's fine.
essentially the.
Are you trying to stop me from stopping the cult? Hands on his hip, head tilted slightly.
Why would you be doing that?
Why would you do that?
All right. Well, as you guys find a camp, you can go ahead and kind of do a short resting for the evening. Setting up the mansion is not difficult, as you can easily activate it. Adjusting itself to allow for your horses. You have stables inside. I'm just going to put everybody.
I don't know, ask her, we just want to talk. That's the shortest ending ever.
Yes, I use another spell slot to do that since we're sleeping.
Ugh. Who booped? Oh,
Was
Earth.
that was
Earth.
Earth.
His phone's being weird. Um,
We'll grab a cookie then.
Cookie.
I use the bathroom.
I'm trying to think.
Yeah. It's good for break time for a minute, while Earth tries to fix his phone. I want to eat my cookie, but the root beer had too much sugar and made me feel sick.
Guess that would be his reply. Really?
Don't know what to tell you, bud. You tell me.
Yeah.
Maybe there's something she's not telling you.
Maybe you're legitimately trying to stop him from doing what he's doing, so he's telling the truth.
Nah.
Welcome back.
Alright, there we go. I don't know what happened, but apparently grabbing that meme like locked my phone into a weird infinite download thing, so I just restarted it.
Interesting.
The meme was too funny.
Right,
Apparently.
it was too strong.
Okay. Let's see.
Who's ready to die?
Robert?
Hopefully.
We physically cannot die. Death is beyond us now.
We're immortal.
I mean,
Okay,
Aurora's
so-
died.
No.
I mean,
Ari's died.
technically, we've all died. But
Robert's died. Robert is dead.
Aerith's died twice.
we have stepped outside the realm of death. It cannot reach us where we're headed.
Right?
Nobody hasn't
Far
died
now.
yet.
As
That you're
much as
aware
you
of.
know.
That he
You
got
haven't
his
thought about
memory
it hard
back.
enough?
I don't think
You
he
haven't
had.
thought about it hard enough.
That is true.
Maybe he has.
You also don't know if there's like multiple modifying memories going on.
Yeah.
That is also very true.
There might be something in his past that he had modified and he doesn't know.
Maybe.
modify memory inception.
How deep can you go? How many
Right.
memories can you modify?
His memory's been modified like 5 times, and they've all been just stacking on top of each other.
It eventually breaks him.
Yeah. Everyone stay at least 15 feet away from Robert.
All right. Well, I would throw more combat at you guys to help whittle down resources, but I mean, it seems like you guys are pretty motivated, and I don't want to kick the can anymore down the road. Is there anything you guys want to do in your night's rest? Any other communications you want to make? Any other plans you want to prepare? Anything along those lines?
Spell sniper training. Because I can
Go
do
ahead.
that for 4 hours.
And
Yeah,
roll me.
Train with Aerith for mine as well.
Let's see, where's my... Go ahead and roll me your charisma and intelligence checks.
You
Can I-
know what? Just for shits and giggles, I'm gonna attempt another divine intervention.
Rose 3d6 and Aerith gets 2d6.
Okay. My
Ooh.
No, Aerith.
I mean, yours weren't that much better.
No, but they weren't ones.
It
at
wasn't
least.
double ones. What are you
1,
asking
2.
for in intervention?
Well, I mean, we all know that we're probably gonna fight Robert tomorrow, and he's probably gonna be souped up with Zariel juice. So I was
Meh.
gonna ask for a little bit of a boost, say
Sounds
to
gross.
like a small defense boost against like a just a general defense boost. But I'll word it, embellish it. But basically that.
Yeah,
Protect
okay, for
us.
yourself or for the whole party?
Yeah.
Well, a whole party. All right, roll me your D100. 13 or less. Let's
Yes.
see.
You got this. I believe in you.
1d.
I pray to the 12. Oh!
You sit in quiet prayer and reach out
Can
for
try
your
again in the
divine
morning.
intervention. You can try again in the morning. Unfortunately, Null is not able to offer his assistance at this time. Anything else anybody wants to do with their evening and then subsequent morning?
I guess can I keep rolling for the other dude to see if maybe he gets it done before he actually gets to the party?
Well, we had decided last time that he had it for Crusher.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that he was going to have... He definitely had time to get that feat. Yeah.
Alright, cool.
All right. Well, if there is no other business for the evening, you are each able to groom your horses, eat, rest, prepare for the next day. You awaken and reconfigure your arcane knowledge or divine spell knowledge through your communal with your god in the morning, Arturia. You can roll me another D100. Give it another try on your...
Last.
I believe in you.
I think we
Last.
all should pray to our appropriate god.
Just, damn it.
It's all good.
Hate to see it.
Unfortunately, this one seems to be up to you guys, and it seems Null can expect that you guys will be able to handle it. Anything in the morning ritual? You can get your food.
Is
ready for
Arturia?
day.
Are you fully attuned with stuff?
Pretty sure I am, because I have my
Okay.
gauntlets of ogre power. I think my hammer counts as another infusion. I
Yep.
mean, not infusion. Attunement. And
Ring of protection.
yep, ring of protection.
So that's 3.
Okay.
Yep, you're maxed
I just
out.
wanted to make sure because I've got random magic stuff I could give you if not, but
I still have the Cloak of Displacement in my inventory list. Should I remove
Manon
that?
has that now. Yeah,
Okay.
I gave
We're
that
gonna-
to Manon.
We're gonna see if we can get that worked into something for somebody. So I mean,
Mhm.
it might still go to you, Aerith. Just we're at a point where we have some magic items that we kind of have to start combining stuff. So we're gonna see if we can get that put with something.
Combine it with my
Anyone
rapier.
want
No, I'm
a
kidding.
decanter of endless water? Means I have two now, technically.
No, you keep it.
Man.
Man.
Wait, what's
I'm
my
the water boy.
third thing? I have my
I
I mean,
rapier.
if you don't want it, nobody, I'll take it. I wouldn't mind
Rapier.
having
Tattoo.
Yeah,
some
here's
water
your
in
free water.
it.
Here's some free endless water.
Mm-hmm.
Rapier, tattoo.
It just seems odd to me that I have two decanters.
Yeah.
You never
yeah.
know when you're gonna need water.
Oh, the
I
fang.
mean, if I had
Ugh.
one in each hand and I had geyser, could I use that as a jetpack?
Oh my god, Kate, I had a brain fart when we were just like you when we were conversing.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Okay, crisis averted.
And let's see, two jetpacks. You guys?
Yeah, 2 jetpacks.
Let's see. I would probably say there'd be an athletics check to maintain the grip, but they do provide enough force that it would propel you. I don't know if jetpack's the right word.
I get a temporary speed boost in a random direction.
You temporarily shoot up in the air like 60 feet.
Using the
Hell
geyser
yeah.
And then
features
fall
just to
back down.
pew!
I can fly.
Any other business before you step into the road and head to Scornoble and your
Okay.
inevitable
Would we-
confrontation with Robert?
Would we have
Everyone
time
has-
for another training session?
Yeah, you have time in the morning. You can do it twice a day, and the day before you guys didn't really because you got out of or you woke up and hit the road immediately, so you did it at the end of the night. So you could do it this morning.
I guess I'll try again with Spell Sniper.
Roll me another intelligence.
Insane.
Okay, so
Because you guys
everyone
kind
has
of like
potion.
work together.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
So
Everyone
Yeah.
4d6
has the
for Aerith,
pellets.
4d6 for Rose.
2d6 again?
Yep.
I guess can I just work on
Okay, that's
dexterity for EOS?
better.
Yeah. Roll me a what's your dexterity at right now?
16.
All right, roll me a dex check.
I finally broke 100.
Hell yeah.
Yay!
All right, so you would get 1d6 towards it. All right, so for 16, the DC is going to be 13, and it's going to be 160 total. So you are 5 of 160.
Okay.
Alrighty.
Oh yeah, wasn't I working on the mobile feat? Yeah, I was. Can I work on that?
Sure, roll me a dexterity check.
Do you want me to do con? Because that's what you had me do last time.
Yes, con then. I couldn't remember which one it was.
Well, dexterity I have +5. That's why you switched it to con.
Make it a little bit. All right. Well, we'll start with con as this is building up your
Stamina.
But that's a really good roll.
Right.
That is 3d6.
Heck yeah.
Character sheet's in the way.
All right. That's
Nice.
Hell yeah. That's
Pretty
me.
good.
I'll
So as
take
you wake up, eat, you each take into your morning rituals. Arturia, you pray to Null and reach out, readjusting your divine knowledge of spell work and getting ready for the day's possible conflicts. Any other business?
Nah.
Everyone has anything they might need, correct? No one's
Yeah.
missing a potion or something.
Much as I can think of.
You gather your horses and head to the door, opening it to the bright, sunny day of the Sword Coast beyond. And
And there's like 8 demons waiting for us.
no, the door is invisible and undetectable by anybody while it is not in existence. So as you step out, you don't see really anything. Everybody roll me a perception check as you kind of get mounted onto your horses and take a few minutes to look around and take in the scenery, your general surroundings here.
Why? Why, RNGesus?
Man, that's 2 ones. Say Rose and Eodos, at one point your horses probably try to run away, so you have to gather them up. No, it's okay. Keeping you distracted.
Bad chicken.
Aerith and Nobody, you notice that there are a lot of tracks on the road. Yours you can find, but they are older, and these ones seem to have gone through in the night and come back already. There's tracks out and back, but they're all humanoid. They look like boots. There aren't any like clawed feet or like dragged chains or anything like that through the dirt. It all looks like a march of nobody. You'd estimate a dozen people maybe. Went out.
None of them are Robert's shoes. I guess that's an Aerith question.
Yeah, it's an Aerith question.
He
Aerith,
has
with
worn
a
the same
24
armor.
perception, you do see the heavy footfalls of Robert's
He
boots.
tried to ambush us. What a dick.
He had something to do last night. It's fine. But you see them going out, and you also see them returning. At this point, they are pretty distinct. They... Roll me an Arcana check, Aerith, as you kind of like... As you recognize them, and you've got your horse kind of by the reins, and you're walking over to the road, you're looking around with nobody, you kind of like put your hand down. The ground beneath, like the ground under where his footprints are, is still warm. Like it was burned by his step. And it's like, it radiates with arcane heat, that kind of manifestation of ether on that fire aspect.
Do you think he repaired the totems that we destroyed?
No.
I can have Feathers fly out and check.
You released Feathers into the air. Feathers, the night before, did do a scouting mission of Scornoble. What you would have seen in probably about like a 30-minute or so flyover of the city is that the town looks like it's pretty much operating as normal. There's a general Barovia-esque sense to the city.
Oh.
As you look at it through Feather's eyes, there's this kind of despondence amongst the people. They're moving about, and there are people just sort of milling about the city. You can see it in the torchlights that line the city streets, but it's more like people are just sort of going about the day. There isn't a lot of levity. You don't see people getting drunk at taverns and like charging out into the streets laughing. There are people drinking, but no one seems to be happy about it. The next morning, you have Feathers back, and you send him into the air here on the road. Letting your sight drift into his, you wait for a few minutes as he flies up the street. It takes him about probably 2 or 3 minutes, because you went about half a mile from the last effigy. You didn't want to be close to the old one, but you didn't want to be near where the new one or another one might be, so you kind of like split the difference at that halfway point. So you send him about half a mile up the road, and you do see a brand new, freshly made effigy on the road.
Damn
where
it.
you had destroyed the one the day before. Do you send him further up the road?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Let me do some quick napkin math. Okay, how long are you willing to wait? It takes Feathers about 4 or 5 minutes to go a mile.
Not that long. If he fixed one, he fixed all of them.
Like, I'll try and see, and then if not, realize I'm taking too much time, I'll just call him back.
Okay, I mean, you can also, technically, you could send him back along the road, put yourself on the horse, secure yourself in some way that I can't predict, it's up to you to decide, and just let your vision drift through him. You don't need to be within that mile to be able to, you just need to be within 100 feet to command him, but while you guys ride to Scornoble, you could technically watch.
Or somebody could, help hold the reins.
Can you... hold on. Can you bring Feathers back? Can you still control him even if he's polymorphed?
Oh god.
I mean,
DM?
He's a creature, so
But,
I would
Aerith,
say
you tell him
yeah,
what to do?
technically, yeah. I mean, technically, he'd have the intelligence of whatever creature he was turned into. So there's, the same as you can't expect Rose to truly understand commands, but if you say like that one bad, he'd probably be able to.
Well, if you give him
that one bad.
if you give him a mission before I polymorph him, would that work? Would he carry it out?
Yeah, he
The
would
best
carry
of
it
his new
out.
shape. Yeah.
Alright, what if I polymorph Feathers into a T-Rex and tell him to go back and destroy them while we keep moving on?
Aerith.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
This way,
So,
if he'll have the meat shield, and if he reverts back, he can just fly away. So that'll be
Right.
the command will be, once you're turned into a T-Rex, go back, destroy as many totems as you can. If you revert back to your owl form, just fly away.
okay. That is a good command. You cast the polymorph spell. It takes hold within Feathers. He turns into a massive Tyrannosaurus Rex, roars
Go get him,
out
babe.
into the sky with great pride because Feathers is actually a Fey creature. He's a summoned Fey from the Feywilds that just takes the shape. So this is amazing. This feels fucking fantastic. And he just stomps up the road. Do you secure yourself to the horse so you can watch, Aerith, or do you just ride on knowing that he'll handle it?
He'll handle it.
Okay, sounds good.
I'll just close Feathers out.
Tyrannosaurus in one way, the party in another. His mission in mind. He stomped along the road and destroys the half dozen totems that Robert rebuilt last night.
Good.
He didn't get all
Fuck you,
of
Robert.
them. He couldn't get all the way out and back, but he got as many as he could. And you all head to Scornoble. Upon reaching the outskirts of the city, it is much as Aerith described it. It is very Barovia-esque. There is kind of this general malaise about the city, although the people are moving about. You ride through farmland that is being tilled and worked, although there is no like song or joy in the air. There's just sort of this like general buzz of insects and the sounds of land being worked and things being built or constructed. In the distance, this kind of like just like general like bang, bang, bang of everyday work within a village. As you ride in on horseback, a few people look up at you and kind of like narrow their eyes and then get back to their work. What are you guys doing?
I guess I let everybody know that Robert said he was in some tavern that was called something unicorn.
We're just
Yeah,
looking for a
Unicorn.
Unicorn
tavern.
Tavern.
Sounds like my type of tavern, but this town is kind of sad.
There we go. You're not actually right there. That's just where I am. Coming
Happiness
in
is
on
not
this road
allowed in
here.
this town.
I guess as we pass somebody, Rose will just like lean down a little bit off the horse and just, hey, there's like a unicorn tavern somewhere. Where's that?
Oh, the jaded unicorn.
Jaded.
Yeah.
What? You know what? Head down the road, about halfway through the city. Take your third right. You should be able to see it. It's just past. Actually, there's no weird. The map I got has a bridge, but it's just past the just past the river. You should be able to recognize it. It has a placard. He just sort of chuckles to himself. You're not gonna want to go there though. That's not where. No, don't do that.
Yeah, we've got an appointment. It's fine.
Why don't we want to go there?
I feel like it's probably infested with demons.
Oh, that's where the devil's set up.
Probably.
That's where he's got his boys. Like,
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. And that's why we're going. So,
wait, you guys. So your appointment's with. He kind of like looks at all of you. You kind of match his aesthetic a little bit, at least with that general.
Hey,
No,
we are
with the
much
darkness, he's.
better dressed.
Oh,
yeah.
I mean,
That's
he kind of like
what-
points at. He points at Aerith. He's like, "You kind of look like one of his friends, but the rest of you, you definitely have a better sense of style to you." But
What is?
good luck,
Hold on.
man.
What does his friend look like?
He's got a couple. The one that he looks like, red hair, elf, big scarf thing. I don't know. was weird.
Scarf.
Son of a bitch.
What? I'm missing something. What is going
Do
on?
I know who he's talking about?
Roll me an insight check.
I'm pretty sure it's only Rose, Eidos, and Takashi who know. And
I don't think
Notoria.
Takashi would know. I just know because
Yeah, you
know.
you do know a red-headed elf.
One such bitch.
One such bitch. You could make an assumption they left at the same
God
time.
damn it. Fucking
I
Abyssian.
mean, he's not alone. He's he kind of like looks around, looks over his shoulders. Listen, this guy came in, I don't know, 2 weeks ago, or not even 2 weeks ago, like a week ago. Basically, drove out all the nobility, did something with them, and told us that we served him now. So nobody really wants to mess with that. We serve him now. But if you're gonna go ahead and fuck that shit up, like I'm not what I just
Is it
good luck.
treating you
Yeah.
better? Or is it about the same?
He kind of like weighs it back and forth. I mean, if you don't make him mad, you don't disappear. So there's that. But
Well, that's
he
great.
doesn't seem to ask much. of it. Just
Just
work,
total and utter
sustain the city.
subservience.
Yeah, and keep him
Yeah,
and his boys
easy.
fed.
What a charmer.
Mm.
I'm sure that's completely different than the situation that place was in before and will be in after. Well,
He kind of just
I mean-
weighs his hands like, life's life.
Okay. Well, let's go have a talk with you guys' friend. Old friend.
Yeah, apparently there's two old friends that we need to have a chat with.
Who exactly is the second old friend? Should I be concerned?
Is it rude to say that he was kind of your replacement when you died?
No.
he was your
Yeah, we kind of found
stand-in.
him.
He was your understudy.
Ow. Okay.
I would say we found him in the street, but I guess he found us in the street and then tried to promptly, arrest me. And I told him to stop it.
What?
I told him to cut it out.
Okay.
And then I took pity on him and took him with us.
Huh.
Rose deigned to grace him with their mercy.
Okay,
Seemed...
So what are their
Yeah.
particular skills then? Like, what are they?
Oh,
Other than an elf, apparently.
like
Oblivious?
magic stuff. What kind of we knew what like kind of magic user he was, right? I don't remember because you have 8,000 characters, but
No.
Druid, right?
Hibistia was a druid, yeah.
Okay.
Primarily focused around healing magic.
Okay, well that's we're gonna have to.
Restoratives, things like that.
Nobody, if things go south, rain, holy hellfire, or hell water, I guess, on the healer.
Right,
Okay.
take out the healer first.
Oh, focus.
I'll try to get him to
okay.
leave because he was kind of a pushover.
I mean, ideally, we talked to Robert, and he's like, "Yeah, okay, I see the error of my
We're
ways.
slowly making
The
our
mis-
way towards it.
Yeah.
The mistakes I've made along the way, I can understand."
That sounds reasonable and viable, and definitely like something you guys should expect.
Yep.
Absolutely.
No way Robert would do anything other than like the reasonable expectations of an
He
average
is a
person.
man of logic. He understands reason. He is not
Is he?
insane. He is not insane right now.
Definitely not, I'm sure.
No, he is in peak mental capacity right now.
Absolutely. But yeah,
Wonder
we've been
when
heading
set
there
up
as
shop in
Yeah,
the
yeah.
unicorn.
Well, as you get there, you see this. You cross the city. The type of subjects here do not change. The people continue to more or less just ignore your presence, trying not to pay you any mind in the hope that you won't do anything like the last crazy person to come here did. You cross over a small bridge over a little stream that was running through the city, and to your left you see a rundown tavern. It is boarded up over a few windows, but there is a placard hanging out of the front with uh, a unicorn on the placard. It reads the Jaded Unicorn, but the D itself is crossed out with sparkling paint, so it reads the Jade Unicorn. There is there's a splash of green, just kind of like painted along various parts of it to just add that little bit of jade coloration to it.
Yeah, that
Um,
fixed it. Looks
and
much
there
better now.
is a plethora of green flowers and like ivy vines that are all growing up and kind of surrounding the exterior of it to hide the damage that you can obviously see beneath. As you guys
I had
approach there, I will give you.
expectations. I'm still
What a
concerned.
wonderful tavern.
Alright, should we park the horses around here?
Yeah, maybe let's keep them away from the building in case, I don't know, it explodes or something.
Yeah.
Then, like, down yonder.
Yeah, out here on like hitch them to some trees or something.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll do
Alright, so
that.
you secure your horses. Sorry, I'm trying to get one.
Entrance.
Huh?
I just
Yeah,
noticed
that's
the
the entrance.
doors.
There are double doors that are unlocked and open on that side. It opens up into like a small mud room that has like a few benches to sit on and kick your boots off. And there are actually a number of muddy boots and like things in here. As you open the door, you can hear the din of quiet conversation from within. The sound of a couple dozen voices just talking in a gentle murmur. And I'm just getting one last thing
Okay.
ready that I
There's
didn't
other
realize I
people.
didn't have ready.
I do want to say a closed building is not a good place for nobody.
Make
I
do.
mean,
Out in the open, I can counter Robert. Out in a closed building, I'm kind of fucked.
I can try to ask him if we can take this outside.
Well, convince him first to be friendly, and if not,
Yeah,
then ask him
sure.
politely to go outside.
Mhm. Otherwise, is this like a multi-story building, or is
No,
it just one
it
floor?
is one story.
Okay.
It is a tall story. It looks like it's about 15 feet before it goes into like a peaked
Okay.
roof.
Well,
But it
so
is just one story.
go on the roof and like dig a hole in it, and then you can shoot through that.
Do you want to
Are there
borrow my
windows?
broom?
Let's see. There are windows. The two here are, well, actually, sorry. There's two right here, and they are boarded
You're
up.
pinging on
Oh
GM.
shit.
I'm pinging on jam layer. Like right next to you, there are two windows along that wall just north of you, but they are boarded
Mhm.
up, and there are vines kind of growing around them, with like bright green leaves, little flowers on them.
He counters me so well.
Well,
Yeah.
Very
I'm
sad.
just kidding. Sorry.
I'll
one last
just
thing.
run around and skirt around everybody.
yeah,
I can't do that. I do have dodge as a bonus action, so I can just keep
you got it.
dodging and
I believe in
disengaging
you.
everywhere. No hiding for me, sadly. I
know
don't
why
think.
set this one up like this.
Don't worry, you don't need to hide.
Would my magic ability work? Means it's inside. I don't think it would. No, abilities can only be used while outdoors. Damn. Okay.
Unless I blow the roof off the place.
Yes.
Yeah, let's just rip the roof
Yes.
off.
As you open it, like I said, you see a small mud room. There's a little like washroom in the back. It looks like this is a tavern designed mostly for people that work the fields to come in. They have a little room to take off their boots, kick off their coats, get out of the worst offending clothes, wash themselves up before stepping into the tavern proper. But there are double doors, and as I said, you guys, as you step in, you hear the din of gentle conversation from within the tavern proper.
Might
Is this
wanna
door open?
Scooch
It is.
Artoria.
You're following everybody, Arturia?
Yeah, sorry.
That's all good. I just making sure. All right. So as
Do we
you,
eat the pellets now, or
up to you
They
guys.
last
Probably a
10
good
minutes.
yeah, they last 10 minutes.
I mean, you could just have them and like wait for shit to go
Oh,
down.
30 minutes. They last 30 minutes.
Okay, 30
30
minutes.
minutes.
Probably
put 'em in
won't
your-
be more than a half an hour conversation.
Just put them in your mouth like a cyanide capsule. That way,
Yeah.
first you
Yeah,
don't-
under
Just
the
have
tongue.
chipmunk mouth.
yeah, last second you just bite down and bust it, and then temporary HP.
Oh, yeah.
Temporary HP for you. The rest of us need fire resistance.
I wonder
Just douse yourself in water before you go in.
if.
We have 2 decanters.
Tavern music. I'm just seeing if there's while you guys are discussing what you want to do.
I mean, if it's 30 minutes, because it will
kinda
take an
doubt we'll
action to
swap.
use it, right?
Yeah, I kind of doubt we'll talk for more than half an hour, so we might want to just use them now.
Yeah,
You
I'm popping mine.
How many temp HP was that healing one?
So you get 5 HP back and then 5 temporary HP. But you cannot have a second healing pellet, otherwise you will vomit.
Don't-
tap music
don't-
on.
Don't worry, I don't know where I would get a second one. So
I mean, I got, I think, quite a few more. I got 8 more healing pellets.
I'm just gonna take my fire one. I'll save the healing one.
Yeah, I'll take the
Likewise.
fire one.
Okay. You take your pellets and push open the door. As you look in, you see a bustling tavern. It's filled with people, and directly across from you, sitting at a table by himself with a fire burning behind him, is Robert. As you
I don't like
that
enter,
looks
he's
good.
sitting in a chair, and it seems to be just surveying his kingdom, looking out over the people. He has no food or drink on his table, and there's a noticeable bubble of space around him that is unoccupied. As you push open the doors, a few heads turn towards you, and conversations stop momentarily before the people just sort of disregard and go back to talking to each other. And Robert raises one hand. Hey guys, have a seat. You look over.
Roses.
His armor looks different. It's the same armor, obviously, but the pauldrons on the shoulders have grown these slight jagged spikes out of them. The crown at the top of his helmet seems more engraved. The various infernal markings that had been littering the cuffs and periphery of his armor now are everywhere, and they burn with this gentle radiance, and it's a dark, evil radiance, but they are radiating. And as you look, there is that kind of like burning heat around him that just gently warms the air. And of course, the glaive of chained fury sits within arm's reach, just next to him.
I just look at Rose.
Rose is gonna go head for the bar.
Okay. You
I
head on
guess-
over to the bar. The bartender looks over at you and kind of gives you a look. What's your poison? What you drinking?
Just an ale and something a little stronger.
I think I can do you. Turns around, gets you a mug of some pretty not great looking dark ale and a small shot of a very potent smelling alcohol. Probably moonshine.
I guess I'll put like 2 gold on the bar.
They nod, take the gold. Thank you.
And then I'm gonna take both. Stop by the table, put the ale down in front of Robert.
He kind of looks down at it and I don't drink anymore. Doesn't do anything.
It's not very polite.
Kind of
Sure,
just shrugs with his hands, like, what do you want me to say?
drink it. And they just sit down and like sprawl into this chair and with the shot.
He does not drink it. He just sort of looks over at you. So, what brings you all to Scornoble?
I think you know. We're making a special visit.
Yeah, I saw what you did. You guys,
So did we.
you're just making me have to do more work.
You don't mind hard work.
No. Of course not. But I mean, kind of like motions around. The people don't necessarily like being marched all night, and I don't like having to do work a second time that I've already done once before. But you know, I have a job to do.
Crucifying people, setting up weird amalgamations of like gaps between planes. Like what is happening?
I mean, the same thing that I've been always trying to do. You guys know that the cult moved through here, right? They
They've
God,
moved through everywhere.
I know, but they actually they stopped moving through here because they all went through here. We saw a bunch of them come through. Oh God, 10 days ago? I don't know. When did... Let me look at my calendar. Give me a second.
Oh my god.
As it's been, with downtime and everything, it's always challenging when they did. All right. Do. Yeah, it's been
Wait.
about a week.
Is everyone in here armed?
Roll me a perception check. Action economy.
Me.
Nobody, as you take a look around, a couple people do have daggers on their hips, small knives. One of the commoners, 24. One of the commoners has like a crossbow on his back, but they're like sitting over here, and they've like noticed you guys as you came in, but they didn't make any motion towards their weapons. Nobody's reached for any weapons at this point.
So just
Nobody
lightly
reached for his
armed.
weapon.
Nobody reached for his weapon. Roll it.
So just lightly armed people, it looks like.
Yeah, for the most part is what you see. There are people in here who are wearing like cloaks and capes. Just like there are a couple of people over at this table here that look like they're dressed in like traveling gear. They have these like heavy woolen cloaks over their heads, and they're just drinking and quietly talking to each other. They also recognized you as you came in and just sort of like looked at you and then went back to their conversation.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Let's see. As for what I was looking up. Yeah. They came through, I don't know, 4 or 5 days ago. Whole bunch of them. I caught like 30. That was fun. But then they stopped. And so we kind of had to get a little creative. But every time one of them goes up, I get stronger, guys. And every time I get stronger, I can fight the cult better. And Mom says, I'm sorry, Zariel says, I've been calling her Mom. He would not call her Mom, but I've been calling her Mom sarcastically. And speaking in his voice, I did not mean for that to happen. But what Zariel says is that when it's complete, I will have an army to march upon the cultists with, and we will smash them into oblivion, as she promised me. So, like, if you just let me finish, this can be over.
You only
So-
have half of the like. Why would an archdevil? Why would they be like hey, this thing going on out there doesn't impact me at all. I'm gonna give you the opportunity to fix it. Why do you think they would do that?
He kind of like, he doesn't furrow his brow because his brow is a helmet, but he pulls his head back and he goes, I've asked you guys the same question about the gods countless times. You've never given me an adequate answer.
We literally told you from day one. It has nothing to do with trusting the gods or not trusting them. It has to do with Tiamat altering reality at a fundamental level. Should she come out of that prison?
I mean, then it sounds like Zariel's probably playing by the same rule book and doesn't want that to happen, and is doing exactly what and he puts up his big gauntleted hands for finger quotes, gods are telling you to do. I don't know,
mean,
guys.
Eos just rubs like the bridge of his nose, like.
We've had this conversation countless times. Rose doesn't even bother to chime in.
Right.
I mean,
we've
good
been
or
down this road.
bad, your thing you're doing is kind of corrupting the lining between worlds, and that's not good for like this plane of existence.
Yeah,
Looking at him-
there were literal devils that we encountered just on the trek up here.
Devils. Huh. I mean, I haven't. Scratches his head. I'm sure it's fine. Listen,
Sure, it's
if
fine.
if it's weakening, like I said, she's got to have a reason. She told me that she would give me the strength.
She
if I
has her
agreed
reason. We've told you
destroy
her
her.
reason. Her reason is power for herself. She doesn't give a shit about you.
He kind of just puts his hand up and yeah, Rose. You guys aren't gonna let me finish, are you? You're gonna just keep smashing them and...
Well, I mean, like I don't know you. I don't. Like, I get that you want to stop the cult, but what you are doing, maybe you're doing it because you think you'll help us, is actively degrading
Power.
the plane, like our plane of existence, which is not good for anybody.
I don't even know what does that mean? What does that
Okay,
mean?
so where there's different planes of existence, and the one that it's corroding is this plane of existence, and it's going into the pretty much hell. So the lining between those two worlds are getting thin, which means that they will start to collide, and that can cause lots of problems, possibly innocent deaths.
The
If the
beings from
material
both sides can start bleeding into each other.
Yeah.
She can start mobilizing the devils, the ones that you just said, no big deal, she probably has a plan for. Probably does have a plan for, to get them out here to conscript more people that have nothing to do with the cult, innocent people, into her army for whatever that war you were telling us about.
And you all, let's see, Eodos, roll me a persuasion check with advantage.
Also, you cannot tell me that every person on those crosses is a member of the cult.
Oh, no, we ran out of cultists a while ago, but every one of them was
Exactly.
guilty. Every one of them was guilty.
Who are you to
Guilty
judge?
of what?
Guilty of what?
I mean, most of them were murderers. Recently, we took care of a bunch of people that were seriously mistreating the people of this town. You guys should have seen it. It was bad. There was beatings in the streets. They'd hang people for pretty much anything. So we took the leadership and we taught them what happened to evil people.
Yeah, I mean, like, that part is great. Like, I
Kill
fully
him,
endorse
sure.
it. Same with the cult. It's not the dealing with the corruption that's the problem. It's that all of us are kind of operating on very limited information, us included. The problem isn't that we are doing things, including you, that we don't know about. The problem is that you have gotten really cavalier with the fact that you think you're doing good and you're disregarding the things that could happen as a consequence. That bad shit that's being taken care of is great. Except now we are coming to you like people to people to let you know that this is degrading the wall between planes of existence. And these aren't planes that coexist normally by interacting.
Kind of like he hears you out. He reaches for the ale almost instinctually and kind of grabs it in his gauntlet. Sits there. I mean, that doesn't. Why would, why would she try to destroy the world? Like,
I mean, it could be unintentional, but it's still happening.
Or maybe
Wait,
not
is it-
even
here's
try
the-
to destroy the world, maybe try to control it, rule over it. Basically, you're trading one tyrant for another.
And I mean, I'm not even saying she rule it. We only have what you've told us about her to go off of, and you only have what she's told you. And I'm not saying that she's trying to destroy the world like we know Tiamat will. Those are drastically different tiers of being. But what she's doing might not even be intentionally endangering the people out here, but the impact is there. We encountered several devils, including a pit fiend, which has zero reason to ever be on our plane of existence.
see if, wow, Robert's actually rolling really good intelligence checks, guys. Like he's rolled an 18 and a 15 on his intelligence checks to see what he knows about what you're mentioning. Kind of like puts his looks down at the. I mean, okay, maybe what you're saying has some truth to it. But what if they're here to help? What if they're the army she told me about? What if this weakening of the worlds isn't meant to be something catastrophic? And he looks over at nobody. What if it's meant to instead be a doorway for her army to step through so that I can lead them against the cult? And then once that's done, my job's done. And according to our agreement, I can take that army and return to her plane. And when that happens, that's like a door closing. And so we just got to build the door so we can get the army so that we can stop the cult. And then I'll close the door and then...
Did you get verbal confirmation from her that the army is only there to stop the cult and then immediately leave?
He kind of looks down. I mean, she's never indicated anything aside from wanting to help.
But
Could we
ask? It wouldn't hurt to ask.
Could we talk to her?
He kind of looks down. Roll me a persuasion check again at advantage, Eidos, because you have the help of everybody, and you guys are making really solid arguments. And okay, 18. I mean, I could reach out to her and see. She's usually pretty responsive when I just close my dead eyes and think.
That's still an intermediary. We need to talk to her.
I mean, you're really good. You've been talking to me for the last week, Rose. You could try it.
I don't know if I want to.
but like, if we could talk to her, right? Because again, I've been pretty upfront with I'm basically down with the things that you are trying to accomplish. It's mainly the side effects that are going to stem from it. If we can talk to her, we are already on a mission to essentially do what you're trying to do and what she's trying to give you the power to do. We could even, as much as you've done for us, we've fought, we've, dealt with all kind of crazy shit. We even told you we would be down to help you. If we could talk to her and potentially convince her to let us help, to stop currently breaking these boundaries, because dealing with this and the cult at the same time is a huge problem. We haven't been able to interact with them for a while now because of all of these ancient dragons. And now that this is happening, we have to get to the heart of this. And if we can just come to an understanding, if we get a unified front, if we can just talk to her and see if there's something we could do to help stop what this is happening.
There's other ways to travel between the planes than forcibly.
Yeah, I mean,
through it.
we are getting to a point now where we're interacting with insanely high, like, concept beings, to the point that it doesn't seem far fetched. We've already traveled between planes. We went to the astral sea. We could go help whatever she's doing if we can get like a handle on that it's not going to fuck everything else up.
He hears everything. Give me one more persuasion check, just a flat one. He nods. I mean, she's opened doors for me to go talk to her before.
Awesome. Awesome.
Here's what
Should
I
have
can do.
blessed you.
I will ask, but I can't guarantee anything. And he'll kind of like stand up and take the glaive into his hand. Give me a moment. And he's going to turn and kind of face the fire. And he will just be quiet for about the next 5 minutes. So it's up to you guys what you want to do while he's doing that.
Elo's is going to look between the party and kind of apologize that he kind of just volunteered them for something crazy if she's even willing. But, like, genuinely, the things that he's trying to do aren't the problem. It's the means that's going about it. And if we can at least talk her down, even if we got to help them do something, if we can just talk to her, maybe we can figure something else out that's not like slamming two planes together.
Yeah. As long as we don't destroy the planes and we come up with something else, I don't care for helping your friend here. Like,
Man,
I
I don't
find
know.
helping him.
I mean, I don't know that I'm super willing to make some sort of deal with an archdevil in the promise that she stops doing shit
Nah,
that
we
she wants
don't
to do.
We're not
we
making...
we do not need to make any. We need to talk to her to see what she is trying to actually do. Like, man to man, you know, it's
Yeah. But if we're talking to her and like seeing what she wants and like saying, hey, maybe we'll help you do that. It seems deal-esque.
I mean, that's what we have done this entire, like, our entire adventure together. It, from the moment we even met you, Rose, it's just been, hey, what are you doing? Okay, cool, we'll help. That doesn't sound that bad.
Mhm.
You know, like, in the grand scheme of things, it's not ideal. But at the same time,
I mean, what does she get from our help that she can't just
It's not
decide to
necessary.
take?
If we quote unquote help her, she doesn't have to worry about us stopping her. We'll just have to change her plans. But we also need to figure out what exactly
yeah, I mean,
her plans
Do
are.
I-
But
the big thing isn't helping her do whatever this is. It's buying time to stop the cult, and then we can deal and help with Robert and her and everything. Because we keep piling problems onto problems. Eventually, we're going to get to a point where we can just go to these places that, when we started, would have been like mind bending to even conceptualize. If we can at least get strong enough to be able to help, we don't have to make a deal. We don't have to force whatever she's trying to do onto Robert. And he thinks he wants it because it's helping him take out the cult, which I'm, again, 100% for. Fuck the cult and everything they stand for. But there's way too many innocent people getting caught up in this. And even if it's not ideal for us to even talk to her. If it saves some lives, we basically gotta do it. Because if we don't, they're gonna keep doing what they're doing. They're gonna keep putting innocent people at risk under the guise of doing the right thing, routing out the cult.
We stop them.
I mean,
Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, yeah, we can stop the tearing, but like, I'd rather have, as bad as it sounds, I would kind of rather have an army of devils on my side rather than them against me.
I mean, everything so far, even with the gods, and this isn't. It just kind of looks up like this little satire prayer thing. Like, this isn't me disrespecting the gods. It's just he's not wrong in that we are kind of acting on the gods under the assumption that they are good. It's more like they at least were pretty upfront about this stuff, and I don't know if he's being afforded the same luxury. We have those boundaries, and it's like when you have a parent, and you know you have a parent that cares when they're willing to tell you no and tell you the hard things that you don't want to hear. But he's only getting yes, and I mean, who knows? She could be after, his best wishes. But I feel like at the very least we have had all this talk with him about all of this, and we haven't once talked to her.
That's very fair. It is a very good narrative way to go, and I'm very interested. So, as you guys have discussed
if
this,
we do talk, sorry, if we talk to her, what everyone thinks that they're in the right. Everyone thinks that they're doing what's right, what's noble. So she thinks she's doing what's right. What changes if we could talk to her, I guess. But
I mean, the problem is I feel like we don't know what Zariel wants.
Yeah,
and
that's the crux of it. Because all Robert has really told us is that she wants to give him the power to rout the cult so that he can lead her army or whatever. But we don't know why. Like, at the very least, even if it comes to blows and she tries to kill us or vice versa, like, if we hear out what the intent is, we'll at least have an idea going forward what to expect.
as you all contemplate the words of the party, Robert, who had stared in quiet, almost prayer, is what it looked like. He just sort of had his head bowed, aimed towards the fire, turns around. All right, well, you guys probably aren't gonna like it, but she is willing to talk to you. She wants you to come to her. She can get you a door. She's done it for me. It's pretty cool. It kind of just appears. But it's up to you. You have to step through it. So if you want to talk to her, I can introduce you. And as he says that, the fire behind him roars and grows into a 10-foot wide by probably 12-foot tall brass door that is gently glowing with radiant heat.
Okay.
Rose just looks at Eidos, just on her terms, in her house.
Yes, definitely not ideal. I was kind of hoping for like a sort of mental link thing. We could just kind of have a chat. I didn't think she would actually want to face-to-face talk to us because, we're just regular-ass people.
You're not regular-ass people at all. You are the Wanderers of Starlight.
She's guaranteed our safety back in case there's a disagreement.
Yeah, she promises.
I didn't actually ask.
Of course.
I don't like it.
It never crossed my mind.
That sounds
Don't
exactly like Robert.
like it.
Yeah, I mean, Like, I definitely want to talk to her. I don't know if I want to talk to her bad enough to step through a door like this. It's.
And here's the thing,
Hold on.
there's the chance that we'll disagree and she'll never let us go back.
So
Or
let's
she
just
just kills us there.
disagree, like agree to disagree and not like make her angry.
I don't know if I could do
Do
that.
we want to send one person? Send everybody?
That's here.
Probably should
Ew.
separate the Eye of Sauron.
This is gonna be great because if you guys take this, I get to use a map that only one of you has ever seen before.
It is
Like,
a cool.
it's bad because I want to see it.
Yeah,
Like I know it's a terrible idea, but I really want to step into that door just to see what's on the other side.
I really don't.
Oh,
As
man.
much as
Neither
much
do
as it'll
I.
help the situation, just going
Can
into
Zerial come through the door this way?
That was the first thing I asked, was if she could come say hi. She was not down for that, unfortunately. She said that would probably be bad for a lot of reasons. So she said to come to her.
I mean, I guess that makes sense because even the gods aren't really allowed on our plane.
Is the door gonna stay? Is it there now until she drops it? If it's open, will it stay open?
He kind of thinks. He puts his hand on his chin. You know, the last time I've been through this door twice now, and both times it stuck around. It just sort of existed until I was ready to go. So that seems to be how it works. It just sort of, as long as she wants it. I mean, she could probably close it if she wanted to, but
Can Rose raise a hand and wave like a finger to the bartender to bring another?
sure, absolutely. Staring into the swirling vortex to hell, the bartender looks at you and kind of nods and turns around and gets you a double shot of moonshine and brings it over to you.
Oh,
Yeah. Rose immediately takes it, stares Ito straight in the eyes, just I will not help in this conversation. So I really don't think I should go. I can promise you I will not be helpful.
Do we want to separate the party?
no.
Yeah, that's what I
Because
thought.
again, there's the chance that one of us or all of us will not return. And I don't want to take that chance in an infernal realm.
I have gone between planes before. I am willing to go talk. I prefer to have someone with me, but I am willing to talk so we can figure out this whole shebang.
This is a situation like out of character. I want to go fucking jumping in just to see what's happening, but in character, even as the one that's pushing for at least a talk, it's like I don't know if I trust her not to just outright kill us when we get there.
I mean, aren't they lawful?
They are.
Aren't
By
devils
nature,
lawful?
lawful evil.
Yeah, the evil part's big.
Yeah, that's a problem, right?
Uh-huh.
Big red button.
Right? This is how you get us.
I
This
know.
is the trick right here.
Yeah, when you guys started talking, I was like, all right. Ooh, okay, all right. Let's see how well the conversation will go. And then, persuasions weren't bad because Eidos is a very charismatic person. And then I rolled some charismas for Robert, and they weren't horrible, but they weren't great. So this is the middle ground. Go to a furnace. Do it. Do it.
I want to see. I want to see it again.
I really want to, man. Like, guys. As soon as you were like the door appears, my first instinct was just to bolt for the door. Oh man.
It's just like, and it is just sort of twisting there. This roaring flame with a tiny black speck in the middle. This like black hole of fire in this golden radiant portal that is stretching from where that fireplace was. It's just been gently there, kind of radiating and giving off a. It's not a comfortable vibe, especially for Arturia and nobody who are sensitive to the other planes and the planes of evil, like the Hells. It's definitely, that is a place where evil exists. but you knew that coming in here, so
Yeah, we were fully prepared to deal with evil. But the idea was originally we were just coming to like a big fight with Robert. Now we actually just had a sit down conversation.
And then everyone can see Zariel if we go across.
I'm saying no. That's my vote.
I'm willing to talk. That's my vote.
Aerith, where is your sense of adventure? Come on, I've been there like twice, and I'm no worse for wear. As he says, radiating with infernal runes.
As he's an undead skeleton wearing
Shall I
infernal
point
armor.
out the irony behind it?
When you went through the door,
Yeah.
is it like you got pulled in, or was it like you could stick your head through, look around, and then lean back out? What? How? Describe it to me, because I only have Dimension Door and Teleportation Circle as a frame of reference, and both of those are basically in and out.
It was very similar to your teleportation circles. It kind of like I could step into it and feel resistance, and that there was something I was stepping onto on the other side. But even when my head crossed the threshold until I was stepping, it's weird. I never stuck my head in without going all the way through, so I don't know.
I don't want to get decapitated by trying this.
Yeah, it's a risk, right?
How often have you traveled between planes?
I've
Nobody.
been there. Oh, nobody.
Me?
Yeah, you said you've got plenty of experience going between them.
Yeah, I just have to remember how much experience I have.
Roll
I
me,
know I
a
have
wisdom,
some.
roll me a wisdom, or roll me a wisdom check.
Good thing. I'm good. I'm good with wisdom. I could do that.
You think you're willing to plumb the depths of your mind. What you find is kind of a familiarity. It's like asking somebody how frequently they go to work. It's kind of like you find yourself being like, I don't really know, because it feels like I was just always on other planes. So probably a lot.
A lot. I mean, yeah, I need a more specific question than how often.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out if you know of ways to, not get stranded, because we can't just tie a rope to our waist, step through, and have them pull if they feel a tug.
Can I ask if I've ever been to the plane?
To Avernus, no. You have not been to Avernus.
Okay. Well, is there a way to just jump out or secure a landline? Oh, I know a plane shift and gate. But
Yeah.
anyway, I could save like 5 people that I would know of.
It wasn't your specialty.
Yeah.
You weren't the bus driver. You were the sniper.
Shit.
He pulled the trigger. He got you there.
Yeah.
See, the big issue, this is out of character. Besides the risk of going in or out, is that even if we stop Robert, if we don't know what the fuck she's actually trying to accomplish, she might be doing this with other people, and if we can at least figure out what's going on, we can stop it. I don't want to, I absolutely want to jump in the fucking portal, but I also don't. This is a nightmare, dude.
It's such a dilemma.
Artoria, any thoughts?
Our holy paladin.
Cleric.
Are you sure you want to hear my thoughts?
Please.
Yeah,
Part of the
please.
group.
You are the holy person in the group. If anything, if we are going to hell, we need your thoughts.
Yeah, and also none of this is personal. Like if you have a differing opinion, that's a-okay. We're trying to really cover all bases here before we make a snap decision, regardless of if it's to go in or not to go in. Because if we don't, that's gonna be a slap in the face of her, and she's probably gonna have them jump us now.
Well, while I instinctively would like to stay away from a plane of evil as potent as that, I understand Eodos's words in regards to opening dialogue with Zariel and hopes to finding an alternative way to dealing with the cult. Uh, will the gate is the gate a direct link to her abode, her place of rest, or will we have to travel there?
When I've gone there, I wouldn't call it abode. I think throne room is the correct term. But it brought me right to her.
Can you ask her if she can guarantee our safety there and back?
Uh,
Regardless of the
Sure.
result
Yeah.
of the
Kinda like-
Regardless of
conversation.
results, just
Looks
have a
over his
quick
shoulder.
conversation.
I'm gonna roll a couple more d20s for him. Give me a second.
What
Okay.
stops her from lying?
Nothing.
She
Nothing.
replies to him, and he turns and goes, I mean, she says that if you guys... you are welcome to leave as friends, is what she said.
No, I don't like it.
Sorry, guys, I
mean-
rolled a 2 on my persuasion check. It really wasn't great.
We could talk to her, and if things look like they might take turn for worse, we just say we'll have time to think and then leave.
That's what I did the first time, and it kind of worked. She at least let me go.
That is true.
If
That
we
is
don't
actually
make
true.
a
What happened?
That
decision,
is true.
if we don't make a decision and you just go back to doing what you've been doing,
I mean, I'm kind of following her orders, so you've either got to convince her to change the orders or agree to the order, or you have to
What
agree to
was your
her.
deal? What in exact words were your deal?
She sent me the instructions on what to build and where to build them and
No,
how.
no. What was your deal you
Oh.
made with her?
Oh God, what was the actual wording on the deal?
It literally was help him. If she helps him eradicate the cult, afterwards he will join her.
I don't think there was an afterwards, but I think it was if she offers him the power to destroy the cult, he would be her champion. Is kind
We
of how
did
I
write
remember.
it down. So
I know we wrote it down. I'm looking for it.
Did you,
Because I
did
know
you at
there
all
was
think-
like a before and after thing where if my end is held up, well, if you hold your end up, then I will hold up my end.
Did you at all think this was how the conversation with Robert was going to go tonight, Kate?
I didn't. I really didn't. I didn't know what to expect from it, but a 30, that's a solid persuasion check, and I gotta respect it, so right here. Agree to become my champion, and I will grant you the strength you seek. Once your task is completed, you will return here, and our true work will begin.
Okay, so
And then
he
he
has
said,
to complete his
deal.
task first.
does that sound like that to you guys?
no.
That sounds like a very,
Oh.
very, very trickily worded contract where he becomes her champion right then. She
Yeah.
grants him strength, and then after he's done, he goes to hell. Not after your task is done, you are my
Uh-huh.
champion, you come
Fair
here.
enough.
Yeah.
That is fair enough.
So he,
You're already fucked.
however,
But he doesn't
that-
have to go to hell until afterwards.
I need to go. Okay, Robert's rolling pretty decent on his intelligence. Robert replies like with his deal. I mean, she said, I become her champion. She gives me power, and then afterwards I lead her armies against the demons of the abyss. That was the deal. She gave me the power to crush the cult, and once the cult was smashed into oblivion, I would just keep fighting demons forever. But I'm cool with that.
Gotta love loosely ended contracts.
It was so good. I remember putting thought into how she worded that too, and
Yeah, he was insane at that point, and it didn't
He
really
was.
matter.
That was the night after Sebas had died. He had destroyed half a forest and cleared this huge swath of land with the halberd, and yeah. Anyway, back to the party at hand.
I mean,
Out of
Jesus.
character, I understand the logic of the dialogue and what he would am leaning towards the dialogue, but Arturia, oh, poor girl. She is not liking the aspect of going to like the plane of evil.
First layer of hell, the literal gate to hell.
I know this is terrible, but do we want to split the party and have one or two people talk and then come back?
I really don't want to split the party,
I
Split the
know
party
how
in
bad
hell.
that sounds.
especially
I
in
am
this type of
aware of how
situation.
ungodly terrible that is. But I feel like we have to talk. And like it's either we talk and mitigate the problem, or we don't talk and we deal with the problem right now, and it's gonna be a whole shebang. The only chance of mitigating is I feel like with talking with Ariel.
Table is supplied drinks as the conversation continues and the swirling vortex to hell remains.
Aerith just goes, "Did you know moonshine was also once called white lightning?"
Yeah,
I
I
did
didn't
not.
know.
That's actually fair. Rose, can you give me a con save?
Yeah, I've taken like 4 now.
This is 3 or 4 shots of moonshine. I've
It's
been
4.
moonshine drunk, yeah.
Yeah, I just remembered that Ito's saying like we just had like problems like stacking, and it's gonna get to a point where all that shit just gonna just fall back on us. So we should probably nip it in the bud now.
Like I fully get where the side that's not wanting to go in is coming from, because this is a bad idea all over. But I curiosity is fucking killing me to see what's on the other side of the store.
While you guys have the conversation, this table that's kind of been eating their food behind you wraps up, and you hear the clattering of plates, and they begin to walk away. And as they do, there's one of the larger gentlemen in the group turns over and looks at you guys and goes, "Good luck. I hope you make the right decision." And these four are just gonna go back to work.
Ah,
All right, so
I just don't. I am fine with going in, but I just don't want to go in alone.
Yeah, I mean, Enos is pretty resolved to go in character. It's out of character that I know this is a terrible fucking idea, and it's like I don't want to go in and get stranded in fucking Avernus, but at the same time, it's like I really do. I want to see what's happening. And in character, Enos understand exactly what she's trying to do and see if there's like a compromise that's not we're gonna smash all these ritualistic crucifixions in the ground and let a bunch of devils come through, because that seems like a bad call no matter how it shakes out, right? A bunch of devils. It's one thing to summon like temporary ones, but letting them come through willingly and they gotta die to get gone or banished, that seems like a bad call.
Yeah, we have to figure out exactly what's going on, and the only way is to go to literally hell.
I'm
Uh,
standing.
Honestly,
Robert
I
does
had
not
no way of
ask
predicting
enough
this.
questions.
yeah,
I love it so much.
I'm standing. I'm
He is
standing
insane.
behind my answer of saying no. It's a horrible idea, and we should not do it.
That's a no.
If
from
you
Aaron.
think this will help, that maybe if one of you goes alone, I can get you back. But it's
I
a
don't
big
think
if.
I don't know if we need to send one person though.
But I
That
can
seems
only
like
bring one person back.
Shit.
Well, gate can open a door. The
Yeah,
one that
but it can ripcord one person specifically
it can
as well,
yeah, or it could open a
and
door.
it might. And it says that there's a possibility that they could prevent the gate from opening in their domain.
Yes, that is true.
So
It'll be as nice as possible if we go in.
what if we just smuggle? If it looks like it's going bad, we can have a couple people hop into some bags of holding, and then you can record somebody out.
I don't know if that works. That's
Operation Shitbag is a go. Go, 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 go.
Look, the only thing stopping you from, dying in a bag of holding is holding your breath. So just hold your breath. Easy. No problems. In and out. 10-minute adventure to hell.
Yeah. I mean, we also have that fire resist pellet. We need to either we use it or we lose
Yeah,
it.
that'll
So
help.
I mean,
go to
I'm
hell,
immune.
quickly talk, and then resolve this, or quickly fight after we fail to resolve it. That's the way I see it. I
Yeah, I
just
feel
want
like
someone to come with.
I
if we
spoke
come
my
if,
answer.
if when we come back, if we're not on good terms with her, we're gonna have to kill Robert. This is out of character, obviously. This isn't saying to Robert's face, "We're gonna have to kill you if this doesn't work." This is Earth talking, but we essentially are gonna have to fight Robert unless we come to some sort of compromise with her. We don't know what that compromise could entail or be, or even if it's possible. So that's
If
the
we at
big
least
issue.
come out the same way we came in, even if we haven't resolved anything, that's still all right. Because as long as we're not stuck in hell, that's a win. Plus, as long as we figure out what she wants, I think, and we don't get stuck, I think we're good. That is at least the minimum goal, I think.
I mean, all right. We also have a way to get out of there. A couple of y'all have banished, right? If worse comes to worse, we can just banish each other, get the fuck out.
I have banished.
I
It
do
takes a
not.
minute to
Let's see.
finish
Who?
per person.
All right. Well, half the party would return to the material plane upon banishment. That's true.
Yeah.
All right.
where you headed? Nobody? Would you get banished?
That is a
He's
great
not
question.
sure.
I also have a banish, but it's a much more brutal banish than I think anybody really wants to
Banished.
deal with. Yeah.
Is Robert coming in with us, or is he staying here?
No, Mom said I should go with you.
Oh, fuck.
Well, no, actually, he'll reply. Zariel said to, make sure I came with you and to bring my merry men along with me.
You're
Her
married.
words exactly.
Oh. Who are your merry men?
Roll me a persuasion check.
I am
See,
decent at those.
that threw a big wrench into it.
Yeah, now that we know who's going. So I get.
I mean, it would be fine if it was just Robert, but his
I
merry
mean,
men is a bunch of fucking devils and bad guys, right?
no. No. We're not planning on tussling right now, right? You guys are at least gonna be kind of like motions, like we're talking, right? We're talking. We're friendly.
Yeah, just Zariel's not. We're just worried that Zariel might close the door.
No, she says it's fine. She said don't worry about it. Just
Just leave.
Honestly,
Just leave your weapons at the. Take your shoes off. Come on in.
honestly, what I could gauge, because my insight check was actually pretty good when we talked, my persuasion was just bad. She's pretty amused by all of this and seems to actually want to talk to you all as well, just not on your terms. But that said, I guess at this point, all right, and he'll kind of look up, Abyssia, come on out, and he'll look over. What are the others? Katari, Tristan, just go ahead and join us. Why not? And the two over here that were sitting at this table talking to each other both pull their hoods back. One of them being a half orc, the other a human, and they both walk over and kind of join you. Abyssia then steps out from behind this door. Hi. Yeah, so she said just to bring my friends as well, just in case, to help keep you guys under control. But that I was definitely supposed to go with you.
Can we insight him to make sure he's being honest with you?
Sure. Roll me an insight check.
Don't have good insight.
5. It's really.
I have rolled so many things below 5. I don't know if you guys.
Yep.
It's really hard to tell with Robert. I mean, he's just
He's a
armor.
skelly man.
As he calls his friends out, they seem like the two that were over at the table look at each other with that kind of like, are we really doing this? Didn't he say we were going to kill them?
Oh, lovely.
But
I mean, it's probably for your own good. Like, no offense to you guys, but like, Robert is the threat. If we had been in a fight, I'm pretty sure you all would have been dead almost
well,
immediately.
they don't actually say anything. They give each other
Okay.
that look.
Okay.
They don't actually speak at any point. They just give each other. The only one who speaks is Abyssia, who kind of just waves and goes, hi everybody, and then just stays like close to the wall and then sees
Shut
the
up,
swirling
Abyssia.
portal and he's kind of like wedging himself between the portal and the door, away from Rose, and doesn't want to get closer.
Alright. All right, Arturia, I'll leave it up to you. What are you feeling? Do you think we should or should not? We basically have an even split right now because I genuinely do think we should go talk. I don't like that she's bringing a whole nother party in behind us. That's pretty sketchy, but at this point, I do feel that we need to see what the fuck is going on. So, your call.
Pray to the gods to yank us out. Worst case scenario.
Well, I already used divine intervention, and my luck with divine intervention has been good.
Yeah, and also, no pressure. This is Eidos talking to Arturia. Regardless of what you decide, no pressure at all. No hard feelings.
So I'm gonna do two things, or I'm gonna request two things. First is to get like a vibe, like pray for a vibe check from Null, seeing what he's feeling on it, like what's his vibe.
Okay, roll me a wisdom check.
Make no mistake, the party can always find a way to get into some shenanigans.
It's not always Rose leading the shenanigans. That's solid. Natural 20.
Hey, no vibe check, vibe check.
Okay, so your
Check
vibe
the
check. As you
vibes.
close your eyes, you kind of quiet your mind. You let yourself drift back to that moment, that dark place, and the coiling darkness, and the feeling that you had in that moment, speaking with Null within the Temple of the Raven Queen. You ask for the vibe check. His vibe check is Zariel is a threat and always has been, but what she does is essential. His vibe check is it's really, really difficult because the god's position is nuanced. What she's doing in the material plane is corruptive, inherently. You know that. It corrupts the life of the plane, and he does not know what her end goal there might be. But he does know that, and you would know through your studies of religious histories, that Zariel was an angel who chose to stand at the front of an eternal war to protect the rest of the planes from destruction. Destroying the material plane does not fall in line with the lawful nature that she represents. So there's got to be something else. She's not trying to destroy the plane with this weakening of it, but it's difficult. Like I said, his position is complicated because she serves a necessary purpose as that kind of bulwark against the chaos of the abyss and the demons within.
Okay.
So I guess his final vibe is the motivations of devils are convoluted and dangerous, especially to mortals. But it is the mortals, like yourself, that have to make these decisions. What she does is necessary. She does not want to see the world destroyed any more than the gods do because she is dependent on it. But it is also corruptive. So talking to her might help, but it could also be dangerous. It's up to you. The future is in your hands. Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah.
Maybe more punk than goth, but
All right. I'm gonna roll a d20. 1 to 10. No. 11 to 20. Yes.
Hell yeah,
God,
let's
my
see it.
anxiety is
Come on.
peaking.
I wanna go to hell.
I want to go to.
All right. Slash R. 1d20.
Give it up to the dice.
I'm sweating. I'm sweating.
You
No!
are hurting.
Oh my god.
Or Robert.
Ugh.
I mean, you can choose to ignore the die roll if you want, Ken. It's
Yes,
if that doesn't
It
feel
is
right,
up to
don't
you.
don't feel like
yeah,
you have to, because no one's
yeah,
gonna judge
like
you if you just
yeah,
dismiss
like I
that.
said,
Oh yeah.
no
Or if
pressure.
you respect it,
Literally,
yeah.
just tell us what Artoria's feeling. Because I mean, if you say we're not going, get to it. You know what I mean? No problem.
You know, I'm going to like relay the vibes that I got from Noel to like the party
Mhm.
and say that, you know, while the situation here is kind of sketch, like in her way, she's going to say, even though the situation is kind of sketch, she doesn't want to see this plane destroyed, if not as equally as the gods. So I say, let's hear her out. I mean, I'm going to be praying every step of the way for like every protection know that I know, but let's see what she says.
Are we all going, or
Do we
There's
split
some
the
of-
party then?
are we
Yeah,
splitting the party?
this isn't. We're not gonna like. This wasn't a democracy vote to force the people that don't want to go either. No, none of us are gonna like. If Aerith doesn't want to go, he doesn't have to step into literal hell just because we had 3-2. You know what I mean?
I just came back from the dead. I don't want to.
You didn't go to hell. You barely
Well,
had time to
no,
go
but
anywhere.
still. I don't want to experience it at all.
You are free to remain.
Rose will send specifically Eodos a message into his head. Just there's silence for a long moment before they just say, "I can't, but please don't get in a fight."
Us? And it, like response, us fight? No.
Nobody will definitely do his best to not fight.
Yeah, I mean, like this was literally either trying to do this peacefully and try to figure out what's going on. So he doesn't I'm not doing this to go in and try to attack her. So don't worry about that.
I am 100% sure that is not your intention.
Yeah, this is purely like a fact finding mission. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Whether or not it's going to shake out like that, it's go good for us. Who knows? But
Yeah. And I'll say
we're already here.
Even as Robert, I did not know what she wanted. So I also want to figure out what she wants.
Right, well, she also said that if any of you stay behind, to leave at least one of them. So one of my friends, let's see.
We'll take
You
you,
look-
Bissia.
I know you.
Do you want to drink
would
Bissia?
love. No. Can you make my head stop hurting, Rose? Please. It just hurts.
I forgot you
Nah,
did that.
unfortunately, I can't
Oh,
really
so
stop
that was your nudge.
Robert like looks over
A
at it.
curse
and
or
is
a greater restoration or a wish spell, my friend.
How
he
long
just
does
looks at
that
Tristan.
last
Just keep
for?
your eyes on them, please. Just
A month. I don't know how long it's been since I did it, so like half of that.
been like 2 weeks, maybe. I think since they left.
So half, yeah, 2 more weeks.
Because that was Robert.
What was Robert's trigger when he lied?
He had to tell Rose the truth. If he tried to lie to Rose, he took damage.
Hey, at least you know he's being honest though so far.
Yeah, that's why he speaks honestly. He doesn't want to take the psychic damage.
You've got one of those shock collars that people put on to try to train dogs.
What was the deception?
Oh, I absolutely can just end it if I want to.
Okay.
Because it's not a concentration, it's just a
Right, 'cause
choice.
No,
Yeah.
you can end the spell early by using an action to dismiss it.
Yeah, the chaos. Okay. All right, that's fair. All right. He will leave this one here, Tristan, who will just sort of nod, and he'll take a very familiar artifact out from behind him and kind of flip it around in his hand as he twirls around Ashdaya in his hand, and then he just nods. It's like,
That's
"Don't
not
worry,
yours.
they'll behave. I'll make sure of it."
Well, at least Robert doesn't have a gun now.
I was really bad with it, and Tristan, he's a really good shot. So, all right. Well, if Aerith and Rose, if you're gonna stay, then I think it's I think the rest of us go, right?
Looking that way. He
Yep.
just put his hands on the table and stand up.
One last
Uh,
adventure
I'm gonna
together,
give-
Eidos.
I'm gonna give Eidos Emmeline's sending stone.
Okay.
Just get in trouble, contact her and she'll contact me.
We're gonna play a game of
That's
telephone.
I got.
Yeah, I
Maybe we should
appreciate
get
it.
our
We
own
don't.
pair of sending stones.
Would be probably a good idea.
Probably should get something.
It's crazy. We're level 13 and we don't have a set for us, huh?
You guys have it like with various NPCs all over the world,
Yep.
but
I have
none
one
between
with
the
Emmeline
party.
and one with a kobold.
You do have one with Kata.
Yep.
Oh my god.
Well, we usually
Alright.
try not to get separated, so.
All right. Well, he'll pick up the glaive of chained fury and kind of just click it onto the armor on his back, where it will just attach itself as though magic, and stretch. To hell we go! And he will step through the flaming portal, and he just.
Alright, guys, wish us luck. We're gonna try not to die. Gonna talk to.
Please don't.
I just
No,
I just go up to all three of them and I give them a quick hug and I'm just like, please be safe, please come back.
In and out, 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And
Best
start
behavior,
walking towards the
everybody.
portal. Yep. Right before he steps in, he's gonna look at Tristan. What's his name?
Yeah, Tristan.
Look at Asdaja. Look back up at him, and just calmly, if anything happens to them, I don't care how long it takes, I'll fucking kill you. And he's gonna walk through the portal.
Can you give me an intimidation check? You don't even need to see how it lands. I need that from me.
As a man walks into hell saying
Hey,
that.
45. That's pretty solid. Okay. All right. Tristan's not here either, so I need to remove him from the map. But okay. As the three of you through the fiery portal behind you, you see Hibisia kind of, I hate doing this, and jump through.
You deserve it.
I make terrible choices.
Bye, Narc.
Narc. Damn, bro.
It was
Man
his
called,
legal name.
man called himself a narc.
Brutal. You emerge into a very, very hot room. Eidos, even to you who is immune to fire damage, it is at least uncomfortably warm in here.
Like a
There
sauna.
is lava boiling down around you, and you are standing in the middle of a large stone platform.
I
Ahead of
forgot
you,
she was bald.
a tall figure with large wings off of her back and a burning halo behind her head sits on a massive throne. In her hand, a long sword burning with the fires of hell itself. You basically come in, this place sucks. And Robert walks in ahead of you. All right, well, they're here. So you're not gonna kill them, right? You told me you weren't just gonna outright kill them, right? Like that would be kind of mean. Zariel looks at him. Oh, Robert, no. It seems they wanted to have a chat, and this seems a good time to clear the air. Perhaps we could find some comfortable middle ground, yes? And she looks down at Yedos, at nobody. Her gaze burns through Eteria like putting your hand on a stove. As her gaze lands on you, it almost hurts Eteria.
Mm,
So,
mm.
you have questions? Perhaps I have answers.
Yeah, I
You
mean,
guys,
we have a bunch of questions, and not like antagonistic questions, but all of them kind of boil down to what is it you're trying to do?
her face turns into this visage of affronted aghast, like, "Ah, I am attempting to do the same you are, to rid your world of the evil that threatens to throw the multiverse itself into chaos. I am using my tools to cleanse your world of the cult of the dragon."
I get that, but you're kind of tearing the hole through the plains, and it's causing problems.
There is
Is there
a
a way?
very drastic difference between weakening and tearing, darling. What you did yesterday was far closer to destroying than what I have been doing. I have been merely facilitating the entrance of a powerful force to serve my champion and lead your people into a more prosperous future, one without the cult of the dragon.
Right. So let me get this straight. So you're not planning on tearing the fabric of reality, but you are planning on warping it enough to send an army. Yes?
He kind of like smiles. I will bend the world, and it will bend, but I will not break it.
But what about the
And
people that get caught in the bins? That's the whole crux of everything so far. Is that
You would
we could
sacrifice the future of thousands, millions of souls to prevent the death of several, their reintroduction to the great flow of life itself, into what comes next for them.
I mean, we were already working on stopping the cult without having reality bending effects.
yeah, we're kind of hopping several steps. We're skipping a couple of key points to where, you know, we deal with some of these, and then it escalates, and then, reality bending issues could occur, but we're not really at that. We've been killing ancient dragons this whole time. We've been fucking with the cult. We've been struggling to do the things that need to be done without getting people who are not involved. Like
I
I
can.
can respect the intent, just like with what Robert's doing, but there has to be something that we can do to prevent the collateral.
Also, what happens with your army after it's purged the cult? Does it go back home?
Of course. Where else would it go? There is a war to be fought.
So you're bending reality so you can send an army through to fight the cult, and then they're all going to return after the cult is gone.
She kind of like closes her eyes and tilts her head one way and the other. And more or less sums up the more broad strokes of the plan, yes. I am merely acting in accordance to the deal that I made with my champion Robert here to grant him the power he needed to cleanse the world of the cult. It is simply fortuitous to me that he wished this so desperately, as I do not want your world destroyed any more than you do. I am dependent on it as the factory, the place where souls become, where you learn, where you grow, where you gain the strength necessary to become some of you, the more darker of you. Not you. You are all radiant bastions of nobility of your species, but the darker of you become soldiers, chaff and fodder to the chaos of the abyss, so that it does not encroach upon the rest of the worlds. What I do is a service to you all, and I do it without asking for any reverence, respect, or obedience, just that you don't try to stop me from protecting you.
So you want to send your army to strengthen your army, to get more people involved, the people that are bad that would end up here anyway.
More or less. That's a roundabout way to look at it, yes. I would send them to Robert, who would use them to hunt down the more evil of your species, particularly the cult, as that is his wont to do. Those souls would then, theoretically, given that they are evil in nature, be condemned to the hells, as is your prerogative. Your people are the ones who created this system of heavens and hells, not me. I merely chose to protect from the hells as opposed to judge from the heavens. And once again, her gaze kind of lingers onto Arturia just for a moment.
Then can't. If,
There's got to
if
be
the
another
intent,
way.
yeah,
Then
if the intent is to eradicate evil, because they go to where you are, so that you can bolster your numbers, whatever this fight is. Do you need to expedite it? Like, if it's just a matter of dealing with these evils and the cult that Robert wants to deal with, instead of doing whatever the crucifying thing is doing, strengthening or weakening, whatever you want to call it, to let these devils through, why don't you just have him work with us like he was doing originally and just let us wipe the cult out?
Can you roll me a persuasion check with advantage at this point in the conversation?
also, why are we using reality bending? Can't we use? Will you use plane shift or gate?
It is difficult to get such powerful devils as are necessary through a gate in adequate number. The means that I use is the most efficient. She looks down at Robert. You were the one who had broken from them in the first place, Robert. It was your choice that your paths should separate, as they no longer seemed to be willing to accept the means that you were going. And it seems as though that has not changed. What do you think? Robert will and stop. I mean, like, he gets kind of almost stuck. He doesn't. He tries to reply a few times, but he can't. I honestly don't know. In my mind, Robert is conflicted heavily right now, and I'm trying to remember what that driving factor was that drove him entirely at that final. I know that after he made the deal, he traveled with you guys for a little bit. He continued with you guys, and it was, I think, through Lintier?
I think the moment he came back, there was an argument between him and Rose, and that's what drove him.
Yeah.
Pretty
That
much.
kind of.
He was just so annoyed at that moment with everything that was going on that he just left.
I mean, that's 28 on your persuasion. It's good charisma checks. And he kind of like stops and goes, I mean, you could probably convince them to, work with me, not try to say that one way is better than the other, but look back at the portal. But this isn't the whole party. And Eodos, you've always kind of tried to understand, and I know we've always maybe not seen completely eye to eye, but at least nose to nose. I don't know if we'd be able to get everybody on board, and that's the problem. Is if any of them try to stand in the way, they're going to be able to, and then if I have to go through them, the rest of them are going to try to stop me.
So
Like
here's
we
here's
predicted.
the thing. Well, the big issue is the the means that you were speaking on. It's not that anybody really disagrees with it because for the most part it's been bad people. But it's kind of trickled down into a convoluted degree of bad that we ran into a similar problem with our friend in a dragon called Ascalon, who basically was looking to do the same thing. He tested us and trusted us to be able to handle things in a way to stop that being necessary. I'm not saying no to the devils or anything like that because, eh, to be honest, we are hitting a point where it seems like war is all but certain with the cult. They have been doing everything they can, and we have been stopping them at every turn.
You have
But
been.
there are plenty of them. So I'm not even against having a small contingency of devils somewhere. But the problem is, it can't be this wanton killing of people that seem evil or that are of almost no consequence. If we could work together to stop the cult, we could still generate the soldiers that you're after because everyone with the cult is basically destined to die unless they get out of there. The whole party, for the most part, is pretty much kill on sight when it comes to the cult, especially with everything we've been through so far. We can whittle the cult down, and you can have your soldiers. You can set up us like if you want to stick to a small area around Score Noble as like a base. Rally your troops, whatever you need to do, in a way that isn't just we're gonna break down these walls so that you can flood the material plane with devils. Because we can't just keep saying the means. We say the means and we end up in these same situations over and over. The cult is looking at it the same way. Tiamat is looking at it the same way.
Give me another persuasion check at advantage. We're making really good arguments.
Because like Eidos is 100% on board with just having a contingency of devils led by Robert if they can at least rein in like the random people that are just robbing someone and crucifying.
How
DC for
about
this was 25.
shift in policy? Slow down a bit. Maybe less reality bending and more of, we'll open a gate here or there, let a few in.
Yeah, I mean, what you have described is essentially, in a roundabout way, what the Raven Queen wants, with the natural order being respected. If these bad people are going to die regardless, that's fine. But I don't want to wrap up innocent people over and over again in the problems that they never even knew existed.
I mean, like, well, Zariel granted me one of the first wishes after I had left you was the ability to detect the alignment, the heart of another. And I mean, Everyone that I've put up on one of those things has been evil. They've done evil things, according to what I've been able to sense. But I understand what you're saying about the nuance there. And Zariel kind of like leans back in her chair. She's got this wry, kind of almost amused smile. Goodness, on her face. Sorry, I need a freaking drink.
We haven't been killed yet. That's a plus.
Indeed. I mean, in the end, she still gets what she wants. She gets more dead soldiers. She still gets Robert, and we get what we want, where reality isn't getting crumbled away and causing extra problems for us. It's a win-win. Just slightly slower for Zerial. I mean, she's been doing this for how many thousands of millennia? Like, what's a few more years?
It's gonna be crazy. After like 3 hours of negotiation, we still fight Robert at the end. The end result's still the same, you know.
I also like how the tavern music's still in the back with like shuffling and
Oh, I hadn't even noticed. Give me one. I can find better audio. Let's see. Gateway to hell.
it's rip and tear in the background.
Get down with the sickness.
All right. I just need to get.
There's just a tavern off in the corner with devils are drinking.
You just hear it still clattering through the open gate that's still behind you guys. You hear Rose and Aerith on the other side just drinking and be like, they'll never come back. We made a mistake.
We're gonna walk out the portal with like, you know, when you go to Disney World, a little hat with the Mickey Mouse ears. We have a little hat that's like a ball top of the head and a little wreath behind it like hers. We got a little balloon that said I went to Avernus and survived.
I went to Avernus and all I got was this stupid T-shirt.
She looks down over the party with this wry smile. You are very clever and very good with words. I suppose the means need not be this specific. We could be convinced to alter things slightly. My question now falls on who shall be the one to sorry, hold on, the music is playing multiple times for me. There we go. Be the one to judge these souls, because it seems as though, as of yet, at least by your presence here, Robert's judgment has not been up to your standards.
I feel like part of the problem was we weren't entirely sure of the situation that was going on. And having powers beyond your knowledge acting and causing some issues is concerning.
He's kind of an intense guy. I mean, you've been working with him. I think you could tell. He's a little intense. Not in a bad. I'm kind of in a bad way because he's kind of doing a little much, but also not because I fully understand where he's coming from. There are a lot of problems in the world. There's a lot of bad people that need to be dealt with. And like I said, I don't even have a problem with it happening. It's just the way it's happening has too strong of a chance to affect the people that are innocent. And at this point, we've been wrapping up so many people in the problems of the world that I don't even know how many people are suffering because of us. And all we keep doing is trying to stop it. But we're at a point where we need all the help we can get.
She nods. You have been more successful than even you know. Our recent observations show that the Cult of the Dragon has actually left the Sword Coast. Your recent conquering of Angarad within Baldur's Gate has given them rise to reconsider tactics, and Robert came across many of them fleeing to the east, traveling and grouping up. And Robert just nods. I told them we caught a bunch of them and killed them, and that was fun. But yeah, I guess they were going that way.
To the east, you said.
Yes, into the Dale Lands. They are heading for the Well of Dragons in their end game. I agree that our time is short and our enemy is strong. I want to be able to help you in every way that you want me to. And I feel the desperation. If you believe Robert can find a middle ground between my goals, and an acceptable loss of life, then we can find some way to cooperate, coexist. We will narrow our scope to the areas surrounding Gornoble, as you suggested, and you can suggest to the various peoples of the Sword Coast that anyone weak of heart stay away as we mount an offense there.
If we know where they're going, why don't y'all set up shop near there instead?
You know little of the Dale Lands because your people have a rough time there. It is a wild place of chaotic magic and thinness, native thinness of the material plane to the various spheres that surround it. The planes of fire, ice, earth, wind, even other places. There's probably at least one place in which Avernus itself does cross there, but not one that I can locate. It is a
Well-
ephemeral... Go ahead, sorry.
Well, if that's basically where we need to be anyway.
Yes.
If if why don't we help if Robert's cool with it, because it seems like he wants to wipe out the cult. Why don't we bring him and his group, and while we are working towards wiping them out there, try to find a point for you to set up a foothold out there. Find the spot where that overlap is right where you need it. Because if it's there, if it's where the cult is, you could run rampant, kill all of them, and then fucking leave and bring all of those terrible people into your army down there, and completely avoid the innocent people.
She nods. That would be a very, very great boon. If you were to find the door on your side and open it, I would be able to locate it from my side and could send reinforcements through. Traversing the Dale Lands can be difficult, hazardous, and treacherous. Even Robert and his merry men would have a rough go at it going through there, which is why I advise them not to follow the cult and to instead shift their focus onto other evils more close at home. But if you are willing, I could agree to this alliance.
We also kind of look to nobody in Artoria like, what do you think? Because at this point, like, if we can just mitigate, stop it from being in a populated area that has the potential for that spillover, that's mainly what I'm looking for.
And the moment the cults are gone, you're going to remove your armies and the ability to go through, correct? That is your plan.
He smiles at you in that very, very unsettling way because she just looks like pure
Absolutely.
evil. Of course, dear.
I want to roll an insight.
Roll an insight check.
I am not trusting that.
Why would I ever lie to you?
A devil
Seems-
lying?
She seems like she's not trying to lie. Like she's, judging by the conversation, you know that once the job is done, she intends to bring back her army. You sense no intent to deceive you.
But would it be safe to
I'm-
assume that the way she said it would be like if we were to fail, that door wouldn't close and she would do what she needs to do then?
That's probably the safest assumption.
Okay, so then let's just not
I'm
fucking
just
fail.
worried
Easy.
about the lingering effects of a portal having been there and then removed. What effects the bend would have had.
Roll me a wisdom check for nobody, really quick. Because this could actually be something that he could remember, because it has to do with the way that the material plane operates in the
Come
multiverse.
on.
Yeah.
18. Okay, so the material plane is unique. I know I said this last time that we were playing, but it is unique in the sense that all the other planes kind of radiate out of it. They're all created through an ideology, an aspect, or a part of sentient sapience, that mentality of existence on the material plane. Because they're all connected to the material plane, there are natural weak points, soft spots on the skin of the world where you can just walk from one to the other. The most notable are between the Feywild and the material plane and the Shadowfell and the material plane, because
They did tell us about those doors and stuff too. That
I'm just worried about ripple effects of having the first layer of hell connected for any extended period of time to the material plane.
My dear boy, if the first layer of hell was ever disconnected from the material plane in any way,
I'm saying a more
Universe would
permanent
cease.
connection.
it is permanently connected. But
No, I meant
do-
like, you know what I mean. You
Oh
know
my
what
God.
I
I know what you mean. Judging from what nobody knows of planar travel, the Dale land, like an open door would be a
Incorrectly.
problem in the sense that it's an open door, but not in the sense that it being open would threaten the very foundation of the world. It would just change the aspect of the world, because then devils would have a more direct way to get onto the material plane. But a door that was closed and then reopened could be closed again. And you guys don't even really know what that door looks like, how it was closed. She doesn't know. It's beyond her purview of knowledge. Just that within the Dale lands, that it's a really unfortunately named section of the world, because I'm using it in a different way, but I like the fact that it's kind of a misnomer. You've got like this Mirror of Dead Men, which sounds horrible, but it's occupied in my world by a necromancer who just wants to be left alone. And then you've got the Dale lands, which sounds like this nice, like, rolling fields and antelope and everything's great. No. In my mind, it is, you step from a blasted, fiery hellscape into a bitter, cold, frozen patch, and then into a land of earthquakes and fey mischief and all the wild elementals and aberrations and everything drift into the world, because it's a place where the world's just weak.
So, if we agree to open up a portal to let an army or small army or contingent force in, you will agree to stop what you are currently doing. At least with the crucifixion and all that stuff.
She smiles at you. Are you trying to make a deal with me?
More like a mutual agreement. Less so a soul-binding contract.
nobody makes a deal. Title of the episode.
So a deal.
I've already made a deal with Robert, and I made sure he did not think it through, because that is not his thing.
No.
Nobody is not going to do something that's stupid, especially if it travels between his planes before.
I do not bind myself to the will of others so cavalierly, young one. If you wish to sweeten the pot, perhaps, but as it stands, you will merely have to take my word for it.
I mean, are you cool with this, Robert?
I got
If
9
she
gold on
if
you.
she if
I don't
if
think
if
she
she
gives a
is
fuck.
willing to meet in the middle like this, are you willing to get ready? Because we are gonna we have to go there regardless. Even if this deal was never struck, we would have to go to the Well of Dragons, period, because that's what the cult is doing. So we would be there no matter what. Are you willing to temporarily put aside what's going on and deal with that? We can find this point so that you can get your soldiers through and help us lay siege to the fucking cult, because God knows at this point they need to be fucking wiped off the face of the earth.
He'll kind of nod. Man, I never wanted to fight you guys. I always figured we could find some way to work together. You guys are gonna have the harder time. I mean, convincing Zariel is easy. You guys gotta convince Rose that this is the right choice. So, yeah, I mean, if Zariel is willing to continue to grant me the strength to conquer my enemies and see them driven before me, then, oh, yeah, this sounds like the best way for things to have unfolded.
I
When
mean,
Rose
it
started
should be win-win for you, because if we do get you out there, you just said it yourself, the cult's not even in the Sword Coast right now. Like, the majority of them are gone. And that's what you're after. So, this is perfect for you. We can get you out there, and if it's somewhere like that, there should not be random people involved. That means you can just run fucking wild and wipe the cult out.
And Zariel still gets her souls in the end.
So we are to stop the current operations around Scornoble as well. What about within what level of autonomy does Robert have within the town, given our alliance, without your interference?
I mean, if the town is cool with, because it sounds like the nobles were doing the people dirty. If the town is cool with it, I mean, I don't care. I just, if at all possible, I would like you to try to be a little bit less ominously over by crucifying people along the road, because the Sword Coast is already terrified enough as is with the cult, and they don't even know that the cult's kind of moving eastward right now anyway. So it's just adding to the problems.
She looks over at Robert. What do you say? 60 miles around Scornoble should be safe. Just keep all of the more delicate of your species away from there, and I don't think we'll have any problems. Besides, Scornoble serves as a good launching point. It's right there near the base of the spine, and you can access the Dale lands through some relative ease. You have to travel through a bit of a... It's fine. You'll find it when you get there. It's hard to describe.
You know, so look at Artoria. Me and nobody have been doing a lot of talking. What are you feeling? What's going on in Artoria's neck of the woods? I didn't even see his BRB earlier.
As has it always been, is to observe and to assist the wanderers of Starlight. If this is a decision that benefits both the wanderers and the innocents at large, then so be it. I shall agree.
All right. So we're good to go. No more weird shit. Right?
It depends on how close you get to
No more weird
Scornoble. Keep a distance, and I'm sure there will be no more weird shit.
Can you put up signs?
She looks down at Robert. Make sure
Devil's
there
only,
are
do not mention.
signs.
Danger past this point. Only come here if you're good.
Robert kind of nods, like he
No
knows
bad
what
people
she
allowed.
means.
Yeah.
Abyssia chimes up finally. Does this mean we can go? Can we go? I'm good. Are we done? We don't need to. All right. Zariel kind of looks past all of you, sighs, and just shakes her head, and seems just absolutely disappointed.
Not.
Anything? Do you guys want to? Or are you guys ready to go?
Is there
Right.
anything we're missing?
Out of character, is there any other probably chime in about?
I mean, it seems pretty cut and dry to me, both in and out of character.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's not going to be as smooth as, stay away from scoring over. There's going to be some problems, but hopefully this is at least yeah. I mean,
Well, I guess
we at least have developed another contingency to call on when the inevitable actual fucking war breaks out, because right now we have a sort of like the Coast Guard that is running on fumes in terms of money, because we had almost the entire economy's gold on ourselves, which we still have not gone to check on at the keep. We still we have the dragons, which are right off of the problem area with that we're gonna have to probably check in on at some point, see how that shit went. We still have to deal with. I mean, we got the elves mostly on our side, so I feel like we need all the allies to get. So even if it's not as smooth as some of the others, hopefully this at least adds some numbers to our group.
Ask your god, because the Raven Queen is the one who is the most pissed about Robert. Ask her if this option is all right, if you can. And also,
Is this okay,
and
Mom?
Robert said he's fine as long as we all agree.
I mean, Robert Moore is concerned that Rose is gonna monkey wrench everything.
Bro.
Oh, if he only knew the money that are currently in effect. Because this whole plan is going to have a on it if we ever fucked with.
If ever what?
We find out about the memory shit,
Yeah, sorry, you cut out, that's what I was wondering.
We're still operating on. We just think Ken's off doing a mission, so everything's good. Like, that's why Eodos came talking, not trying to fight and get this done, because he's going off of that. We're in good shape right now,
Yeah, I would ask the Raven Queen if you have that option.
Yeah, I mean, he'll kind of let you guys talk for a minute. He'll just let nobody step up, run anything he wants by them. So he'll just kind of quietly think to himself, see if he can get her opinion. He doesn't really pray all that often, and the interactions he has are usually through streams, so he's not even really sure how to go about it. But he'll just kind of focus in and see if she's listening.
Go give me a wisdom check. As you turn your focus inward.
That's just 13.
13. You don't hear her voice. You don't even really see her. You feel a gentle presence kind of wash over you, and you're not quite sure if it's psychosomatic or her really here. There is a sense of distrust.
Oh, trust me, that's mutual. Even though we kind of struck this deal up, Edos knows better than to just trust the devil. He's glad it kind of went good, but he's also not buying everything.
We're all good friends.
Yeah.
You find yourself recalling your dream, the same dream that you've had, the bodies on your back trudging up the hill, this hill, bodies. And as you kind of recall it, there's a moment where you realize that one of the bodies had a brand. and another one had a brand on it, and another one had a brand. And as you look around, I don't actually know if she is a. Let me see. Is there actually a symbol? Like, does she have a representative thing in lore?
This whole time I thought that like hammering the mountains in the circle right here.
Yeah, I mean, I think this was a different map. Like, I think that's just part of the map. But
I mean, I'm pretty sure she has a hammer.
yeah, actually, that does look like it'd be pretty good. Okay, yeah, it looks like a kind of simplified version of that, and each of those souls is branded with her mark, and then you get that sense of distrust.
Yeah, I mean, basically, sort of the whole vibe of this entire conversation. I feel like
Not trying to hide anything from you, man.
yeah, no, I fully understand. Yeah, it's mainly just like I don't know what course of action we could take to really deal with anything with it. I mean, I feel like Eidos wouldn't really mind if we can contain it to the cult. It's not ideal, but like they are doing some really bad things, and it almost makes sense to him that they would be like consigned to this sort of like eternity, you know. Uh, he's definitely mistrustful, and he will quietly let like not quietly as in whisper, but just tell them that his god doesn't necessarily trust it. But I don't think that would come as any surprise to her or Robert, and I'm sure she probably doesn't really trust any of their gods either.
She is not surprised that she is untrusted by the Raven Queen. Nor is Robert. Robert is unsurprised.
I mean, I guess tentatively we will move forward with this, but I mean, it is out there.
All right.
I don't know what nobody's feeling, but like I said, he'll let
I
them know. That way, it's not just one sided. He's not. Eidos isn't trying to force this on anybody. If you guys
Right.
aren't down for it, feel free to let.
As long as the planes aren't getting fucked with, I have no problems.
Well, in order to get my army through, I will need to weaken things just a little bit more, but nothing will be permanently damaged. And there is no threat to the continued existence of the material. As I said, I need it. It is fundamental.
Well, as soon as we get everything together and hit the Dell lens, like I said, we'll try to find that point for you, and
Yeah.
that will stop you from having to mess with anything around civilization mainly, so that people that aren't involved in this don't. Like I said, I don't give a fuck about the cult. They can get wrapped up in your war every day of the week. Don't matter to me. Fuck them. But just the other people.
As long as the material plane's not getting lasting damage, permanent damage, things don't get warped too out of hand, and it can get fixed naturally, I won't have a problem.
And we should have no problems.
I guess we'll need to leave and talk with the rest of the group then. Make sure everything's good with everybody.
Robert, do return once they've left the tavern, and we just need to discuss the future of our operations. Given these recent changes, we need to discuss some strategy. And Robert will just nod. All right, guys. Well, I guess let's head back. I don't really have rooms for you in the tavern, but we could probably set you up with an abandoned house somewhere. You also have, of course, your mansion. So there's that. But I think we're good. We're good, right? Nobody's gonna. We're not gonna. You're not gonna get killed by. Sorry, we're not. We're good.
Man, I hope not. This whole thing was about finding some common ground. I would really like to not get annihilated on the way out.
I will
Robert
say,
is so friendly now. It's amazing.
I came in here expecting me to have to tell Robert to kill you all against his will. He has always expressed the desire to not have to strike you all down, and I respect that. Loyalty to one's comrades in arms is very good in a commanding officer. I didn't expect to be so swayed. You are very, very intelligent. You are very good with words, and well, we'll see how this unfolds ahead, going forward, yes?
Yes, sounds like a plan.
Okay.
All right. We will be taking our leave now.
No take backsies. Bye.
This he jumps through the portal like, yay, we get to leave. Okay, here we go. So what was her name?
And away we go.
Atari just like steps back through. You all jump through, and Robert goes through behind you, and you all emerge out into the tavern. Now, in the tavern, I see there was a little bit of drinking and a little bit of conversation. However, the conversation did end at a very abrupt point.
Yeah, I didn't want to continue the entire thing over just via text. I figured we rewind a little and actually.
Yeah, do it. We were in there
Have a
for
little
fucking
bit.
ever.
Fucking
We
ages,
kind of focus on us for absolutely.
Yeah.
Our fucking fire resistance probably over already.
It's definitely over. That was like a half hour in there, and you didn't even really notice it, but it got suddenly much hotter at one point. But yeah, these three out of here because they're also in hell.
Stay easy, in and out,
Easy
quick
peasy.
adventure to hell, no problem.
That was really good. Those were solid arguments. But while you're out, Rose, you are provided with ample drink. The gentleman who was set to watch you with Ashdaya in his hand kind of just holds it and keeps his eye on the two of you while you converse. How far back do you want to go?
It's your choice.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind going back to like the beginning if you wanted to talk any like more than just one sentence answers, but
I mean, that's how I usually
Okay.
talk, but sure.
You've been plied with
Yeah.
ample drink, and it's probably been about 2 or 3 minutes since they stepped into the portal, and it is still just swirling there ominously.
yeah, I guess Rose's head just hits the table, and then they take the shot and look up at her. It's just, we should drink. I want to get drunk. Let's get drunk.
What if it turns into a fight? Do you really want to be drunk during a fight?
If it turns into a fight, our friends are dead. We're dead. Does it matter?
It kinda does.
I don't. Look, I don't know what comes out of this other than they get killed in there without us. And we never see them again. Or they come out striking some sort of deal with devils. And we've got that to deal with.
So you just want to drink your problems away.
I mean, at this point, I don't really know what else to. What else do I do? What else do we do? You didn't seem super up for it either.
Just try and come up with something. I don't know.
Like what? Once the deal's struck, that's it. This is what we're doing.
knows? Maybe.
Maybe everything will work out in the end. Is that it?
I don't know. I highly doubt it because if things worked out, Ken would still be here.
He'll be back.
Hopefully. But then again,
If things don't work out, then we just forget, right?
why would you want to forget?
Hurts less.
But if you forget, then you just forget all the important and happy times. You can't exactly make people forget.
Sure, it can.
Oh yeah? How?
How do you think, Eris? And they'll just like wiggle the fingers on their other hand that doesn't have the drink. Magic.
And you've used something like this before? On other people?
Sure. Hang on. And they'll turn their head like still on the table, but they'll turn like one eye to face this guy. I think his name was Tristan. Yeah.
Right. He is kind of just like leaned up against the wall. He's got his eyes on you guys. He seems to be listening, but he doesn't seem to react to you looking at him.
Can I use a silent meta magic and try to cast modify memory on him?
Sure. What do you modify?
I'm gonna build a memory that we had like a heartfelt conversation with him about like the owner of the gun that he's holding.
Okay.
And like the fact that Robert took it and didn't know the significance of what it was, and that he feels guilty about it and gives it back to us.
Okay, alright, let's see. Okay. Alright. Okay, so you implant that. Okay. I'm just reading through the spell to make sure that everything must be able to understand. Is minor. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. All right. He will roll his save, and that was not good. Okay. So as you look over, Aerith, you see as there's this small twinkle of magical energy. Like, it's really hard to even notice in Rose because they're using a subtle spell, meta magic, so they're kind of casting without casting. But knowing that they're trying to show something off, you see the little tiniest spark of arcane, and Rose begins to, tell Tristan a story about how they just told him a heartfelt story and had this like really deep bonding conversation and all this. And at the end of Rose's minute-long or so explanation, he blinks and shakes his head and goes, Right. I mean, obviously it's yours. I wouldn't have expected Robert to just steal it like that. He doesn't seem like
He
a
didn't know
thief.
either.
Well, I guess so. Here, and he'll hand it out. Hand you as Daya.
I just look at the Ajdaya and then I look up at what's his face? Tristan?
Yeah.
And then look at Rose. And I'm
They
just
just use like one finger to spin the gun around on the table.
how often do you use this magic?
Not often. I learned it fairly recently.
And you're not gonna use it on us, right?
I'm just like, he's looking between the two of you like, hold on, I need to actually give him another... Okay,
Magic?
no.
What? Who's magic? What are we talking about?
I'm just gonna let you. I'm not even sure why I sat down. This is. He scratches the back of his head. I
It was a
I just
good
wanted
time.
to. Yeah, I just wanted to give you your gun back since that is.
Do you want a drink? I'll buy you a drink.
Yeah, that'd be great.
I
Thanks.
feel like he gets the drinks for free because he knows Robert.
We all. I mean, you've been drinking for free too. They're too afraid to charge anyone that's related to Robert or anywhere close to him.
Oh, well, either way, it's the thought is on me.
I appreciate it.
Call the bartender.
All right, well, he'll just. I guess he'll listen. No, he'll grab his drink. I'm just gonna hit my. It's. Kind of just shakes his head again, like there's like a splinter in the back of his head. Weird. I need a drink. And he's just gonna start drinking his ale. Well, you guys go back to your conversation.
I won't.
Why didn't you change the subject and then just answer?
He started talking. I didn't want him to get agitated at all.
Haha.
To smooth a couple things over. If too many things start conflicting, the magic it's tricky. You know, memories are tricky.
And you have no plans on using something like this on us.
No future plans, no?
I like the way it was worded.
Bards and devils.
I mean,
They're basically one and the same.
that's technically true.
Look, I just don't want this type of magic affecting all of us, resulting in a tear in the party.
I know. That would be the last thing that I would want to. I mean, I can't promise I'll never use it. Like, it could be useful for us.
Okay,
On other
for
people.
us, but not, in between
Yes.
us.
Hmm.
Look, just promise me you won't ever use it on us. Like, I don't know, a sad, depressing moment and you just wanted to try and make it better.
But, alright. But don't you think that don't you think in some certain ways it helps? It helps you get through things that maybe you wouldn't have gotten through on your own.
Not really. I'd rather keep original memories than just live on fake ones.
What if it's not fake ones? It's just the absence of them. The absence of hard times. I think I'd do it. If I could.
I would not.
But why?
I don't know, it just feels like you're just taking away something. You're rewriting who or what they are.
By removing one thing, do you think someone's a different person?
It's a possibility.
Do you think they'd act tremendously different than they had been the other day if, say, they forgot their cat died? Do you think that would affect someone that strongly?
Well, yeah. Especially if it was very important to them.
But wouldn't you be happier knowing that, well, not knowing that it was dead, that it was still out there somewhere.
But wouldn't you want to be with them anyway?
I'd rather it be somewhere and still alive than gone forever.
I mean, yeah, but I really do want Ken back. And hopefully we can resolve as much as we can. And then maybe we can go out and find him.
You know, Ken wasn't supposed to be the cat. He's not dead.
Well, I know that. But still.
It wasn't a metaphor.
Look, all I know is that I miss Ken. I wish he was here.
So do I. He said he'd reach out. Hopefully he'll reach out by tonight and let me know how he's doing.
Or me.
He hasn't been very forthcoming with what he's been doing, just that it needed to be done.
Well, let's hope he'll come back. And I'll just take another shot and cheers.
Drink.
Alrighty. As you discuss the implications of the event, Tristan scratches his head as he fails to shake the modified memory, even given all the indications that he's just had his memory modified, because you're just talking about it right within. But he rolled an 11, 13, a 9, and a 7. It's just getting worse and worse, guys.
He's like, yeah, that seems fun.
So he's just sort of scratching his head like,
It's really set in now.
I mean, I remember it being a really emotionally impactful story, but what was the details of it? So he's trying to make sense of it, and as he does, there's a flash from the portal as Hibisia jumps out. I hate that place. Gets out of the way. Katari comes out, heads over to Tristan, starts talking to him, and then your friends step through the portal.
You're safe! And I just go up and hug whoever comes out first.
I'm not even sure who
I
did.
think it was nobody, probably.
Probably.
No one comes
Nobody.
out.
He's our planar expert, you know? He's probably used to this. Artoria and Edo's
He does
probably
not
got
like
like
hell.
vertigo when we went through, you know? Like, the ears
I mean,
probably popped.
Nobody would still hate hell. It's like the exact opposite of his theme.
I'm so
All right,
glad you're
well.
okay. How did the talk go?
Okay. We're not dead.
We
Obviously.
convinced them to, you know, be chill for a little while. We kind of talked her into backing us up a little bit if we help her out at the. So, main thing we found out by doing this, that the cult's pulling out and headed towards the Well of Dragons. So, we kind of got to get a
That's not
fucking. Yeah, we kind of got to get a fucking move on. But we sort of convinced her to, you know, stop expanding and stop targeting everything. They're probably going to be around Scornoble for a little while, but we're going to try to get them moved out to the Dale lands. Either you two familiar with that?
Rose, roll me history. And Aerith Arcana, actually, that would be definitely up Arcana's alley. You've heard of them, Rose, but just in like that loose metaphorical like setting sense. Aerith, you have a grasp of the idea of what it is, a place of weak planar like resistance, where the various elemental planes and Shadowfell and Feywilds kind of bleed a little bit, and it makes for just a very difficult, dangerous terrain and a chaotic place where magic can be strange.
Yeah, so we're gonna move them out there and try to get it set up for them so that they can just assault the fucking cult.
Move who? Robert?
Yep,
Yeah.
Robert, his boys, whatever sort of contingency of devils,
Okay.
you know, the usual. Not ideal, but also not as bad as them setting up shop and wrecking
Tormenting the
every.
Sword Coast.
Yeah, like I said, they will probably be at Scornoble for a little while, so we kind of got to get where just probably
best to
steer
steer
clear. Yeah, give it a wide berth until we can get out and plant our feet in Dylan's, and that's going to be a whole thing. We gotta find a spot for that, but we have to go that way anyway. They're heading towards their end game. We kind of get a move on. So we got our work cut out for us. We'll try to get as much done as we can until Ken's done with his mission, and hopefully by the time he's coming back, we can kind of get a game plan together. We're building up allies, which is good. We're kind of setting up a good little network that hopefully kind of all comes together. Even though everybody's kind of got their own goals, we kind of have a common enemy, which is good enough.
And you trust devils
Oh God, no.
to be an ally.
Nah, you would be sorely mistaken, really, at this point, to trust anyone. We we are surrounded by people and things. Because I don't know, like, I mean, did you see that one thing? It was like a snake dude that had legs around a tree. Like, that was fucking weird. We're surrounded by a bunch of weird stuff, but we kind of gotta deal with it. You know, you don't have to trust everything, but sometimes you have to work around or with what you have. And at the
Right.
very least, Artoria vibe checked it with their god, and my god, the Raven Queen's pretty distrustful of them, but it wasn't like a, hey, don't fucking do this or I'll kill you distrust. Just that general distrust that I think everybody probably is going to feel when they're interacting with the devil. So, something.
Rose will kind of turn, at least their head, like to Robert, because they're pretty drunk at this point.
Yeah. I figured that's what the disadvantage was.
Yeah. Yep. But they'll turn to Robert and the people here, the normal people of everyday life, they're safe from you.
He looks out over the tavern. Y'all feel safe? And they kind of like look at him, and there's like this murmuring of like, I guess. There. You see? We're all friends.
It didn't seem particularly jovial.
That's just how they are. You get used to it.
Uh-huh.
Right. Is it just you or what you're doing? I understand if
Or
it's just
who's
you.
accompanying you.
It's mostly just him. He's the scary one.
Yeah, I
He-
feel like
This
it's just
is-
sort of my like various, my general
Yeah.
aesthetic. I just, they're fine though, as long as they're fine.
He's kind of a walking skeleton. I don't like no offense. I know all the shit you've been through, but you're pretty spooky looking dude.
I know.
They just
I
squinted
finally,
him.
I finally just gave up and dropped the pretense. They all know, and it's a lot easier that way. I can just walk around and in my attacker stance, get the wind on my bones.
I mean, we always told you should just be yourself.
Yeah.
Don't be afraid of
I
what you are.
I mean, stuff's hard, but it felt like it probably would have helped, especially after
It just
everything you went
depends.
through, to have just been open about it. Because I mean, I'm a tiefling. That's basically, I've got demonic blood in my ancestry somewhere. We have
Just depends on
Artoria.
what you do with it,
Yeah.
Robert.
And for what it's worth, I appreciate what you guys were always trying to say. It turns out that, yeah, usually it'll, I mean, like, Katari, Tristan, you don't care, do you? They just both, like, shake their head and don't give a shit, which it's just, you're Robert. So,
Yeah, just don't be a dick.
it's really up to, individual perspective, isn't it? Because
Eh,
we've definitely been opposite sides of that, and,
yeah, you're a dick a lot. So stop
yeah,
being a dick.
you're not so great all the time yourself, Rose, but looks like we'll be working together, and that, honestly, that makes me happy. I do like you guys, I never wanted to have to hurt you. I figured you guys were gonna come in here, Ken, filled with righteous anger and then no, not anger, and he wouldn't say anger, with that righteous
Justice.
desire to yeah, execute justice, and we would have to fight, and one of us would have to knock the other one out, and I wouldn't want to kill you guys. I would just tie you up in the back. I was gonna have Hibisia try to put you guys to sleep. I got the Iron Bands of Bolero to try to just subdue, but I figured it was gonna come to blows. But I mean,
I mean, we were always gonna try, like exactly what we did, to see eye to eye at least one more time. But had it come to it, we were prepared to fight. It sounds like in the same way that you were. So
I was.
it's surprisingly good that this is kind of worked out in our, and we can kind of start focusing on the cult again.
Focus on the important part, stopping them from doing whatever the hell it is they're trying to do now.
They're trying to fucking summon Tiamat. That's what they've always been doing. These assholes will not.
Yeah. But the means at which they're gonna do that now, they're always trying new things and doing different stuff. So, what's their next play?
I mean, if they're pulling everybody out, they might be about to sacrifice a bunch of their people. We were stopping them. They're pulling literally all of them out. There's a good chance they might be trying to pull something like that off.
That's fair. I mean, we learned that they were gonna need sacrifices. I think Robert was with you when you guys learned that. Now we know that they'll need them. We don't know how many they got. Okay, well, at least gives us an idea as to what to move towards. I think that this is great, guys. Let's why don't you all drink? I have to go talk to Zariel and figure out what her next orders for me are, but please feel free, set up the mansion. And I'm sure I'll be here when you guys are ready to talk. And he just sort of like looks at each of you, his helmet just sort of shifting, and you could feel his gaze just sort of drifting between. I think this is just a good place to end the game for tonight, because I think that's really good outcome.
Yeah.
That was not
my
expected.
God.
Here, I really want to I'm just gonna take a screenshot in the same way that I did Ascalon's. Oh God, it's just the freaking. I'm gonna have to do it in 2 screenshots.
Kind of hoping we would fight him, but still good.
I was so prepared.
I was excited to see what would happen.
I was ready to fight him, but I was really hoping, specifically because we know how strong we could get him on our side. Because genuinely, at this point, we need everybody. It is getting to the point now that, like, we just need bodies for this war that's about to happen.
Damage resistance is fucking everything.
Why are you so terrible?
He's great.
Yeah,
Why
and
is
that
he
like that
terrible?
burning radiance off of Robert's armor, that's his rage. He's always raging now. He's just permanently raging. His rage is
He's
just
always
always
angry.
active. Yeah.
That's great.
He's constantly ready to go at a moment's notice.
Wait, he's
Burning.
also
There's something
resistant to
burning.
psychic?
Yes.
Every day.
Son
Ariel
of
has
a
been
bitch.
very generous since he has sacrificed a couple hundred people to her. I smell burning onion. 1 second.
Uh-oh.
Subtle regeneration. Oh god. He would be so tanky.
It's our neighbors are having a campfire next door.
Okay.
But yeah, he was hitting with like a plus 15 without Great Weapon Master, and 1d10 plus 11 plus 1d8. It's just I was gonna like wing his raid actions because I didn't really have time to type them all out, but I knew roughly what I had planned.
Oh, I want to see Hibissia's cheat.
Let's see.
It's still terrible.
It was
Because I gave
The fact that he-
2 ideas for Hibissia.
the fact that he was straight up with us that he was gonna have him try to put us to sleep. What an asshole!
What a jerk.
Well, only one of us would not be put to sleep.
Yeah. The plans were going to be to try to subdue and contain, control, that kind of stuff. That was it. Knock you unconscious, tie you up, take your weapons away, bind and gag Rose, that kind of stuff. That was their plan.
I gotta say, Robert going off on his own really did like a 180 for his fucking personality though. He's way more
Yeah,
like,
I know he's so friendly now.
yeah, I like
mean,
it. This is cool.
In my opinion, I mean, every time Robert was talking, he was usually like he would get angry, but when he was in an amicable conversation, he was always very friendly. Like that was kind of the dichotomy that always struck me as weird with Robert, was that he was this spooky, scary skeleton boy, but he always kind of had this almost jovial, like, yeah, that's fine. Okay, I'm cool with it. Hey, as long as we kill the cult, I'm down. Let's do it. Kind of personality, and that was what I was going for, because he's really had a lot of things going his way. He's gotten very strong, so he's fallen into like a role of leadership, and the DCs in here were like, Rose, unfortunately, you have a higher DC against Robert.
Against what?
Against Robert. His
DCs
DCs for Rose against Robert were 30, but for everybody else it was 25 to be able to shift him from moderately hostile to neutral, and then neutral to moderately friendly, which is what you needed to be able to get him to talk. And it was a lot of really good, like, you had a lot of really good points. You were talking and listening, and it was really well done from a narrative perspective with Eodos, and the roles backed it up. So I just saw him as getting more and more like, in the beginning, his friendliness came from cockiness, and as it progressed, his friendliness more came from a possible way to mend a friendship that he had just assumed was sacrificed. That was my opinion. If I did it,
I think it was decent.
okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I just
I
think
guess Kyle is
usually
the
it
judge.
happens though. I guess now I think about it, like, yeah, you are correct. He is pretty much like, yeah, I'll just go with it, just normal kind of guy. But the problem is he would almost in every encounter argue with Rose and then be very grouchy the rest of the day.
That was exactly it. And Rose stayed out of everything.
That's exactly. Rose didn't want to be in it, especially since, like, once Eodos started taking, like, control of it, because they knew if they just got into it, we were just gonna fight.
And Robert 100% would have just fought with Rose, but Eodos and Robert, frontliners, back to back. Eodos has always tried to see Robert's perspective. He's always tried to understand. He's always tried to respect that the paths that they need to walk might not be the same, but that they're walking towards the same destination. So for Eodos and Robert, it was much more of like that brother-in-arms kind of relationship, and it enabled him to meet him halfway. There were a lot of really good choices, and I thought this was going to definitely come to blows, and that it was going to be a brawl in here against you and your party versus them. Technically, these two commoners were his allies. They weren't actually there. His allies were just hiding there, and I didn't want to have two like non-commoners off to one side.
I wonder who
Those people look like actual enemies. But yeah, that was not what I had expected, but definitely went really well. We'll see how honest Zariel was with you.
Yeah.
I'm sure extremely.
Yeah. There's no way she could ever double cross us. No way.
But I think the biggest thing that kept Robert from really getting upset into Nights was nobody was telling him that what he was doing was just flat out wrong. They were trying. You were always trying to say that the means he was using were too drastic. That there had to be a middle ground, but not that what he was doing was just outright wrong. And
Yeah, I
that
think
was
after everything we've seen, I don't think anybody really would say what he's doing is wrong. Like going to fuck the cult up, because we have seen their experiment on literal children. We've seen what it did to Robert. We've seen what they've been doing. We like everything about them. It's just the worst.
it is. It is, and the enemy of my enemy.
Really, that's what it boils down. That was the whole thing Eidos was thinking that whole time. Like, okay, so the devil probably shouldn't trust her, but like, enemy of my enemy is a friend. So like, fuck it, we're coming down to the wire. Especially whenever they mentioned that the cult was
That was
starting to pull out, it was like, oh god, that's not good.
that last
I'm sure it's fine.
25, that last one that you rolled. That was what you needed to get her to reveal the actual like implications of what was happening on the Sword Coast, because there have been things that have been noticed, but she's the only one with the kind of scope to take it all in and to kind of understand what's happening from her perspective. She also talks to the souls and gets them to tell her what's up. So yeah,
I kind of thought you would play more into the insane thing with Robert, almost.
I thought about it, but I don't think he actually really would. I think he just, in my opinion, what he did is he's fallen into line trusting her. And that's it. He's given, and that was what he kind of just relied on her to make the decisions, because that is the insanity, right? Like, that he just trusts her. That was always it. And so it was kind of like he was given some autonomy to make choices, but when it came down to it, he had to check with Ariel, and then he let you talk to her, and then she asked him like once what his opinion was, and then he didn't really even have a way to give it. So she just sort of moved on.
I'm not gonna lie, she was even willing to talk to us, because I think that's the only thing that stopped this from actually being a fight. Because like, being able to talk to Robert was one thing, but I don't know if we would have been able to convince him to stop what was going on.
No.
Or even slow up. So I feel like if she hadn't have been like, haha, these mortals are kind of entertaining. Let's see what they got to say. If it hadn't been for that, I feel like the fight probably still would have happened.
And I was so excited to fight Robert. Like, yes, I get to kill my creation.
I was so excited to fight you guys too, and maybe one day you will. But for the moment, you've secured yourself an ally. You've given a town over to a devil. You have.
What's the worst that could happen? We've got dragons. We've got elves. We've got. Who else can we get?
I mean, it's strange that it's ending up like this, but this is what the story of Tyranny of Dragons is. It's an amalgamation of unlikely allies. In the book, it's supposed to be the Red Wizards of Thay. In our game, it's the Demons of Avernus, or Devils of Avernus.
We're supposed to ally with
what?
the Red Wizards.
Wait, you ally with the Red Wizards?
That's what the books want you to do?
Yep. Yeah, the
Thayans
are supposed to be in opposition of the cult, but that makes no sense to me.
Yeah,
Because they're like, I don't know, they're so damn evil. I was like, no.
yeah. I like this way.
Devils are a step down.
Plus, Zariel has a personal gripe with Tiamat as well.
Yeah. And she was honest, from the beginning, when we made Robert and we decided that he had reached out to a devil, that really was it. She needs the material plane, and they threaten it in the same way that the gods need it, and they threaten it. So her sending Robert was pretty much the same as what the gods are trying to do with you, except she had other motives alongside it.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Yankee. We do have them too.
Yeah, we've got a favor from Okra, and possibly some sway within their government.
I hope we've got a wild little collaboration going. We need to find a dwarf settlement and go make allies.
Devils tentatively.
Yeah, man.
Crazy.
Yeah,
Crazy.
I wanted to see what Robert could do in a fight, and I was so excited.
I did too. I really did. I mean, like, but at the same time, we fight a lot. We do, and
Yep.
and to have a possible narrative solution is just, it's so satisfying, and it makes for such good gameplay. Like, if we just wanted to do mechanical fighting, we'd play a different game. But we want to play Dungeons and Dragons because we want to role play these characters who can use more than just their weapons to have an effect on the game and the world itself. You want to use your words. You want to use your minds and your arguments. And Earth, those were damn good arguments. And they were informed through all of the things you guys have learned playing the game. They were impassioned. They were really good. And I, as much as I wanted to fight Robert, and as much as I had put up setting up the fights and things.
I'm so sorry.
No. Absolutely. This is a better solution because now, I mean, I know Kyle had messaged me a few times saying that, in the confrontation with Robert, if it's starting to look sideways and Robert's defeating the party, that Robert would not deliver a fatal blow to the party. He would knock them unconscious. And I had thought, like, if it comes to that point, the party has already proven that they stand in the way of Robert, and Zariel won't let him do that. Like, that's not his choice. What none of you know is Robert doesn't have his medallion anymore. He doesn't have his amulet.
I'm gonna be honest. I kind of assumed that because I didn't think she would let that stay on him.
No.
Knowing that we what it does.
She took that. So he would have no choice but to coup de grace, to deliver the fatal blow, and to possibly kill one or more of you. And starting it, like, going in, if you guys had balled in and opened up and not gone in with a narrative way, you wouldn't have been able to turn it back from that. But opening the door, and I had set Robert up like this to invite, he invited you to the table because Robert wanted to find a middle ground. He didn't want you guys to stop him, but he also doesn't want to stop his efforts. He wants to find a way for both parties to exist towards the same means. And so when it started to look like that was a possibility, he leaned into it, just like you guys did, because it was the smart play.
Just insulted that he wouldn't even pretend to drink with me.
He
For
has
him,
lost
it's-
that ability.
Yeah, he
Still.
he had been able to drink and taste and get drunk a few times, and after the skeleton, becoming a skeleton, he thought that wasn't possible, and then it happened, and he was like, "Oh shit, it's possible," and then he lost it again. And so for him, it's almost painful, and he doesn't like that type of pain. That emotional pain is just a little bit too resonant, and so he just avoids it. He doesn't eat, he doesn't drink, he doesn't sleep. He just Roberts.
He just is. Yeah, I mean that worked out because I really did want to die fighting Robert. If one of us slipped up, like if we started missing attacks, it probably would not have gone. Especially with resistance to everything.
Everything.
In everything.
Like, honestly, with his sheet, if he got close to anyone, they would probably be in one-shot range.
Yeah, it was going to be close. And on top of that, Hibisia has heal and was going to be using that. He was hiding in the back room and was waiting for the festivities to start so he could come out with his floral fatal.
I hate that guy so much.
He was going to shield Robert and be protecting him because Robert's been protecting Hibisia. This is where Hibisia ended up.
Rose would have told Hibisia to stop, or he was gonna send him. They were gonna send him to his room.
Yeah.
Meaning, I'm gonna send you fucking home. You can deal with mom.
Go think about what you.
Oh man,
Go
you guys,
home, Hibisia.
you guys didn't go up the Iriabor road. They were not sacrificed, but if you had taken the path from Iriabor to Scornoble, there were definitely dead fae along that path as well that have been going after Hibisia and meeting Robert and his merry men and not surviving.
Can we give his men a name?
They're
Weren't they like the
they're
Bloody Butchers or something?
no, I called them Robert Chain's merry men because he's Robert the First Chain. So it's like Robin Hood, but he's Robert Chain.
Oh, I gotcha.
Wow.
They all had titles.
Yeah, there was so many.
I had a
fun
lot of
plans
fun
with
making his
Robert.
little party. Like 2 people that he was like, you're kind of evil, but you know, you're willing to work with me and accept me, and they said the right things at the right times and kind of endeared themselves to Robert. They were cool with his deal with Zariel. They each made their own deals with Zariel.
Of course.
Why not?
It's fine.
Seems about right.
You know, but you guys can learn about that in game if you ask them. As it
That's
is,
problem for like level 18 us.
Right. Later.
I mean,
I mean, afterwards we could try and cure Zariel and make her an angel again.
you could.
I mean,
you
like
could.
here's the thing.
Would
Like
she want
based on what we know, I mean, I'd be down to go on an adventure and go try to get her back right.
I mean,
I
there's
don't
a
like
whole
this.
book on it, like a whole adventure book on turning Zariel back into an angel.
Do you turn her into an angel? And I guess you can at the end of Descent, can't you?
You can. I think the canon is that she doesn't. But if you find her I don't remember what it's called, but it's like an angel elephant pet. You find that it's her pet, or like her used to be pet. You talk to it, you find her sword, and then you have to roll some pretty high DC checks, but you can convince her with her old angel buddy that she can convert back to an angel.
And it's crazy because like I just googled it and like there's a long discussion thread about like whether or not it's right to do that because she chose to fall. It wasn't like she was cast out.
Like,
She
is
looked
it
down
something
and
she would
saw
want?
she saw the demons pouring through the abyss into the hells, one step away from the material, one step from destroying everything, and she cast herself from the heavens into Avernus to save it and protect it. Like she's selfish, but like not Zariel's really complicated. She's an interesting like patron to have as a devil because of that nuance in her character. And like if it had been Asmodeus probably wouldn't have cared nearly as much or been as like willing to help you guys, but she is a soldier. She's a general. She has always been able to relate to Robert because Robert is a soldier. Robert is a general. And you guys approached her. Eodos is a mercenary who's worked within these. You approached her from that like perspective of leaders and mercenaries, military groups talking to each other in terms of alliances and war, and that was the right way to approach her. At least
Plus,
in
I'm
my
pretty sure Asmodeus actually helped convince her to fall.
yeah, Asmodeus is the great
lot.
corrupter. He's the one who
Yeah.
does all of that.
He's kind of a
Does
shitbag.
that.
He lured her down there, and then every soul that she condemns is technically hers, but it's also his. So
Yeah, it's fine, I'm sure.
interesting. All right, I need to go step outside and get some cool air.
I need to
Are you gonna
sleep.
be sticking around, G? Yeah.
Huh?
Are you gonna stick on your phone?
But if other people still want to talk, sure. But if we're good, then I will sign out. But otherwise, I'll come with you.
All right, I want to head out. You all have a good night.
Yeah, you guys too.
Have a good one.
Well, thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you all enjoyed that. Sorry for not having an epic battle with Robert and him probably killing all of us one by one. But yeah, so tomorrow we should have another Strixhaven session, and there will be nothing Monday because we finished Curse of Strahd, and then next week, or yeah, this upcoming weekend, There won't be a session on Friday for Taldor Reborn, but there will be a session on Saturday. They are wanting to do another quote-unquote full day session, but they said that they would stop right before Tyranny of Dragons would start on Saturday. So I unfortunately will not be streaming that. I most likely won't be recording that either. So apologies if you did want to watch that, but the reason for the all day is because 2 of the players are getting to be very busy with their job. So yeah, so again, thanks so much for watching, and I hope to catch you guys next